The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Now when all this happened, says Marco Polo, Messer Polo was on the spot. He became fairly intimate with the Khan, and describes his amusements in fond detail. Besides 4 wives called empresses, the Khan had many concubines, recruited from Ungut in Tartary, whose ladies seemed especially fair to the royal eye. Every 2nd year, says Marco, officers of proved discrimination were sent to this region to enlist for His Majesty's service 100 young women, according to specifications carefully laid down by the king. Upon their arrival in his presence, he causes a new examination to be made by a different set of inspectors, and from amongst them a further selection takes place, when 30 or 40 are retained for his own chamber. These are committed separately to the care of certain elderly ladies of the palace, whose duty it is to observe them attentively during the course of the night, in order to ascertain that they have not any concealed imperfections, that they sleep tranquilly, do not snore, have sweet breath, and are free from unpleasant scent in any part of the body. Having undergone this rigorous scrutiny, they are divided into parties of 5, each taking turn for 3 days and 3 nights in His Majesty's interior apartment, where they are to perform every service that is required of them, and he does with them as he likes. When this term is completed, they are relieved by another party, and in this manner successively, until the whole number have taken their turn, when the first 5 recommence their attendance. After remaining in China for 20 years, Marco Polo, with his father and his uncle, took advantage of an embassy sent by the Khan to Persia to return to their native city with a minimum of danger and expense. Kublai gave them a message to the Pope, and fitted them out with every comfort then known to travelers. The voyage around the Malay Peninsula to India and Persia, the overland journey to Trebizond on the Black Sea, and the final voyage to Venice took them 3 years. And when they reached Europe, they learned that both the Khan and the Pope were dead. Kublai Khan had proved his conversion to civilization by developing gout. Marco himself, with characteristic obstinacy, lived to the age of 70. On his deathbed, his friends pleaded with him for the salvation of his soul to retract the obviously dishonest statements that he had made in his book, but he answered stoutly, "I have not told half of what I saw." Soon after his death, a new comic figure became popular at the Venetian carnivals. He was dressed like a clown and amused the populace by his gross exaggerations. His name was Marco Millions. 2. The Ming and the Qing. Fall of the Mongols, the Ming dynasty, the Manchu invasion, the Qing dynasty, an enlightened monarch. Qianlong rejects the Occident. Not for 4 centuries was China to know again so brilliant an age. The Yuan dynasty quickly declined, for it was weakened by the collapse of the Mongol power in Europe and Western Asia, and by the Sinification, if so pedantic a convenience may be permitted for so repeated a phenomenon, of the Mongols in China itself. Only in an era of railroads, telegraph, and print could so vast and artificial an empire, so divided by mountains, deserts, and seas, be held permanently under one rule. The Mongols proved better warriors than administrators, and the successors of Kublai were forced to restore the examination system and to utilize Chinese capacity in government. The conquest produced in the end little change in native customs or ideas, except that it introduced perhaps such new forms as the novel and the drama into Chinese literature. Once more the Chinese married their conquerors, civilized them, and overthrew them. In 1368, an ex-Buddhist priest led a revolt, entered Peking in triumph, and proclaimed himself the first emperor of the Ming, or brilliant, dynasty. In the next generation, an able monarch came to the throne, and under Yung Lo, China again enjoyed prosperity and contributed to the arts. Nevertheless, the brilliant dynasty ended in a chaos of rebellion and invasion. At the very time when the country was divided into hostile factions, a new horde of conquerors poured through the Great Wall and laid siege to Peking. The Manchus were a Tungusic people who had lived for many centuries in what is now Manchukuo, that is, the kingdom of the Manchus. Having extended their power northward to the Amur River, they turned back southward and marched upon the Chinese capital. The last Ming emperor gathered his family about him, drank a toast to them, bade his wife kill herself, and then hanged himself with his girdle after writing his last edict upon the lapel of his robe. We, poor in virtue and of contemptible personality, have incurred the wrath of God on high. My ministers have deceived me. I am ashamed to meet my ancestors. Therefore I myself take off my crown, and with my hair covering my face await dismemberment at the hands of the rebels. Do not hurt a single one of my people." The Manchus buried him with honor and established the Qing, or Unsullied dynasty, that was to rule China until our own revolutionary age. They too soon became Chinese, and the second ruler of the dynasty, Kangxi, gave China the most prosperous, peaceful, and enlightened reign in the nation's history. Mounting the throne at the age of 7, Kangxi took personal control at the age of 13 of an empire that included not only China proper, but Mongolia, Manchuria, Korea, Indochina, Annam, Tibet, and Turkestan. It was without doubt the largest, richest, and most populous empire of its time. Kangxi ruled it with a wisdom and justice that filled with envy the educated subjects of his contemporaries, Aurangzeb and Louis XIV. He was a man energetic in body and active in mind. He found health in a vigorous outdoor life, and at the same time labored to make himself acquainted with the learning and arts of his time. He traveled throughout his realm, corrected abuses wherever he saw them, and reformed the penal code. He lived frugally, cut down the expenses of administration, and took pride in the welfare of the people. Under his generous patronage and discriminating appreciation, literature and scholarship flourished, and the art of porcelain reached one of the peaks of its career. He tolerated all the religions, studied Latin under the Jesuits, and put up patiently with the strange practices of European merchants in his ports. When he died after a long and beneficent reign, 1661 to 1722, he left these as his parting words: "There is cause for apprehension lest, in the centuries or millenniums to come, China may be endangered by collisions with the various nations of the West who come hither from beyond the seas." These problems, arising out of the increasing commerce and contacts of China with Europe, came to the front again under another able emperor of the Manchu line, Qianlong. Qianlong wrote 34,000 poems. One of them, on tea, came to the attention of Voltaire, who sent his compliments to the charming King of China. French missionaries painted his portrait and inscribed under it these indifferent verses: "Occupé sans relâche à tous les soins divers d'un gouvernement qu'on admire, le plus grand potentat qui soit dans l'univers, et le meilleur lettré qui soit dans son empire." Occupied without rest in the diverse cares of a government which men admire, the greatest monarch in the world is also the most lettered man in his empire. He ruled China for 2 generations, 1736 to 1796, abdicated in his 85th year, and continued to dominate the government until his death in 1799. During the last years of his reign, an incident occurred which might have led the thoughtful to recall the forebodings of Kangxi. England, which had aroused the emperor's anger by importing opium into China, sent in 1792 a commission under Lord Macartney to negotiate a commercial treaty with Qianlong. The commissioners explained to him the advantages of trading with England, and added that the treaty which they sought would take for granted the equality of the British ruler with the Chinese emperor. Qianlong dictated this reply to George III: "I set no value on objects strange and ingenious, and have no use for your country's manufactures. This, then, is my answer to your request to appoint a representative at my court, a request contrary to our dynastic usage, which could only result in inconvenience to yourself. I have expounded my views in detail, and have commanded your tribute envoys to leave in peace on their homeward journeys. It behooves you, O king, to respect my sentiments and to display even greater devotion and loyalty in future, so that by perpetual submission to our throne you may secure peace and prosperity for your country hereafter." In these proud words, China tried to stave off the Industrial Revolution. We shall see in the sequel how, nevertheless, that revolution came. Meanwhile, let us study the economic, political, and moral elements of the unique and instructive civilization which that revolution seems destined to destroy. 2. The people and their language. The following description of Chinese society will apply chiefly to the 19th century. The changes brought on by contact with the West will be studied later. Every description must be taken with reserve, since a civilization is never quite the same over a long period of time or an extensive area of space. Population, appearance, dress, peculiarities of Chinese speech, of Chinese writing. The first element in the picture is number. There are many Chinese. Learned guessers calculate that the population of the Chinese states in 280 B.C. was around 14 million, in 200 A.D., 28 million, in 726, 41,500,000, in 1644, 89 million, in 1743, 150 million, in 1919, 330 million. In the 14th century, a European traveler counted in China 200 cities, all greater than Venice. The Chinese census is obtained through a registration law, requiring every household to inscribe the names of its occupants upon a tablet at the entrance. We do not know how accurate these tablets are, or the reports which purport to be based upon them. It is probable that China now harbors some 400 million souls. The Chinese vary in stature, being shorter and weaker in the south, taller and stronger in the north. In general, they are the most vigorous people in Asia. They show great physical stamina, magnificent courage in the bearing of hardships and pain, exceptional resistance to disease, and a climatic adaptability which has enabled them to prosper in almost every zone. Neither opium nor inbreeding nor syphilis has been able to impair their health, and the collapse of their social system has not been due to any visible deterioration in their biological or mental vitality. The Chinese face is one of the most intelligent on earth, though not universally attractive. Some of the pauper class are incomparably ugly to our Western prejudice, and some criminals have an evil leer admirably suited to cinematic caricature. But the great majority have regular features, calm with the physiological accident of low eyelids, and the social accumulation of centuries of civilization. The slant of the eyes is not so pronounced as one had been led to expect, and the yellow skin is often a pleasant sun-tanned brown. The women of the peasantry are almost as strong as the men. The ladies of the upper strata are delicate and pretty, starch themselves with powder, rouge their lips and cheeks, blacken their eyebrows, and train or thin them to resemble a willow leaf or the crescent moon. The hair in both sexes is coarse and vigorous, and never curls. The women wear theirs in a tuft, usually adorned with flowers. Under the last dynasty, the men, to please their rulers, adopted the Manchu custom of shaving the forehalf of the head. In compensation, they left the remainder uncut and gathered it into a long queue, which became in time an instrument of correction and a support of pride. Beards were small and were always shaved, though seldom by the owners thereof. Barbers carried their shops about with them and throve. The head was ordinarily left bare. When men covered it, they used in winter a cap of velvet or fur with a turned-up rim, and in summer a conical cap of finely woven filaments of bamboo, surmounted in persons of any rank by a colored ball and a silken fringe. Women, when they could afford it, clothed their heads with silk or cotton bands adorned with tinsel, trinkets, or artificial flowers. Shoes were usually of warm cloth. Since the floor was often of cold tile or earth, the Chinese carried a miniature carpet with him under each foot. By a custom begun at the court of the Emperor Li Hao-chu, circa 970 A.D., the feet of girls at the age of 7 were compressed with tight bandages to prevent their further growth, so that the mature lady might walk with a mincing step erotically pleasing to the men. It was regarded as immodest to speak of a woman's foot, and as scandalous to look at one. In the presence of a lady, even the word for shoe was taboo. The practice spread to all ranks and groups except the Manchus and Tatars, and became so rigid that a deception about the size of the bride's foot sufficed to annul an engagement or a marriage. Kangxi tried to stop the custom, but failed. Today it is one of the happier casualties of the revolution. Men covered their nakedness with trousers and tunics, almost always blue. In winter the trousers were overlaid with leggings, and additional tunics, sometimes to the number of 13, were put on. These were kept on night and day throughout the winter, and were removed one by one with the progress of spring. The tunic fell variously to the loins, or the knees, or the feet. It was buttoned closely up to the neck, and had immense sleeves instead of pockets. China does not say that a man pocketed an object, but that he sleeved it. Shirts and underwear were well nigh unknown. In the country, women wore trousers like the men, since they were accustomed to doing a man's work and more. In the towns, they covered the trousers with skirts. In the cities, silk was almost as common as cotton. No belt compressed the waist, and no corsets held in the breasts. In general, the Chinese dress was more sensible, healthy, and convenient than the garb of the modern West. No tyranny of fashion harassed or exalted the life of the Chinese woman. All urban classes dressed alike, and nearly all generations. The quality of the garment might differ, but not the form, and all ranks might be sure that the fashion would last as long as the gown. The language of the Chinese differed from the rest of the world even more distinctly than their dress. It had no alphabet, no spelling, no grammar, and no parts of speech. It is amazing how well and how long this oldest and most populous nation on earth has managed without these curses of Occidental youth. Perhaps in forgotten days there were inflections, declensions, conjugations, cases, numbers, tenses, moods, but the language as far back as we can trace it shows none of them. Every word in it may be a noun, a verb, an adjective, or an adverb according to its context and its tone. Since the spoken dialects have only from 400 to 800 monosyllabic word sounds or vocables, and these must be used to express the 40,000 characters of the written language, each vocable has from 4 to 9 tones, so that its meaning is made to differ according to the manner in which it is sung. Gestures and context eke out these tones, and make each sound serve many purposes. So the vocable e may mean any one of 69 things, she may mean 59, ku 29. No other language has been at once so complex, so subtle, and so brief. The written language was even more unique than the spoken. The objects exhumed in Honan and tentatively dated back to the Shang dynasty bear writing in characters substantially like those in use until our own generation, so that, barring a few Copts who still speak ancient Egyptian, Chinese is both the oldest and the most widespread language spoken on the earth today. Originally, as we infer from a passage in Lao Tse, the Chinese used knotted cords to communicate messages. Probably the needs of priests in tracing magic formulas and of potters in marking their vessels led to the development of a pictorial script. These primitive pictograms were the original form of the 600 signs that are now the fundamental characters in Chinese writing. Some 214 of them have been named radicals because they enter as elements into nearly all the characters of the current language. The present characters are highly complex symbols in which the primitive pictorial element has been overlaid with additions designed to define the term specifically, usually through some indication of its sound. Not only every word, but every idea has its own separate sign. One sign represents a horse, another sign a bay horse with a white belly, another a horse with a white spot on his forehead. Some of the characters are still relatively simple. A curve over a straight line, that is, the sun over the horizon, means morning. The sun and the moon together represent light. A mouth and a bird together mean singing. A woman beneath a roof means peace. A woman, a mouth, and the sign for crooked constitute the character for dangerous. A man and a woman together mean talkative. Quarreling is a woman with 2 mouths. Wife is represented by signs for a woman, a broom, and a storm. From some points of view, this is a primitive language that has by supreme conservatism survived into modern times. Its difficulties are more obvious than its virtues. We are told that the Chinese takes from 10 to 50 years to become acquainted with all the 40,000 characters in his language. But when we realize that these characters are not letters but ideas, and reflect on the length of time it would take us to master 40,000 ideas, or even a vocabulary of 40,000 words, we perceive that the terms of the comparison are unfair to the Chinese. What we should say is that it takes anyone 50 years to master 40,000 ideas. In actual practice, the average Chinese gets along quite well with 3,000 or 4,000 signs, and learns these readily enough by finding their radicals. The clearest advantage of such a language, expressing not sounds but ideas, is that it can be read by Koreans and Japanese as easily as by the Chinese, and provides the Far East with an international written language. Again, it unites in one system of writing all the inhabitants of China, whose dialects differ to the point of mutual unintelligibility. The same character is read as different sounds or words in different localities. This advantage applies in time as well as in space. Since the written language has remained essentially the same, while the spoken language has diverged from it into 100 dialects, the literature of China, written for 2,000 years in these characters, can be read today by any literate Chinese, though we cannot tell how the ancient writers pronounced the words or spoke the ideas which the signs represent. This persistence of the same script amidst a flux and diversity of speech made for the preservation of Chinese thought and culture, and at the same time served as a powerful force for conservatism. Old ideas held the stage and formed the mind of youth. The character of Chinese civilization is symbolized in this phenomenon of its unique script, its unity amid diversity and growth, its profound conservatism, and its unrivaled continuity. This system of writing was in every sense a high intellectual achievement, It classified the whole world, of objects, activities, and qualities, under a few hundred root or radical signs, combined with these signs some 1,500 distinguishing marks, and made them represent in their completed forms all the ideas used in literature and life. We must not be too sure that our own diverse modes of writing down our thoughts are superior to this apparently primitive form. Leibniz in the 17th century, and Sir Donald Ross in our time, dreamed of a system of written signs independent of spoken languages, free from their nationalist diversity and their variations in space and time, and capable, therefore, of expressing the ideas of different peoples in identical and mutually intelligible ways. But precisely such a sign language, uniting 100 generations and a quarter of the earth's inhabitants, already exists in the Far East. The conclusion of the Oriental is logical and terrible. The rest of the world must learn to write Chinese. 3. The practical life. 1. In the fields. The poverty of the peasant, methods of husbandry, crops, tea, food, the stoicism of the village. All the varied literature of that language, all the subtleties of Chinese thought and the luxuries of Chinese life, rested in the last analysis on the fertility of the fields, or rather on the toil of men, for fertile fields are not born but made. Through many centuries the early inhabitants of China must have fought against jungle and forest, beast and insect, drought and flood, saltpeter and frost, to turn this vast wilderness into fruitful soil. And the victory had to be periodically re-won. A century of careless timber-cutting left a desert, and a few years of neglect allowed the jungle to return. The struggle was bitter and perilous. At any moment the barbarians might rush in and seize the slow growths of the cleared earth. Therefore the peasants, for their protection, lived not in isolated homesteads, but in small communities, surrounded their villages with walls, went out together to plant and cultivate the soil, and often slept through the night on guard in their fields. Their methods were simple, and yet they did not differ much from what they are today. Sometimes they used plows, first of wood, then of stone, then of iron, but more often they turned up their little plots patiently with the hoe. They helped the soil with any natural fertilizer they could find, and did not disdain to collect for this purpose the offal of dogs and men. From the earliest times they dug innumerable canals to bring the water of their many rivers to rice paddies and millet fields. Deep channels were cut through miles of solid rock to tap some elusive stream, or to divert its course into a desiccated plain. Without rotation of crops or artificial manures, and often without draft animals of any kind, the Chinese have wrung 2 or 3 crops annually from at least half their soil, and have won more nourishment from the earth than any other people in history. The cereals they grew were chiefly millet and rice, with wheat and barley as lesser crops. The rice was turned into wine as well as food, but the peasant never drank too much of it. His favorite drink, and next to rice his largest crop, was tea. Used first as a medicine, it grew in popularity until, in the days of the Tangs, it entered the realms of export and poetry. By the 15th century all the Far East was aesthetically intoxicated with the ceremony of drinking tea. Epicures searched for new varieties, and drinking tournaments were held to determine whose tea was the best. Added to these products were delicious vegetables, sustaining legumes like the soybean and its sprouts, doughty condiments like garlic and the onion, and 1,000 varieties of berries and fruits. Least of all products of rural toil was meat. Now and then oxen and buffaloes were used for plowing, but stock-raising for food was confined to pigs and fowl. A large part of the population lived by snaring fish from the streams and the sea. Dry rice, macaroni, vermicelli, a few vegetables, and a little fish formed the diet of the poor. The well-to-do added pork and chicken, and the rich indulged a passion for duck. The most pretentious of Peking dinners consisted of 100 courses of duck. Cow's milk was rare, and eggs were few and old, but the soybean provided wholesome milk and cheese. Cooking was developed into a fine art, and made use of everything. Grasses and seaweeds were plucked, and birds' nests ravished to make tasty soups. Dainty dishes were concocted out of shark's fins and fish intestines, locusts and grasshoppers, grubs and silkworms, horses and mules, rats and water snakes, cats and dogs. The Chinese loved to eat, and it was not unusual for a rich man's dinner to have 40 courses, and to require 3 or 4 hours of gentlemanly absorption. The poor man did not need so much time for his 2 meals a day. With all his toil, the peasant, with exceptions here and there, was never secure from starvation until he was dead. The strong and clever accumulated large estates and concentrated the wealth of the country into a few hands. Occasionally, as under Shi Huangti, the soil was redivided among the population, but the natural inequality of men soon concentrated wealth again. The majority of the peasants owned land, but as the population increased faster than the area under cultivation, the average holding became smaller with every century. The result was a poverty equaled only by destitute India. The typical family earned but $83 a year, many men lived on 2 cents a day, and millions died of hunger in each year. For 20 centuries, China has had an average of 1 famine annually, partly because the peasant was exploited to the verge of subsistence, partly because reproduction outran the fertility of the soil, and partly because transport was so undeveloped that one region might starve while another had more than it required. Finally, flood might destroy what the landlord and the tax collector had left. The Huang Ho, which the people called China's sorrow, might change its course, swamp 1,000 villages, and leave another 1,000 with desiccated land. The peasants bore these evils with stolid fortitude. "All that a man needs in this transitory life," said one of their proverbs, "is a hat and a bowl of rice." They worked hard, but not fast. No complex machine hurried them or racked their nerves with its noise, its danger, and its speed. There were no weekends and no Sundays, but there were many holidays. Periodically some festival, like the Feast of the New Year or the Feast of the Lanterns, gave the worker some rest from his toil, and brightened with myth and drama the duller seasons of the year. When the winter turned away its scowling face and the snow-nourished earth softened under the spring rains, the peasants went out once more to plant their narrow fields, and sang with good cheer the hopeful songs that had come down to them from the immemorial past. 2. In the shops. Handicrafts, silk, factories, guilds, men of burden, roads and canals, merchants, credit and coinage, currency experiments, printing press inflation. Meanwhile, industry flourished as nowhere else on earth before our 18th century. As far back as we can delve into Chinese history, we find busy handicrafts in the home and thriving trade in the towns. The basic industries were the weaving of textiles and the breeding of worms for the secretion of silk. Both were carried on by women in or near their cottages. Silk weaving was a very ancient art whose beginnings in China went back to the 2nd millennium before Christ. The spinning of silk out of the cocoons of wild silkworms was known to the ancient classical world, but the breeding of the worms and the gathering and weaving of the silk as an industry were introduced into Europe from China by Nestorian monks about 552 A.D. The art was brought from Constantinople to Sicily in the 12th century and to England in the 15th. The Chinese fed the worms on fresh-cut mulberry leaves with startling results. On this diet, a pound of worms, approximately 700,000, increased in weight to 9,500 pounds in 42 days. The adult worms were then placed in little tents of straw, around which they wove their cocoons by emitting silk. The cocoons were dropped in hot water, the silk came away from its shell, was treated and woven, and was skillfully turned into a great variety of rich clothing, tapestries, embroideries, and brocades for the upper classes of the world. The raisers and weavers of silk wore cotton. Even in the centuries before Christ, this domestic industry had been supplemented with shops in the towns. As far back as 300 B.C., there had been an urban proletariat organized with its masters into industrial guilds. The growth of this shop industry filled the towns with a busy population, making the China of Kublai Khan quite the equal, industrially, of 18th century Europe. "There are 1,000 workshops for each craft," wrote Marco Polo, "and each furnishes employment for 10, 15, or 20 workmen, and in a few instances as many as 40. The opulent masters in these shops do not labor with their own hands, but on the contrary assume airs of gentility and affect parade." These guilds, like codified industries of our time, limited competition and regulated wages, prices, and hours. Many of them restricted output in order to maintain the prices of their products. And perhaps their genial content with traditional ways must share some of the responsibility for retarding the growth of science in China and obstructing the industrial revolution until all barriers and institutions are today being broken down by its flood. The guilds undertook many of the functions which the once proud citizens of the West have surrendered to the state. They passed their own laws and administered them fairly. They made strikes infrequent by arbitrating the disputes of employers and employees through mediation boards representing each side equally. They served in general as a self-governing and self-disciplining organization for industry and provided an admirable escape from the modern dilemma between laissez-faire and the servile state. These guilds were formed not only by merchants, manufacturers, and their workmen, but by such less exalted trades as barbers, coolies, and cooks. Even the beggars were united in a brotherhood that subjected its members to strict laws. A small minority of town laborers were slaves, engaged for the most part in domestic service, and usually bonded to their masters for a period of years, or for life. In times of famine, girls and orphans were exposed for sale at the price of a few cash, and a father might at any time sell his daughters as bondservants. Such slavery, however, never reached the proportions that it attained in Greece and Rome. The majority of the workers were free agents or members of guilds, and the majority of the peasants owned their land and governed themselves in village communities largely independent of national control. The products of labor were carried on the backs of men. Even human transport moved, for the most part in sedan chairs raised upon the bruised but calloused shoulders of uncomplaining coolies. A word of Hindu origin, probably from the Tamil kuli, K-U-L-I, hired servant. Heavy buckets or enormous bundles were balanced on the ends of poles and slung over the shoulder. Sometimes dray carts were drawn by donkeys, but more often they were pulled by men. Muscle was so cheap that there was no encouragement to the development of animal or mechanical transport, and the primitiveness of transportation offered no stimulus to the improvement of roads. When European capital built the first Chinese railway in 1876, a 10-mile line between Shanghai and Wusong, the people protested that it would disturb and offend the spirit of the earth, and the opposition grew so vigorous that the government bought the railroad and heaved its rolling stock into the sea. In the days of Shi Huangti and Kublai Khan, imperial highways existed, paved with stone, but only their outlines now remain. The city streets were mere alleys 8 feet wide, designed with a view to keeping out the sun. Bridges were numerous and sometimes very beautiful, like the marble bridge at the Summer Palace. Commerce and travel used avenues of water almost as frequently as the land. 25,000 miles of canals served as a leisurely substitute for railways, and the Grand Canal between Hangzhou and Tientsin, 650 miles long, begun about 300 A.D. and completed by Kublai Khan, was surpassed only by the Great Wall in the modest list of China's engineering achievements. Junks and sampans plied the rivers busily and provided not only cheap transportation for goods, but homes for millions of the poor. The Chinese are natural merchants and work many hours at the business of bargaining. Chinese philosophy and officialdom agreed in despising traders, and the Han emperors taxed them heavily and forbade them to use carriages or silk. The educated classes displayed long nails, as Western women wore French heels, to indicate their exemption from physical toil. It was the custom to rank scholars, teachers, and officials as the highest class, farmers as the next, artisans as the third, merchants as the lowest. For, said China, these last merely made profits by exchanging the fruits of other men's toil. Nevertheless, they prospered, carried the products of Chinese fields and workshops to all corners of Asia, and became in the end the chief financial support of the government. Internal commerce was hindered by the Liqian tax, and foreign trade was made hazardous by robbers on land and pirates on the sea. But the merchants of China found a way, by sailing around the Malay Peninsula or plodding the caravan routes through Turkestan, to get their goods to India, Persia, Mesopotamia, at last even to Rome. Silk and tea, porcelain and paper, peaches and apricots, gunpowder and playing cards were the staple exports, in return for which the world sent to China alfalfa and glass, carrots and peanuts, tobacco and opium. Trade was facilitated by an ancient system of credit and coinage. Merchants lent to one another at high rates of interest, averaging some 36%, though this was no higher than in Greece and Rome. Moneylenders took great risks, charged commensurate fees, and were popular only at borrowing time. Wholesale robbers, said an old Chinese proverb, start a bank. The oldest known currency of the country took the form of shells, knives, and silk. The first metal currency went back at least to the 5th century B.C. Under the Qin dynasty, gold was made the standard of value by the government, but an alloy of copper and tin served for the smaller coins and gradually drove out the gold. Copper is still the dominant currency in the form of the cash, worth a third or a half of a cent, and the tael, which is worth 1,000 cash. When Wu Ti's experiment with the currency of silver alloyed with tin was ruined by counterfeiters, the coins were replaced with leather strips a foot long, which became the foster parents of paper money. About the year 807, the supply of copper having, like modern gold, become inadequate as compared with the rising abundance of goods, the Emperor Xianzong ordered that all copper currency should be deposited with the government and issued in exchange for it certificates of indebtedness which received the name of flying money from the Chinese, who appear to have taken their fiscal troubles as good-naturedly as the Americans of 1933. The practice was discontinued after the passing of the emergency, but the invention of block printing tempted the government to apply the new art to the making of money, and about 935 A.D. the semi-independent province of Sichuan, and in 970 the national government at Chang'an, began the issuance of paper money. During the Sung dynasty, a fever of printing press inflation ruined many fortunes. The emperor's mint, wrote Polo of Kublai's treasury, is in the city of Kambaluk, Peking, and the way it is wrought is such that you might say that he hath the secret of alchemy in perfection, and you would be right, for he makes his money after this fashion. And he proceeded to arouse the incredulous scorn of his countrymen by describing the process by which the bark of the mulberry tree was pressed into bits of paper accepted by the people as the equivalent of gold. Such were the sources of that flood of paper money which, ever since, has alternately accelerated and threatened the economic life of the world. 3. Invention and science. Gunpowder, fireworks and war, the compass, poverty of industrial invention, geography, mathematics, physics, feng shui, astronomy, medicine, hygiene. The Chinese have been more facile in making inventions than in using them. Gunpowder appeared under the Tangs, but was very sensibly restricted to fireworks. Not until the Sung dynasty, in 1161 A.D., was it formed into hand grenades and employed in war. The Arabs became acquainted with saltpeter, the main constituent of gunpowder, in the course of their trade with China, and called it Chinese snow. They brought the secret of gunpowder westward, the Saracens turned it to military use, and Roger Bacon, the first European to mention it, may have learned of it through his study of Arab lore or his acquaintance with the Central Asiatic traveller, de Rubruquis. The compass is of much greater antiquity. If we may believe Chinese historians, it was invented by the Duke of Zhou in the reign of the Emperor Cheng Wang, 1115 to 1078 B.C., to guide certain foreign ambassadors back to their homelands. The Duke, we are told, presented the embassy with 5 chariots, each equipped with a south-pointing needle. Very probably the magnetic properties of the lodestone were known to ancient China, but the use of it was confined to orienting temples. The magnetic needle was described in the Sung Shu, an historical work of the 5th century A.D., and was attributed by the author to the astronomer Chang Heng, who died in 139 A.D., who, however, had only rediscovered what China had known before. The oldest mention of the needle as useful for mariners occurs in a work of the early 12th century, which ascribes this use of it to foreign, probably Arab, navigators plying between Sumatra and Canton. About 1190 we find the first known European notice of the compass in a poem by Guillaume de Provins. Despite the contribution of the compass and gunpowder, of paper and silk, of printing and porcelain, we cannot speak of the Chinese as an industrially inventive people. They were inventive in art, developing their own forms and reaching a degree of sensitive perfection not surpassed in any other place or time. But before 1912 they were content with ancient economic ways and had perhaps prophetic scorn of labor-saving devices that hectically accelerate the pace of human toil and throw half the population out of work in order to enrich the rest. They were among the first to use coal for fuel and mined it in small quantities as early as 122 B.C., but they developed no mechanisms to ease the slavery of mining, and left for the most part unexplored the mineral resources of their soil. Though they knew how to make glass, they were satisfied to import it from the West. They made no watches or clocks or screws, and only the coarsest nails. Through the 2,000 years that intervened between the rise of the Han and the fall of the Manchus, industrial life remained substantially the same in China, as it remained substantially the same in Europe, from Pericles to the Industrial Revolution. In like manner, China preferred the quiet and mannerly rule of tradition and scholarship to the exciting and disturbing growth of science and plutocracy. Of all the great civilizations, it has been the poorest in contributions to the material technique of life. It produced excellent textbooks of agriculture and sericulture 2 centuries before Christ, and excelled in treatises on geography. Its centenarian mathematician, Zhang Tsang, who died in 152 BC, left behind him a work on algebra and geometry containing the first known mention of a negative quantity. Zhu Chongqi calculated the correct value of pi to 6 decimal places, improved the magnet or south-pointing vehicle, and is vaguely recorded to have experimented with a self-moving vessel. Chang Heng invented a seismograph in 132 AD, but for the most part Chinese physics lost itself in the occultism of Feng Shui and the metaphysics of the yang and the yin. This seismograph consisted of 8 copper dragons placed on delicate springs around a bowl in whose center squatted a toad with open mouth. Each dragon held a copper ball in its mouth. When an earthquake occurred, the dragon nearest its source dropped its ball into the mouth of the toad. Once a dragon released its ball, though no shock had been felt by the inhabitants. Chang Heng was ridiculed as a charlatan until a messenger arrived who told of an earthquake in a distant province. Feng Shui, or wind and water, was the art, very widespread in China, of adapting the location of homes and graves to the currents of wind and water in the locality. Chinese mathematicians apparently derived algebra from India, but developed geometry for themselves out of their need for measuring the land. The astronomers of Confucius's time correctly calculated eclipses and laid the bases of the Chinese calendar, 12 hours a day and 12 months, each beginning with the new moon. An extra month was added periodically to bring this lunar calendar in accord with the seasons and the sun. Life on Earth was lived in harmony with life in the sky. The festivals of the year were regulated by sun and moon. The moral order of society itself was based upon the regularity of the planets and the stars. Medicine in China was a characteristic mixture of empirical wisdom and popular superstition. It had its beginnings before recorded history and produced great physicians long before Hippocrates. Already under the Zhous, the state held yearly examinations for admission to medical practice and fixed the salaries of the successful applicants according to their showing in the tests. In the 4th century before Christ, a Chinese governor ordered a careful dissection and anatomical study of 40 beheaded criminals, but the results were lost in theoretical discussion and dissection stopped. Zhang Chungning, in the 2nd century, wrote treatises on dietetics and fevers, which remained standard texts for 1,000 years. In the 3rd century, Hua Tuo wrote a volume on surgery and made operations popular by inventing a wine which produced a general anesthesia. It is one of the stupidities of history that the formula for mixing this drink has been lost. About 300 A.D., Wang Shuho wrote a celebrated treatise on the pulse. Towards the beginning of the 6th century, Tao Hongqing composed an extensive description of the 730 drugs used in Chinese medicine. And 100 years later, Chao Yuanfang wrote a classic on the diseases of women and children. Medical encyclopedias were frequent under the Tongs, and specialist monographs under the Sungs. A medical college was established in the Sung dynasty, but most medical education was through apprenticeship. Drugs were abundant and various. One store, 3 centuries ago, sold $1,000 worth every day. Diagnosis was pedantically detailed. 10,000 varieties of fever were described, and 24 conditions of the pulse were distinguished. Inoculation, not vaccination, was used, probably in imitation of India, in the treatment of smallpox, and mercury was administered for syphilis. This disease seems to have appeared in China in the later years of the Ming dynasty, to have run wild through the population, and to have left behind its course a comparative immunity to its more serious effects. Public sanitation, preventive medicine, hygiene, and surgery made little progress in China. Sewage and drainage systems were primitive or hardly existed, and some towns failed to solve the primary obligations of an organized society, to secure good water and to dispose of waste. Soap was a rare luxury, but lice and vermin were easily secured. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 2. Soap was a rare luxury, but lice and vermin were easily secured. The simpler Chinese learned to itch and scratch with Confucian equanimity. Medical science made no ascertainable progress from Shi Huangti to the Dowager. Perhaps the same might be said of European medicine between Hippocrates and Pasteur. European medicine invaded China as an annex to Christianity, but the sick natives until our own time confined their use of it to surgery and for the rest preferred their own physicians and their ancient herbs. 4. Religion without a church. Superstition and skepticism, animism, the worship of heaven, ancestor worship, Confucianism, Taoism, the elixir of immortality, Buddhism, religious toleration and eclecticism, Mohammedanism, Christianity, causes of its failure in China. Chinese society was built not on science but on a strange and unique mixture of religion, morals, and philosophy. History has known no people more superstitious and none more skeptical, no people more devoted to piety and none more rationalistic and secular, no nation so free from clerical domination, but none but the Hindus so blessed and cursed with gods. How shall we explain these contradictions, except by ascribing to the philosophers of China a degree of influence unparalleled in history, and at the same time recognizing in the poverty of China an inexhaustible fountain of hopeful fantasy? The religion of the primitive inhabitants was not unlike the faith of natural peoples generally, an animistic fear and worship of spirits lurking anywhere, a poetic reverence for the impressive forms and reproductive powers of the earth, and an awed adoration of a heaven whose energizing sunlight and fertilizing rains were part of the mystic rapport between terrestrial life and the secret forces of the sky. Wind and thunder, trees and mountains, dragons and snakes were worshipped, but the greater festivals celebrated above all the miracle of growth, and in the spring girls and young men danced and mated in the fields to give example of fertility to Mother Earth. Kings and priests were in those days near allied, and the early monarchs of China, in the edifying accounts which tendentious historians give of them in later years, were statesmen saints whose heroic deeds were always prefaced with prayers and aided by the gods. In this primitive theology, heaven and earth were bound together as two halves of a great cosmic unity, and were related very much as man and woman, lord and vassal, yang and yin. The order of the heavens and the moral behavior of mankind were kindred processes, parts of a universal and necessary rhythm called Tao, the heavenly way. Morality, like the law of the stars, was the cooperation of the part with the whole. The supreme God was this mighty heaven itself, this moral order, this divine orderliness that engulfed both men and things, dictating the right relationship of children to parents, of wives to husbands, of vassals to lords, of lords to the emperor, and of the emperor to God. It was a confused but noble conception, hovering between personality when the people prayed to Tien, heaven as a deity, and impersonality when the philosophers spoke of Tien as the just and beneficent, but hardly human or personal, sum of all those forces that ruled the sky, the earth, and men. Gradually, as philosophy developed, the personal conception of heaven was confined to the masses of the people, and the impersonal conception was accepted by the educated classes and in the official religion of the state. Out of these beginnings grew the two elements of the orthodox religion of China, the nationwide worship of ancestors and the Confucian worship of heaven and great men. Every day some modest offering, usually of food, was made to the departed, and prayers were sent up to their spirits. For the simple peasant or laborer believed that his parents and other forebears still lived in some ill-defined realm, and could bring him good or evil fortune. The educated Chinese offered similar sacrifice, but he looked upon the ritual not as worship so much as commemoration. It was wholesome for the soul and the race that these dead ones should be remembered and revered, for then the ancient ways which they had followed would also be revered, innovation would hesitate, and the empire would be at peace. There were some inconveniences in this religion, for it littered China with immense inviolable graves, impeding the construction of railroads and the tillage of the soil. But to the Chinese philosopher these were trivial difficulties when weighed in the balance against the political stability and spiritual continuity which ancestor worship gave to civilization. For through this profound institution the nation, which was shut out from physical and spatial unity by great distances and the poverty of transport, achieved a powerful spiritual unity in time. The generations were bound together with the tough web of tradition, and the individual life received an ennobling share and significance in a drama of timeless majesty and scope. The religion adopted by the scholars and the state was at once a widening and a narrowing of this popular faith. Slowly, by increments of reverence from century to century, Confucius was lifted up, through imperial decrees, to a place second only to that of heaven itself. Every school raised a tablet, every city a temple in his honor, and periodically the emperor and the officials offered incense and sacrifice to his spirit or his memory, as the greatest influence for good in all the rich memories of the race. He was not, in the understanding of the intelligent, a god. On the contrary, he served for many Chinese as a substitute for a god. Those who attended the services in his honor might be agnostics or atheists, and yet, if they honored him and their ancestors, they were accepted by their communities as pious and religious souls. Officially, however, the faith of the Confucians included a recognition of Shang-Ti, the supreme ruling force of the world, and every year the emperor offered ceremonious sacrifice on the altar of heaven to this impersonal divinity. Nothing was said in this official faith of immortality. Heaven was not a place, but the will of God, or the order of the world. This simple and almost rationalistic religion never quite satisfied the people of China. Its doctrines gave too little room to the imagination of men, too little answer to their hopes and dreams, too little encouragement to the superstitions that enlivened their daily life. For the people, here as everywhere, brightened the prose of reality with the poverty of the supernatural. They felt a world of good or evil spirits hovering in the air about them and the earth beneath, and longed to appease the enmity or enlist the aid of these secret powers by magic incantation or prayer. They paid diviners to read the future for them in the lines of the I Ching, or on the shells of tortoises, or in the movements of the stars. They hired magicians to orient their dwellings and graves to wind and water, and sorcerers to bring them sunshine or rain. They exposed to death such children as were born to them on unlucky days, and fervent daughters sometimes killed themselves to bring good or evil fortune to their parents. In the South, particularly, the Chinese soul inclined to mysticism. It was repelled by the frigid rationalism of the Confucian faith, and hungered for a creed that would give China, like other nations, deathless consolations. Therefore, some popular theologians took the misty doctrine of Lao Tse and gradually transformed it into a religion. To the old master and to Chuang Tse, the Tao had been a way of life for the attainment of individual peace on earth. They did not seem ever to have dreamed of it as a deity, much less as a price to be paid here for a life beyond the grave. But in the 2nd century of our era, these doctrines were improved upon by men who claimed to have received, in direct line from Lao Tse, an elixir that would confer immortality. This drink became so popular that several emperors are said to have died from pious indulgence in it. A mystagogue in Sichuan, circa 148 A.D., offered to cure all diseases with a simple talisman to be given in exchange for 5 packages of rice. Apparently miraculous cures were effected, and those who were not cured were told that their faith had been too weak. The people flocked to the new religion, built temples for it, supported its priesthood generously, and poured into the new faith some part of their inexhaustible superstitious lore. Lao Tse was made a god and was credited with a supernatural conception. He had been born, the faithful believed, already old and wise, having been in his mother's womb for 80 years. They peopled the world with new devils and deities, frightened away the one with firecrackers exploding merrily in the temple courts, and with mighty gongs called the others out of slumber to hear their importunate prayers. For 1,000 years the Taoist faith had millions of adherents, converted many emperors, and fought long battles of intrigue to wrest from the Confucians the divine right to tax and spend. In the end it was broken down not by the logic of Confucius, but by the coming of a new religion even better suited than itself to inspire and console the common man. For the Buddhism that began its migration from India to China in the 1st century after Christ was not the hard and gloomy doctrine that the Enlightened One had preached 500 years before. It was no ascetic creed, but a bright and happy faith in helping deities and a flowering paradise. It took the form, as time went on, of the greater vehicle, or Mahayana, which Kanishka's theologians had adapted to the emotional needs of simple men. It presented China with freshly personal and humane gods, like Amitabha, ruler of paradise, and Kuan Yin, god then goddess of mercy. It filled the Chinese pantheon with Lohans or Arhats, 18 of the original disciples of Buddha, who stood ready at every turn to give of their merits to help a bewildered and suffering mankind. When, after the fall of the Han, China found itself torn with political chaos, and life seemed lost in a welter of insecurity and war, the harassed nation turned to Buddhism as the Roman world was at the same time turning to Christianity. Taoism opened its arms to take in the new faith, and in time became inextricably mingled with it in the Chinese soul. Emperors persecuted Buddhism, philosophers complained of its superstitions, statesmen were concerned over the fact that some of the best blood of China was being sterilized in monasteries. But in the end, the government found again that religion is stronger than the state. The emperors made treaties of peace with the new gods. The Buddhist priests were allowed to collect alms and raise temples, and the bureaucracy of officials and scholars was perforce content to keep Confucianism as its own aristocratic creed. The new religion took possession of many old shrines, placed its monks and fanes along with those of the Taoists on the holy mountain Tai Shan, aroused the people to many pious pilgrimages, contributed powerfully to painting, sculpture, architecture, literature, and the development of printing, and brought a civilizing measure of gentleness into the Chinese soul. Then it, too, like Taoism, fell into decay. Its clergy became corrupt, its doctrine was permeated more and more by sinister deities and popular superstitions, and its political power, never strong, was practically destroyed by the renaissance of Confucianism under Chu. Today its temples are neglected, its resources are exhausted, and its only devotees are its impoverished priests. Nevertheless, it has sunk into the national soul, and is still part of the complex but informal religion of the simpler Chinese. For religions in China are not mutually exclusive as in Europe and America, nor have they ever precipitated the country into religious wars. Normally they tolerate one another not only in the state but in the same breast, and the average Chinese is at once an animist, a Taoist, a Buddhist, and a Confucianist. He is a modest philosopher and knows that nothing is certain. Perhaps, after all, the theologian may be right, and there may be a paradise. The best policy would be to humor all these creeds and pay many diverse priests to say prayers over one's grave. While fortune smiles, however, the Chinese citizen does not pay much attention to the gods. He honors his ancestors, but lets the Taoist and the Buddhist temples get along with the attentions of the clergy and a few women. He is the most secular spirit ever produced as a type in known history. This life absorbs him, and when he prays he asks not for happiness in paradise, but for some profit here on earth. If the god does not answer his prayers, he may overwhelm him with abuse and end by throwing him into the river. No image-maker worships the gods, says a Chinese proverb. He knows what stuff they are made of. Hence the average Chinese has not taken passionately to Mohammedanism or Christianity. These offered him a heaven that Buddhism had already promised, but what he really wanted was a guarantee of happiness here. Most of the 15 million Chinese Muslims are not really Chinese, but people of foreign origin or parentage. Christianity entered China with the Nestorians about 636 A.D. The Emperor Tai Tsung gave it a sympathetic hearing and protected its preachers from persecution. In 781, the Nestorians of China raised a monument on which they recorded their appreciation of this enlightened tolerance and their hope that Christianity would soon win the whole land. Since then, Jesuit missionaries with heroic zeal and lofty learning, and Protestant missionaries backed with great American fortunes, have labored to realize the hope of the Nestorians. Today there are 3 million Christians in China. 1% of the population has been converted in 1,000 years. Christianity lost its opportunity early in the 18th century when a quarrel arose between the Jesuits and other Roman Catholic orders in China. The Jesuits had, with characteristic statesmanship, found formulas by which the essential elements of Chinese piety, ancestor worship and the adoration of heaven, could be brought under Christian forms without disrupting deep-rooted institutions or endangering the moral stability of China. But the Dominicans and Franciscans demanded a stricter interpretation and denounced all Chinese theology and ritual as inventions of the devil. The enlightened Emperor Kangxi was highly sympathetic to Christianity. He entrusted his children to Jesuit tutors and offered on certain conditions to become a Christian. When the Church officially adopted the rigid attitude of the Dominicans and the Franciscans, Kangxi withdrew his support of Christianity, and his successors decided to oppose it actively. In later days, the greedy imperialism of the West weakened the persuasiveness of Christian preaching and precipitated the passionate anti-Christianism of the revolutionary Chinese. 5. The rule of morals. The high place of morals in Chinese society, the family, children, chastity, prostitution, premarital relations, marriage and love, monogamy and polygamy, concubinage, divorce, a Chinese empress, the patriarchal male, the subjection of woman, the Chinese character. Confucianism and ancestor worship survived so many rivals and so many attacks during 20 centuries because they were felt to be indispensable to that intense and exalted moral tradition upon which China had founded its life. As these were the religious sanctions, so the family was the great vehicle of this ethical heritage. From parents to children, the moral code was handed down across the generations and became the invisible government of Chinese society, a code so stable and strong that that society maintained its order and discipline through nearly all the vicissitudes of the unsteady state. What the Chinese, said Voltaire, best know, cultivate the most, and have brought to the greatest perfection is morality. By building the house on a sound foundation, Confucius had said, the world is made secure. The Chinese proceeded on the assumption that the purpose of a moral code was to transform the chaos of sexual relations into an orderly institution for the rearing of children. The family's reason for being lay in the child. There could not, from the viewpoint of China, be too many children. A nation was always subject to attack and needed defenders. The soil was rich and could support many millions. Even if there should be a bitter struggle for existence in large families and crowded communities, the weakest would be eliminated, and the ablest would survive and multiply to be a support and an honor to their aging parents, and to tend the ancestral graves religiously. Ancestor worship forged an endless chain of reproduction, and gave it a double strength. The husband must beget sons not only to sacrifice to him after his death, but to continue the sacrifices to his ancestors. There are 3 things which are unfilial, said Mencius, and the greatest of them is to have no posterity. Sons were prayed for, and mothers were shamed forever if they had none, for sons could work better than girls in the fields, and could fight better in war, and a regulation not unconscious of this had long since decreed that only sons should be permitted to offer the ancestral sacrifice. Girls were a burden, for one had to rear them patiently only to see them go off at maturity to their husbands' homes, to labor there and beget laborers for another family. If too many daughters came and times were very hard, the infant girl might be, without sin, left exposed in the furrows to be killed by the night's frost or eaten by prowling swine. Such progeny as survived the hazards and ailments of childhood were brought up with the tenderest affection. Example took the place of blows in their education, and occasionally they were exchanged for a while for the children of kindred families, so that they might not be spoiled by an indulgent love. The children were kept in the women's division of the home, and seldom mingled with the adult males until the age of 7. Then the boys, if the family could afford it, were sent to school, and were severely separated from the girls. From the age of 10 they would be limited in their choice of associates to men and courtesans, and the frequency of homosexuality and male prostitution sometimes made this choice unreal. Chastity was exalted and rigidly enforced in daughters, and was inculcated with such success that Chinese girls have been known to kill themselves because they believed that they had been dishonored by the accidental touch of a man. But no effort was made to maintain chastity in the unmarried man. On the contrary, it was considered normal and legitimate that he should visit brothels. Sex, in the male, was an appetite like hunger, and might be indulged in without any other disgrace than that which would in any case attach to immoderation. Men sometimes prepared themselves openly for a night in a brothel by pictures, aphrodisiacs, and songs. It should be added that this lenience towards marital deviations is disappearing today. The supply of women to meet these demands had long since been an established institution in China. The famous premier of Qi, Guanchun, had provided a lupanar where traders from other states might leave their gains before departing for their homes. Marco Polo described the courtesans of Kublai Khan's capital as incredibly numerous and ravishingly beautiful. They were licensed, regulated, and segregated, and the most beautiful of them were supplied without charge to the members of foreign embassies. In later times, a special variety of charmers was developed, known as sing-song girls, who, if that were preferred, would provide educated conversation for young men or for respectable husbands entertaining guests. Such girls were often versed in literature and philosophy, as well as skilled in music and the dance. Premarital relations were so free from men, and premarital association with men was so restricted for respectable women, that small opportunity was given for the growth of romantic love. A literature of such tender affection appeared under the Tongs, and some indication of the sentiment may be found as far back as the 6th century before Christ in the legend of Wei Sheng, who, having promised to meet a girl under a bridge, waited vainly for her there, though the water rose above his head and drowned him. Doubtless Wei Sheng knew better than this, but it is significant that the poets thought that he might not. In general, however, love as a tender solicitude and attachment was more frequent between men than between the sexes. In this matter the Chinese agreed with the Greeks. Marriage had little to do with love. Since its purpose was to bring healthy mates together for the rearing of abundant families, it could not, the Chinese thought, be left to the arbitrament of passion. Hence the sexes were kept apart while the parents sought eligible mates for their children. It was considered immoral for a man not to marry. Celibacy was a crime against one's ancestors, the state, and the race, and was never quite condoned even in the case of the clergy. In the ancient days, a special official was appointed to see to it that every man was married by the age of 30 and every woman by 20. With or without the help of professional intermediaries, mei-ren, go-betweens, parents arranged the betrothal of their children soon after puberty, sometimes before puberty, sometimes before birth. Certain endogamic and exogamic limits were placed on the choice. The mate had to be of a family long known to the match-seeking parents, and yet sufficiently distant in relationship to be outside the clan. The father of the boy usually sent a substantial present to the father of the girl, but the girl in her turn was expected to bring a considerable dowry, chiefly in the form of goods, to her husband, and gifts of some value were ordinarily exchanged between the families at the marriage. The girl was kept in strict seclusion until the wedding. Her future mate could not see her except by stratagem, though that was often managed. In many cases he saw her for the first time when he removed her veil in the wedding ceremony. This was a complex and symbolic ritual in which the essential matter was that the bridegroom should be sufficiently wined to guard against the chance of a criminal bashfulness on his part. As for the girl, she had been trained to be at once shy and obedient. After the marriage, the bride lived with her husband in or near the house of his father. There she labored in servitude to her mate and his mother, until such time as the normal course of life and death liberated her from this slavery and left her ready to impose it upon the wives of her sons. The poor were monogamous, but so eager was China for vigorous children that such men as could afford it were permitted by custom to take concubines or secondary wives. Polygamy was looked upon as eugenic, on the ground that those who could bear its expense would on the average be the abler men in their communities. If the first wife remained childless, she would in most cases urge her husband to take an additional mate, and would often adopt as her own the child of the concubine. There were many instances in which wives, anxious to keep their husbands home, suggested that they should marry the courtesans to whom they were giving their attention and their substance, and should bring them home as secondary wives. The wife of the Emperor Chuang-Chu was much praised in Chinese tradition, because she was reported to have said, "I have never ceased to send people to all the neighboring towns to look for beautiful women, in order that I might represent them as concubines to my lord." Families rivaled one another in seeking the honor of providing a daughter for the royal harem. To guard the harem and to attend to other duties at his court, the emperor was entitled to 3,000 eunuchs. Most of these had been mutilated by their parents before the age of 8 in order to ensure their livelihood. In this paradise of the male, the secondary wives were practically slaves, and the chief wife was merely the head of a reproductive establishment. Her prestige depended almost entirely on the number and sex of her children. Educated to accept her husband as a lord, she might win some modest happiness by falling quietly into the routine expected of her. And so adaptive is the human soul that the wife and husband, in these prearranged unions, seem to have lived in a peace no more violent than that which follows the happy endings of Western romantic love. The woman could be divorced for almost any cause, from barrenness to loquacity. She herself could never divorce her husband, but she might leave him and return to her parents, though this was a matter of rare resort. Divorce in any case was infrequent, partly because the lot of the divorced woman was too unpleasant to be thought of, partly because the Chinese were natural philosophers and took suffering as the order of the day. Very probably in pre-Confucian times the family had centered around the mother as the source of its existence and its authority. In the earliest period, as we have seen, the people knew their mothers but not their fathers, and the character for a man's family name is still formed from the radical for woman. The word for wife meant equal, and the wife preserved her own name after marriage. As late as the 3rd century of our era, women held high administrative and executive positions in China, even to ruling the state. The Dowager Empress merely followed in the steps of that Empress Lu who ruled China so severely from 195 to 180 B.C. Lu, hard and inflexible, killed and poisoned her rivals and enemies with all the gusto of a Medicean. She chose and deposed kings and had her husband's favorite concubine shorn of ears and eyes and thrown into a latrine. Though hardly 1 in 10,000 Chinese were literate under the Manchus, education was customary among the women of the upper classes in ancient days. Many of them wrote poetry, and Pan Chao, the gifted sister of the historian Pan Ku, circa 100 A.D., completed his history after his death, and won high recognition from the emperor. Probably the establishment of the feudal system in China reduced the political and economic status of woman and brought with it an especially rigorous form of the patriarchal family. Usually all the male descendants and their wives and children lived with the oldest male, and though the family owned its land in common, it acknowledged the complete authority of the patriarch over both the family and its property. By the time of Confucius, the power of the father was almost absolute. He could sell his wife or his children into servitude, though he did so only under great need. And if he wished, he could put his children to death with no other restraint than public opinion. He ate his meals alone, not inviting either his wife or his children to table with him except on rare occasions. When he died, his widow was expected to avoid remarriage. Formerly, she had been required to commit sati in his honor, and cases of this occurred in China to the end of the 19th century. He was courteous to his wife, as to everybody, but he maintained a severe distance, almost a separation of caste, between himself and his wife and children. The women lived in distinct quarters of the home, and seldom mingled with the men. Social life was exclusively male, except for promiscuous women. The man thought of his wife as the mother of his children. He honored her not for her beauty or her culture, but for her fertility, her industry, and her obedience. In a celebrated treatise, the Lady Pan Ho Pan, from the same elevation of aristocracy, wrote with edifying humility of the proper condition of women. We occupy the last place in the human species. We are the weaker part of humanity. The basest functions are and should be our portion. Rightly and justly does the Book of the Laws of the Sexes make use of these words. If a woman has a husband after her own heart, it is for her whole life. If a woman has a husband against her heart, it is also for life. And Fu Shuan sang, How sad it is to be a woman. Nothing on earth is held so cheap. Boys stand leaning at the door like gods fallen out of heaven. Their hearts brave the four oceans, the wind and dust of 1,000 miles. No one is glad when a girl is born. By her the family sets no store. When she grows up, she hides in her room, afraid to look a man in the face. No one cries when she leaves her home, sudden as clouds when the rain stops. She bows her head and composes her face. Her teeth are pressed on her red lips. She bows and kneels countless times. Perhaps such quotations do injustice to the Chinese home. There was rank subjection in it, and quarrels were frequent between man and woman, and among the children, but there were also much kindness and affection, much mutual helpfulness, and constant cooperation in the busy functioning of a natural home. Though economically subordinate, the woman enjoyed the franchise of the tongue, and might scold her man into fright or flight in the best Occidental style. The patriarchal family could not be democratic, much less egalitarian, because the state left to the family the task of maintaining social order. The home was at once a nursery, a school, a workshop, and a government. The relaxation of family discipline in America has been made possible only by the economic unimportance of the urban home and the appropriation of family functions by the school, the factory, and the state. The type of character produced by these domestic institutions has won the highest praise of many travelers. Allowing for the many exceptions that weaken every social generalization, the average Chinese was a model of filial obedience and devotion, of wholesome respect and willing care for the old. He accepted patiently the character-forming precepts of the Li Qi, or Book of Ceremonies, carried easily its heavy burden of etiquette, regulated every phase of his life with its rules of passionless courtesy, and acquired under it an ease and excellence of manners, a poise and dignity of bearing unknown to his compeers of the West, so that a coolie carrying dung through the streets might show better breeding and more self-respect than the alien merchant who sold him opium. The Chinese learned the art of compromise and graciously saved the face of his worsted enemy. He was occasionally violent in speech and always loquacious, often unclean and not invariably sober, given to gambling and gluttony, to petty peculation and courteous mendacity. He worshipped the god of wealth with too frank an idolatry, and was as hungry for gold as a caricatured American. He was capable occasionally of cruelty and brutality, and accumulating injustices sometimes provoked him to mass outbreaks of pillage and slaughter. But in nearly all cases he was peaceable and kindly, ready to help his neighbors, disdainful of criminals and warriors, thrifty and industrious, leisurely but steady at his work, simple and unassuming in his mode of life, and comparatively honest in commerce and finance. He was silent and patient under the whip of adversity, and took good and evil fortune alike with a wise humility. He bore bereavement and agony with fatalistic self-control, and showed little sympathy for those who suffered them audibly. He mourned long and loyally for his departed relatives, and when all his compromises had failed to elude it, faced his own death with philosophic calm. He was as sensitive to beauty as he was insensitive to pain. He brightened his cities with colorful decoration, and adorned his life with the maturest art. If we wish to understand this civilization, we must forget for a moment the bitter chaos and helplessness into which it has been thrown by its own internal weakness and by contact with the superior guns and machines of the West. We must see it at any one of its many apogees, under the Zhou princes, or Ming Huang, or Hui Tsung, or Kangxi. For in those quiet and beauty-loving days the Chinese represented without doubt the highest civilization and the ripest culture that Asia, or perhaps any continent, had yet achieved. 6. A government praised by Voltaire. The submergence of the individual, self-government, the village and the province, the laxity of the law, the severity of punishment, the emperor, the censor, administrative boards, education for public office, nomination by education, the examination system, its defects, its virtues. The most impressive aspect of this civilization was its system of government. If the ideal state is a combination of democracy and aristocracy, the Chinese have had it for more than 1,000 years. If the best government is that which governs least, then the Chinese have had the best. Never has a government governed so many people, or governed them so little, or so long. Not that individualism or individual liberty flourished in China. On the contrary, the concept of the individual was weak, and lost him in the groups to which he belonged. He was, first of all, a member of a family, and a passing unit in a stream of life between his ancestors and his posterity. By law and custom, he was responsible for the acts of the others of his household, and they were responsible for his. Usually he belonged to some secret society, and, in the town, to a guild. These limited his rights to do as he pleased. A web of ancient custom bound him, and a powerful public opinion threatened him with ostracism if he seriously violated the morals or traditions of the group. It was precisely the strength of these popular organizations, rising naturally out of the needs and voluntary cooperation of the people, that made it possible for China to maintain itself in order and stability despite the weakness of law and the state. But within the framework of these spontaneous institutions of self-government, the Chinese remained politically and economically free. The great distances that separated one city from another, and all of them from the imperial capital, the dividing effect of mountains, deserts, and unbridged or unnavigable streams, the lack of transport and quick communication, and the difficulty of supporting an army large enough to enforce some central will upon 400 million people, compelled the state to leave to each district an almost complete autonomy. The unit of local administration was the village, loosely ruled by the family heads under the eye of a headman named by the government. A group of villages gathered about a town constituted a yen, or county, of which there were some 1,300 in China. 2 or more yen, ruled together from a city, constituted a fu. 2 or more fu formed a dao, or circuit. 2 or more dao made a sheng, or province, and 18 provinces under the Manchus made the empire. The state appointed a magistrate to act as administrator, tax collector, and judge in each yen, a chief officer for each fu and each dao, and a judge, treasurer, a governor, and sometimes a viceroy for each province. But these officials normally contented themselves with collecting taxes and squeezes, judging such cases as voluntary arbitration had failed to settle, and for the rest leaving the maintenance of order to custom, the family, the clan, and the guild. Each province was a semi-independent state, free from imperial interference or central legislation so long as it paid its tax allotment and kept the peace. Lack of facilities for communication made the central government more an idea than a reality. The patriotic emotions of the people were spent upon their districts and provinces, and seldom extended to the empire as a whole. In this loose structure, law was weak, unpopular, and diverse. The people preferred to be ruled by custom, and to settle their disputes by face-saving compromises out of court. They expressed their view of litigation by such pithy proverbs as sue a flea and catch a bite, or win your lawsuit, lose your money. In many towns of several thousand population, years passed without a case coming into the courts. The laws had been codified under the Tang emperors, but they dealt almost entirely with crime and attempted no formulation of a civil code. Trials were simple, for no lawyer was allowed to argue a case in court, though licensed notaries might occasionally prepare and read to the magistrate a statement in behalf of a client. There were no juries, and there was scant protection in the law against the sudden seizure and secret retention of a person by the officers of the state. Suspects were fingerprinted, and confessions were sometimes elicited by tortures slightly more physical than those now used for such purposes in the most enlightened cities. Punishment was severe, but hardly as barbarous as in most other countries of Asia. It began with cutting off the hair, and went on to flogging, banishment, or death. If the criminal had exceptional merits or rank, he might be allowed to kill himself. There were generous commutations of sentences, and capital punishment could in normal times be imposed only by the emperor. Theoretically, as with us, all persons were equal before the law. These laws never availed to prevent brigandage on the highways or corruption in office and the courts, but they cooperated modestly with custom and the family to give China a degree of social order and personal security not equaled by any other nation before our century. Poised precariously above these teeming millions sat the emperor. In theory, he ruled by divine right. He was the son of heaven and represented the supreme being on earth. Hence his realm was sometimes called Tian-Chan, the heaven-ruled. Europeans translated this into the celestial kingdom and spoke of the Chinese learnedly as celestials. By virtue of his godlike powers, he ruled the seasons and commanded men to coordinate their lives with the divine order of the universe. His decrees were laws, and his judgments were the final court. He administered the state and was head of its religion. He appointed all officials, examined the highest contestants for office, and chose his successor to the throne. Actually, his powers were wholesomely limited by custom and law. He was expected to rule without contravening the regulations that had come down from the sacred past. He might at any moment be rebuked by a strange dignitary known as the censor. He was in effect imprisoned by a ring of counselors and commissioners whose advice it was usually expedient for him to accept. And if he ruled very unjustly or unwell, he lost, by common custom and consent, the mandate of heaven, and might be violently deposed without offense to religion or morality. The censor was head of a board whose function it was to inspect all officials in the administration of their duties, and the emperor was not exempt from this supervision. Several times in the course of history, the censor has reproved the emperor himself. For example, the censor Sung respectfully suggested to the emperor Jia Qing, 1796 to 1821 A.D., a moderation in his attachment to actors and strong drink. Jia Qing summoned Sung to his presence and angrily asked him what punishment was proper for so insolent an official. Sung answered, "Death by the slicing process." Ordered to select a milder penalty, he answered, "Let me be beheaded." Ordered to select a milder penalty, he recommended that he be strangled. The emperor, impressed by his courage and disturbed by his propinquity, made him governor of the province of Ili. The imperial government had come to be a highly complex administrative machine. Nearest to the throne was the Grand Council, composed of 4 great ministers, usually headed by a prince of the royal blood. By custom it met daily, in the early hours of the morning, to determine the policies of the state. Superior in rank but inferior in influence was another group of advisers called the Inner Cabinet. The work of administration was headed by 6 boards: of civil office, of revenue, of ceremonies, of war, of punishments, and of works. There was a colonial office for managing such distant territories as Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet, but there was no foreign office. China recognized no other nations as its equals and made no provisions for dealing with them beyond arrangements for the reception of tribute-bearing embassies. The weakness of the government lay in its limited revenues, its inadequate defenses, and its rejection of any instructive intercourse with the outside world. It taxed the land, monopolized the sale of salt, and impeded the development of commerce by levying, after 1852, a duty on the transit of goods along the main routes of the country. But the poverty of the people, the difficulty of collection, and the dishonesty of the collectors kept the national revenue at too low a point to finance the naval and military forces that might have saved China from invasion and shameful defeat. Perhaps the basic defect was in the personnel of the government. The ability and honesty of its officials deteriorated throughout the 19th century and left the nation essentially leaderless when half the wealth and power of the world were joining in an assault upon its independence, its resources, and its institutions. Nevertheless, those officials had been chosen by the most unique and all in all the most admirable method ever developed for the selection of public servants. It was a method that would have interested Plato, and despite its failure and abandonment today, it still endears China to the philosopher. Theoretically, the plan provided a perfect reconciliation of aristocracy and democracy. All men were to have an equal opportunity to make themselves fit for office, but office was to be open only to those who had made themselves fit. Practically, the method produced good results for 1,000 years. It began in the village schools, simple private institutions, often no more than a room in a cottage, where an individual teacher, out of his own meager remuneration, provided an elementary education for the sons of the prosperous. The poorer half of the population remained illiterate. These schools were not financed by the state, nor were they conducted by the clergy. Education, like marriage, remained in China independent of religion, except insofar as Confucianism was its creed. Hours were long and discipline was severe in these modest schoolhouses. The children reported to the teacher at sunrise, studied with him till 10, had breakfast, resumed their studies till 5, and then were free for the day. Vacations were few and brief. There were no lessons after noon in the summer, but to atone for this leisure to work in the fields, there were school sessions in the winter evenings. The chief instruments of instruction were the writings of Confucius, the poetry of the Tang, and a whip of clinging bamboo. The method was memory. Day after day the young students learned by heart and discussed with their teacher the philosophy of Kung the Master, until almost every word of it had sunk into their memories, and some of it into their hearts. China hoped that in this joyless and merciless way even a peasant lad might be turned into a philosopher and a gentleman. The graduate emerged with little information and much understanding, factually ignorant and mentally mature. From these local schools the children might go on to one of the rare and poorly equipped colleges of the empire. More frequently they studied with a tutor, or with a few precious books at home. Needy students were often financed through such schooling by men of means, on the understanding that they would return the loan with interest on their appointment to office and their access to squeeze. It was on the basis of this education that China established, first tentatively under the Han, then definitely under the Tang dynasties, its system of examinations for public office. It is an evil for the people, said China, that its rulers should learn to rule by ruling. As far as possible, they should learn to rule before ruling. It is an evil for the people that they should have no access to office, that government should be the privilege of an hereditary few. But it is good for the people that office should be confined to those who have been prepared for it by ability and training. To offer all men democratically an equal opportunity for such training, and to restrict office aristocratically to those who proved themselves best, was the solution that China proposed for the ancient and insoluble problem of government. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. To offer to all men democratically an equal opportunity for such training, and to restrict office aristocratically to those who proved themselves best, was the solution that China proposed for the ancient and insoluble problem of government. Therefore, it periodically arranged, in each district, a public examination to which all males of any age were eligible. It tested the applicant in his memory and understanding of the writings of Confucius, in his knowledge of Chinese poetry and history, and in his capacity to write intelligently on the issues of moral and political life. Those who failed might study more and try again. Those who succeeded received the degree of Xiu Cai, entitling them to membership in the literary class and to possible appointment to minor local offices. But more important than this, they became eligible, either at once or after further preparation, for the triennial provincial examinations, which offered similar but harder tests. Those who failed here might try again, and many did, so that some men passed these tests after 80 years of living and studying, and not a few died in the midst of the examinations. Those who succeeded were eligible for appointment to minor positions in the national service, and at the same time they were admitted to a final and especially severe examination at Peking. There in the examination hall were 10,000 cells, in which the contestants, cribbed and confined, lived with their own food and bedding for 3 separate days, while they wrote essays or theses on subjects announced to them after their imprisonment. The cells were unheated, uncomfortable, ill-lighted, and unsanitary. Only the spirit mattered. Typical tests were the composition of a poem on the theme, "The sound of the oars and the green of the hills and water," and the writing of an essay on this passage from the Confucian classics. Zhang Tse said, To possess ability and yet ask of those who do not, to know much and yet inquire of those who know little, to possess and yet appear not to possess, to be full and yet appear empty. There was not a word in any of the tests about science, business, or industry. The object was to reveal not knowledge, but judgment and character. Those who survived the tests were at last eligible for the higher offices in the state. The defects of the plan grew in the course of time. Though dishonesty in taking or judging the tests was sometimes punished with death, dishonesty found a way. The purchase of appointments became frequent and flagrant in the 19th century. An inferior officer, for example, sold 20,000 forged diplomas before he was exposed. The form of the trial essay came to be a matter of custom, and students prepared themselves for it mechanically. The curriculum of studies tended to formalize culture and impede the progress of thought, for the ideas that circulated in it had been standardized for hundreds of years. The graduates became an official and intellectual bureaucracy, naturally arrogant and humanly selfish, occasionally despotic and often corrupt, and yet immune to public recall or control except through the desperate resort of the boycott or the strike. In short, the system had the faults that might be expected of any governmental structure conceived and operated by men. The faults of the system belonged to the men, not to the system, and no other had less. Seldom, says Dr. Latourette, has any large group of mankind been so prosperous and so nearly contented as were the Chinese under this governmental machinery when it was dominated by the ablest of the monarchs. This was likewise the opinion of the learned Captain Brinkley. The merits of the system were abundant. Here were no manipulated nominations, no vulgar campaigns of misrepresentation and hypocrisy, no sham battles of twin parties, no noisy or corrupt elections, no ascent to office through a meretricious popularity. It was a democracy in the best sense of the term, as equality of opportunity for all in the competition for leadership and place, and it was an aristocracy in its finest form, as a government by the ablest men, democratically selected from every rank in every generation. By this system the national mind and ambition were turned in the direction of study, and the national heroes and models were men of culture rather than masters of wealth. The Chinese, said Sir Robert Hart, worship talent. They delight in literature, and everywhere they have their little clubs for learning and for discussing each other's essays and verses. It was admirable that a society should make the experiment of being ruled, socially and politically, by men trained in philosophy and the humanities. It was an act of high tragedy when that system, and the entire civilization of which it formed the guiding part, were struck down and destroyed by the inexorable forces of evolution and history. Chapter 27. Revolution and Renewal. 1. The White Peril. The conflict of Asia and Europe, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, the English, the Opium Trade, the Opium Wars, the Taiping Rebellion, the war with Japan, the attempt to dismember China, the Open Door, the Empress Dowager, the reforms of Kwangchu, his removal from power, the Boxers, the Indemnity. Those forces took the form of the Industrial Revolution. A Europe vitalized and rejuvenated by the discovery of mechanical power and its application to ever-multiplying machinery, found itself capable of producing goods more cheaply than any nation or continent that still relied on handicrafts. It was unable to dispose of all these machine products to its own population because it paid its workers somewhat less than the full value of their labor. It was forced to seek foreign markets for the surplus and was driven by imperialist necessity to conquer the world. Under the compulsions of invention and circumstance, the 19th century became a worldwide drama of conflict between the old, mature, and fatigued civilizations of handicraft Asia and the young, jejune, and invigorated civilizations of industrial Europe. The commercial revolution of Columbus's time cleared the routes and prepared the way for the industrial revolution. Discoverers refound old lands, opened up new ports, and brought to the ancient cultures the novel products and ideas of the West. Early in the 16th century, the adventurous Portuguese, having established themselves in India, captured Malacca, sailed around the Malay Peninsula, and arrived with their picturesque ships and terrible guns at Canton in 1517. Truculent and lawless, regarding all Eastern peoples as legitimate prey, they were little if any better than pirates, and the natives treated them as such. Their representatives were imprisoned, their demands for free trade were refused, and their settlements were periodically cleansed with massacres by the frightened and infuriated Chinese.
But in return for their aid against other pirates, the Portuguese were rewarded in 1557 by receiving from Peking full liberty to settle in Macau and to govern it as their own. There they built great opium factories, employing men, women, and children. One factory alone paid to the Portuguese provincial government a revenue of $1,560,000 per year. Then came the Spanish, conquering the Philippines in 1571 and setting themselves up in the Chinese island of Formosa. Then the Dutch. Then in 1637 5 English vessels sailed up the river to Canton, silenced with superior guns the batteries that opposed them, and disposed of their cargo. The Portuguese taught the Chinese to smoke and buy tobacco, and early in the 18th century began the importation of opium from India into China. The Chinese government forbade its use by the people, but the habit became so widespread that the annual consumption of the drug in China had raised its import to 4,000 chests by the year 1795. The government prohibited its importation in that year and reiterated the prohibition in 1800, appealing to importers and population alike against the weakening of national vitality by this powerful opiate. The trade proceeded briskly despite these discouragements. The Chinese were as anxious to buy as the Europeans were eager to sell, and the local officials gratefully pocketed the bribes connected with the trade. In 1838, the Peking government ordered the strict enforcement of the edict against the importation of opium, and a vigorous official, Lin Se-shu, commanded the foreign importers at Canton to surrender such quantities as they held in their stores. When they refused, he surrounded the foreign quarters, forced them to turn over to him 20,000 chests of the drug, and in a kind of Canton opium party, destroyed the contents completely. The British withdrew to Hong Kong and began the First Opium War. They protested that it was not an opium war, that their anger was rather at the insolent pride with which the Chinese government had received, or refused to receive, their representatives, and at the impediments in the form of severe taxation and corrupt courts which Chinese law and custom had raised against an orderly import trade. They bombarded those cities of China which they could reach from the coast, and compelled peace by capturing control at Xinjiang of the Grand Canal. The Treaty of Nanking avoided all mention of opium, ceded the island of Hong Kong to the British, forced Chinese tariffs down to 5%, opened 5 treaty ports, Canton, Amoy, Fuzhou, Ningpo, and Shanghai, to foreign trade, levied upon China an indemnity to cover the cost of the war and the destroyed opium, and stipulated that British citizens in China, when accused of violating laws, should be tried and judged only by British courts. Other countries, including the United States and France, asked and obtained the application of these extraterritorial rights to their traders and nationals in China. This war was the beginning of the disintegration of the ancient regime. The government had lost face in its dealings with Europeans. It had first scorned, then defied, then yielded, and no courtly phrases could conceal the facts from educated natives or gloating foreigners. At once the authority of the government was weakened wherever the news of its defeat penetrated, and forces that might have held their peace broke out now in open rebellion against Peking. In 1843, an enthusiast named Hung Xiu-chuan, after a brief acquaintance with Protestantism and some visions, came to the conclusion that he had been chosen by God to rid China of idolatry and convert it to Christianity. Beginning with this modest purpose, Hung finally led a movement to overthrow the Manchus and establish a new dynasty, the Taiping, or Great Peace. His followers, actuated partly by religious fanaticism, partly by desire to reform China on Western lines, fought valiantly, smashed idols, slaughtered Chinese, destroyed many old libraries and academies and the porcelain works at Qingtaichen, captured Nanking, held it for 12 years, 1853 to 1865, marched on Peking while their leader wallowed in luxury and safety behind them, broke into disorder because of incompetent generalship, were defeated and fell back into the indiscriminate ocean of Chinese humanity. In the midst of this dangerous Taiping rebellion, the government was called upon to defend itself against Europe in the Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860. Great Britain, supported in varying degrees by France and the United States, demanded the legalization of the opium traffic, which had continued despite prohibitions between the wars, access to more cities, and the honorable admission of Western envoys to the court at Peking. When the Chinese refused, the French and English captured Canton, sent its viceroy in chains to India, took the forts at Tientsin, advanced upon the capital, and destroyed the Summer Palace in revenge for the torture and execution of Allied emissaries in Peking. The victors forced upon the defeated a treaty that opened 10 new ports and the Yangtze River to foreign trade, arranged for the reception of European and American ministers and ambassadors on terms of equality with China, guaranteed toleration of missionaries and traders in every part of the country, removed missionaries from the jurisdiction of Chinese officials, further freed Western nationals from the operation of Chinese laws, ceded to Great Britain a strip of the mainland opposite Hong Kong, legalized the importation of opium, and charged China with an indemnity to pay for the cost of her tuition in Occidental ways. Encouraged by their easy victories, the European nations proceeded to help themselves to one piece of China after another. Russia took the territory north of the Amur and east of the Ussuri River in 1860. The French revenged the death of a missionary by appropriating Indochina in 1885. Japan pounced upon her neighbor and civilizer in a sudden war in 1894, defeated her in a year, took Formosa, liberated Korea from China for later, in 1910, absorption by Japan, and charged China with an indemnity of $170 million for causing so much trouble. On condition that China pay an additional indemnity to Japan, Russia prevented Japan from also taking the Liaotung Peninsula, which 3 years later Russia took over and fortified as her own. The murder of 2 missionaries by Chinese enabled Germany to seize the peninsula of Shantung in 1898. The realm of the once powerful government was divided into spheres of influence, in which one or another European power secured special privileges for mining and trade. Alarmed by the prospects of an actual partition, Japan, foreseeing her own later need of China, joined with America in a demand for an open door, that is, that while certain spheres of interest might be recognized, all nations should be allowed to trade in China on equal terms, tariffs and transport charges to be the same for all. To put herself in a proper position for bargaining in these matters, the United States took over the Philippines in 1898 and declared by this act her intention to share in the struggle for Chinese trade. Meanwhile, another and simultaneous act of the drama was being played behind palace walls in Peking. When the Allies entered the capital in triumph at the close of the Second Opium War in 1860, the young emperor, Xian Feng, fled to Johor. There, a year later, he died, leaving the throne to his 5-year-old son. The secondary wife, who had been the mother of this boy, took the reins of empire in her own hands, and as Zhu Xi, known to the world as the Dowager Empress, governed China ruthlessly, cynically, and well for a generation. In her youth she had ruled by beauty. Now she ruled by her wits and her will. When the son conveniently died on approaching his majority in 1875, the Empress, careless of precedent and objection, placed another minor, Kwang Shu, on the throne and continued to rule. For a generation, with the help of clever statesmen like Li Hongchang, the doughty Empress kept China at peace and won for it a certain respect from the predatory powers. But the sudden invasion of China by Japan, and the rapid series of renewed spoliations by Europe after the triumph of the Japanese, caused a strong movement to rise in the capital in favor of imitating Japan's imitation of the West. That is, for organizing a large army, building railroads and factories, and striving to acquire the industrial wealth with which Japan and Europe had financed their victories. The Empress and her advisers opposed this tendency with all their influence, but it secretly won the adherence of Kwang Shu, who had now been permitted to ascend the throne as emperor in his own right. Suddenly, Kwang, without consulting old Buddha, as her court called the Empress, issued to the Chinese people in 1898 a series of astonishing decrees which, if they could have been accepted and enforced, would have advanced China vigorously and yet peaceably on the road to westernization, and might have averted the fall of the dynasty and the collapse of the nation into chaos and misery. The young emperor ordered the establishment of a new system of schools to teach not only the old Confucian classics, but the scientific culture of the West. The translation into Chinese of all the important works of Occidental science, literature, and technology, the encouragement of railroad building, and the reform of the army and the navy with a definite view to meeting the crisis, as he put it, where we are beset on all sides by powerful neighbors who craftily seek advantage from us and who are trying to combine together in overpowering us. The Dowager Empress, shocked by what seemed to her the precipitate radicalism of these edicts, imprisoned Kwang Shu in one of the imperial palaces, annulled his decrees, and made herself again the government of China. A reaction now set in against all Western ideas, and the subtle dowager diverted it amiably to her purposes. An organization known as the Yi Ho Chuan, literally Righteous Harmony Fists, historically the Boxers, had been formed by some rebels who wished to overthrow the Empress and her dynasty. She persuaded its leaders to turn the fury of their movements against invading foreigners rather than against herself. The Boxers accepted the mission, called for the expulsion of all aliens from China, and in a frenzy of patriotic virtue began to kill Christians indiscriminately in many sections of the country in 1900. Allied soldiers again marched on Peking, this time to protect their nationals hiding in terror in the narrow quarters of the foreign legations. The Empress and her court fled to Xianfu, and the troops of England, France, Russia, Germany, Japan, and the United States sacked the city, killed many Chinese in revenge, and looted or ruined valuable property. Captain Brinkley writes, "It sends a thrill of horror through every white man's bosom to learn that 40 missionary women and 25 little children were butchered by the Boxers. But in Tungchau alone, a city where the Chinese made no resistance, and where there was no fighting, 573 Chinese women of the upper classes committed suicide rather than survive the indignities they had suffered." The Allies imposed upon the broken Leviathan an indemnity of $330 million to be collected by European control of Chinese import customs and the salt monopoly. Considerable portions of this indemnity were later remitted to China by the United States, Great Britain, Russia, and Japan, usually with the stipulation that the remitted sums be spent in educating students from China in the universities of the remitting nation. It was a gesture of generosity which proved more effective in the undoing of old China than almost any other single factor in this historic and tragic conflict of East and West. 2. The death of a civilization. The indemnity students, their westernization, their disintegrative effect in China, the role of the missionary, Sun Yat-sen, the Christian, his youthful adventures, his meeting with Li Hongqiang, his plans for a revolution, their success, Yuan Shikai, the death of Sun Yat-sen, chaos and pillage, communism, the North pacified, Chiang Kai-shek, Japan and Manchuria, at Shanghai. These indemnity students and thousands of others now left China to explore the civilization of its conquerors. Many went to England, more to Germany, more to America, more to Japan. Every year hundreds of them were graduated from the universities of America alone. They came at an early and impressionable age before they had matured to the point of understanding the depth and values of their own national culture. They drank in with gratitude and admiration the novel education given in the science, methods, history, and ideas of the West. They were amazed at the comforts and vigorous life they saw about them, the freedom of the Western individual, and the enfranchisement of the people. They studied Western philosophy, lost faith in the religion of their fathers, and enjoyed the position of respectable radicals, encouraged by their educators and their new environment in their rebellion against all the elements in the civilization of their native land. Year by year, thousands of such deracinated youths returned to China, fretted against the slow tempo and material backwardness of their country, and sowed in every city the seeds of inquiry and revolt. An endless chain of circumstances helped them. For 2 generations, the merchants and missionaries who had conquered China from the West had acted, willingly or not, as centers of foreign infection. They had lived in a style and with such comforts and conveniences as made the young Chinese about them anxious to adopt so promising a civilization. They had undermined, in an active minority, the religious faith that had supported the old moral code. They had set one generation against another by advocating the abandonment of ancestor worship, and though they preached a gentle Jesus, meek and mild, they were protected in emergencies by guns, whose size and efficacy offered the dominating lesson of Europe to the Orient. Christianity, which had been in its origin an uprising of the oppressed, became once more, in these Chinese converts, a ferment of revolution. Among the converts was the leader of the revolution. In 1866, a tenant farmer near Canton fathered a troublesome boy whom the world, with no conscious sarcasm, was to christen Sun Yat-sen, that is, Sun, the Fairy of Tranquility. Sun became so Christian that he defaced the images of the gods in the temple of his native village. An older brother, who had migrated to Hawaii, brought the boy to Honolulu and placed him in a school conducted by an Anglican bishop and offering a thoroughly Occidental education. Returning to China, Sun entered the British Medical College and became its first Chinese graduate. Largely as a result of these studies, he lost all religious faith, and at the same time, the indignities to which he found himself and his fellow Chinese subjected at the foreign-controlled customs offices and in the foreign quarters of the treaty ports, turned his thoughts to revolution. The inability of a corrupt and reactionary government to prevent the defeat of Great China by Little Japan, or the commercial partition of the country by European powers, filled him with humiliation and resentment, and made him feel that the first step in the liberation of China must be the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty. His first move was characteristic of his self-confidence, his idealism, and his simplicity. He boarded a steamer and traveled 1,600 miles north at his own expense to lay before Li Hongchang, vice-regent of the Empress Dowager, his plans for reforming the country and restoring its prestige. Refused a hearing, Sun began a lifetime of adventure and wandering in the quest of funds for a Chinese revolution. He won the support of many mercantile guilds and powerful secret societies, whose leaders were envious of the imperial aristocracy and longed for a government in which the new manufacturing and trading classes would play a role commensurate with their rising wealth. Then he traveled overseas to America and Europe, gathering modest sums from 1 million laundrymen and 1,000 Chinese merchants. In London, the Chinese legation illegally arrested him and was about to send him secretly to China in chains as a traitor to his government, when a missionary who had taught him in his youth aroused the British government to rescue him. For 15 years more he passed from city to city over the world, collecting all in all $2.5 million for the revolution. And apparently he spent almost none of this money on himself. Suddenly, in the midst of his travels, a message informed him that the revolutionary forces had won the South, were winning the North, and had chosen him as provisional president of the Chinese Republic. A few weeks later he landed in triumph at Hong Kong, where 20 years back he had been humiliated by the British officials of the port. The Empress Dowager had died in 1908, having arranged the death of the imprisoned Emperor Guangxu the day before. She was succeeded by Guang's nephew, Pu Yi, now Emperor of Manchukuo. In the last years of the great Dowager and the first of her infant heir, many reforms in the direction of modernizing China were effected by the government. Railways were built, chiefly with foreign capital and under foreign management. Examinations for public office were abandoned. A new system of schools was established. A National Assembly was called for 1910, and a 9-year program was laid down for the gradual establishment of a constitutional monarchy, culminating in universal suffrage, growing step by step with universal education. The decree announcing this program added, "Any impetuosity shown in introducing these reforms will, in the end, be so much labor lost." But the revolution could not be halted by this deathbed repentance of an ailing dynasty. On February 12, 1912, the young emperor, faced by revolt on every side and finding no army willing to defend him, abdicated, and the regent, Prince Chun, issued one of the most characteristic edicts in Chinese history. Today the people of the whole empire have their minds bent upon a republic. The will of Providence is clear, and the people's wishes are plain. How could I, for the sake of the glory and the honor of one family, thwart the desire of teeming millions? Wherefore I, with the Emperor, decide that the form of government in China shall be a constitutional republic, to comfort the longing of all within the empire, and to act in harmony with the ancient sages who regarded the throne as a public heritage. The revolutionists behaved magnanimously to Pu Yi. They gave him his life, a comfortable palace, an ample annuity, and a concubine. The Manchus had come in like lions, and had gone out like lambs. The new republic paid for its peaceful birth with a stormy life. Yuan Shi Kai, a diplomat of the old school, possessed an army that might have impeded the revolution. He demanded the presidency as the price of his support, and Sun Yat-sen, only beginning to enjoy his office, yielded and retired magnificently to private life. Yuan, encouraged by strong financial groups, native and foreign, plotted to make himself emperor and to found a new dynasty, on the ground that only in this way could the incipient breakup of China be stayed. Sun Yat-sen branded him as a traitor and called upon his followers to renew the revolution, but before the issue could come to battle, Yuan took sick and died. China has not known order or unity since. Sun Yat-sen proved too idealistic, too good an orator and too poor a statesman to take the reins and guide his nation to peace. He passed from one plan and theory to another, offended his middle-class supporters by his apparent acceptance of communism, and retired to Canton to teach and inspire its youth and occasionally to rule its people. He died at Peking in 1925, at the most opportune moment for his conservative enemies. China, left without a government that all sections would recognize, deprived of the unifying symbol of the monarchy, broken of its habit of obedience to custom and law, and weak in the patriotism that attaches the soul not to a district, but to the country as a whole, fell into an intermittent war of North against South, of section against section, of property against hunger, of old against young. Adventurers organized armies, ruled as tuchuns over isolated provinces, levied their own taxes, raised their own opium, and sallied forth occasionally to annex new victims to their subject population. Industry and trade, taxed by one victorious general after another, fell into disorder and despair. Bandits exacted tribute, stole and killed, and no organized force could control them. Men became soldiers or thieves lest they should starve, and ravaged the fields of men who, so despoiled, became soldiers or thieves lest they should starve. The savings of a lifetime or the modest stores of a thrifty family were, as often as not, appropriated by a general or looted by a robber band. In the province of Honan alone, in 1931, there were 400,000 bandits. In the midst of this chaos, 1922, Russia sent two of its ablest diplomats, Karakan and Yoffe, with orders to bring China into the circle of the Communist Revolution. Karakan prepared the way by surrendering Russia's claims to extraterritoriality and by signing a treaty that recognized the full authority and international status of the revolutionary government. The subtle Yoffe found little difficulty in converting Sun Yat-sen to sympathy with communism, for Sun had been rebuffed by every other power. In an incredibly short time, with the help of 70 Soviet officers, a new nationalist army was formed and trained. Under command of Sun's former secretary, Chiang Kai-shek, but guided largely by a Russian advisor, Michael Borodin, this army marched northward from Canton, conquered one city after another, and finally established its power in Peking. In the moment of victory, the victors divided. Chiang Kai-shek attacked the communist movement in Oriental style and established a military dictatorship realistically responsive to the will of business and finance. It is as difficult for a nation as for an individual to take no comfort from a neighbor's misfortune. Japan, which in the plans of Sun Yat-sen was to be the friend and ally of China against the West, and which had stimulated the Chinese revolt by her swift and successful imitation of Europe in industry, diplomacy, and war, saw in the disorder and weakness of her ancient teacher an opportunity for solving the problems that had arisen out of her very success. For Japan could not discourage the growth of her population without endangering her capacity for self-defense against obviously possible aggression. She could not support an increasing population unless she developed industry and trade. She could not develop industry without importing iron, coal, and other resources in which her own soil was deficient, nor could she develop trade profitably unless she had a large share in the only great market left free by the European colonization of the globe. But China was supposedly rich in iron and coal, and offered at Japan's door potentially the greatest market in the world. What nation, faced with the apparent choice between returning to agriculture and subjection, or advancing to industrial imperialism and conquest, could have resisted the temptation to snatch the prizes of prostrate China, while the other imperial vultures were tearing one another's throats on the fields of France? So Japan, soon after the outbreak of the Great War, declared herself at war with Germany, and pounced upon the Kiao-Chao territory which Germany had leased from China 16 years before. Then she presented to the government of Yuan Shikai 21 demands, which would have made China a political and economic colony of Japan, and only the protest of the United States and the boycott of Japanese goods in China under the leadership of its enraged students prevented these commands from being enforced. Students wept in the streets or killed themselves in shame at the humiliation of their country. The Japanese listened with cynical humor to the moral indignation of a Europe that had been gnawing at China for half a century, and waited patiently for another opportunity. It came when Europe and America were engulfed in the debacle of an imperialist industry that had depended upon foreign markets for the absorption of surplus products unpurchasable by their producers at home. Japan marched into Manchuria, set up the former emperor of China, Pu Yi, first as president, then as emperor of the new state of Manchukuo, and by political alliance, economic penetration, and military control, placed herself in a favored position for the exploitation of Manchuria's natural resources, employable population, and commercial possibilities. The European world, which had proposed a moratorium on robbery after it had gathered in all available spoils, joined America feebly in protests against this candid plunder, but prepared as always to accept victory as justification in the end. The final humiliation came at Shanghai. Angered by the successful boycott of her goods, Japan landed her undefeated troops at the richest port in China, occupied and destroyed the district of Chapei, and demanded the restraint of the boycott associations by the Chinese government. The Chinese defended themselves with a new heroism, and the 19th Route Army from Canton, almost unaided, held the well-equipped forces of Japan at bay for 2 months. The Nanking government offered a compromise. Japan withdrew from Shanghai, and China, nursing its wounds, resolved to build from the bottom a new and more vigorous civilization, capable of preserving and defending itself against a rapacious world. 3. The beginnings of a new order. Change in the village, in the town, the factories, commerce, labor unions, wages, the new government, nationalism versus westernization, the dethronement of Confucius, the reaction against religion, the new morality, marriage in transition, birth control, coeducation, the new tide in literature and philosophy, the new language of literature, Huxi, elements of destruction, elements of renewal. Once, everything changed except the East. Now there is nothing in the East that does not change. The most conservative nation in history has suddenly become, after Russia, the most radical, and is destroying with a will customs and institutions once held inviolate. It is not merely the end of a dynasty, as in 1644, it is the molting of a civilization. Change comes last and least to the village, for the slow sobriety of the soil does not encourage innovation. Even the new generation must plant in order to reap. But now 7,000 miles of railroad traverse the countryside, and though a decade of chaos and native management has left them in bad repair, and war has conscripted them too often for its purposes, yet they bind the eastern villages with the cities of the coast, and daily bear their trickle of western novelties into 1 million peasant homes. Here one may find such foreign devilish importations as kerosene lamps, matches, cigarettes, even American wheat. For sometimes, so poor is transport, it costs more to carry goods from the Chinese interior to the marine provinces than it does to bring them to these from Australia or the United States. It becomes clear that the economic growth of a civilization depends upon transportation. 20,000 miles of dirt roads have been built, over which, with oriental irregularity, 6,000 buses travel, always full. When the gasoline engine has bound these innumerable villages together, it will have accomplished one of the greatest changes in Chinese history, the end of famine. In the towns, the triumph of the West goes on more rapidly. Handicrafts are dying under the competition of cheaply transported machine-made goods from abroad. Millions of artisans flounder about in unemployment and are drawn into the jaws of the factories that foreign and domestic capital is building along the coast. The hand loom, still spinning in the village, is silent in the city. Imported cotton and cotton cloths flood the country, and textile factories rise to induct impoverished Chinese into the novel serfdom of the mill. Great blast furnaces burn at Hankow, as weird and horrible as any in the West. Canneries, bakeries, cement works, chemical works, breweries, distilleries, power works, glass works, shoe factories, paper mills, soap and candle factories, sugar refineries, all of them have now been planted on Chinese soil and slowly transformed the domestic artisan into a factory hand. The development of the new industries is retarded because investment hesitates in a world disordered by permanent revolution. It is obstructed further by the difficulty and costliness of transport, by the inadequacy of local raw materials, and by that amiable Chinese habit which places the family above every other loyalty, and turns every native office and factory into a nest of genial nepotism and incompetence. Commerce, too, is impeded by inland tariffs and coastal customs, and the universal demand for bribes or squeeze. But it is growing more rapidly than industry and plays the central role in the economic transformation of China. The new industries have destroyed the guilds and have thrown into chaos the relations of employer and employee. The guilds had lived by regulating wages and prices through agreements between owners and workers whose products had no rivals in local trade. But as transport and commerce increased and brought distant goods to compete in every town with the handiwork of the guilds, it was found impossible to control prices or to regulate wages without surrendering to the dictates of foreign competitors and capital. The guilds have therefore disintegrated and divided into chambers of commerce on the one side and labor unions on the other. The chambers discuss order, loyalty, and economic liberty, and the workers discuss starvation. Strikes and boycotts are frequent, but they have been more successful in compelling foreign concessions to the Chinese government than in raising the remuneration of labor. In 1928, the Department of Social Affairs of the Chinese municipality of Shanghai computed the average weekly wage of the textile mill workers as varying from $1.73 to $2.76 for men, and from $1.10 to $1.78 for women. In flour mills, the male weekly average pay was $1.96, in cement mills $1.72, in glassworks $1.84, in match factories $2.11, among the skilled workers of the electric power plants $3.10, in the machine shops $3.24, among the printers $4.55. The wealth enjoyed by the printers was doubtless due to their better organization and the cost of suddenly replacing them. The first unions were formed in 1919. They grew in number and power until, in the days of Borodin, they proposed to take over the management of China. They were repressed ruthlessly after Chiang Kai-shek's break with Russia. Today the laws against them are severe, but they multiply nevertheless as the sole refuge of the workers against an industrial system that has only begun to pass labor legislation and has not yet begun to enforce it. The bitter destitution of the city proletaires, working 12 hours a day, hovering on the margin of subsistence, and facing starvation if employment should fail, is worse than the ancient poverty of the village, where the poor could not see the rich and accepted their lot as the natural and immemorial fate of mankind. Perhaps some of these evils might have been avoided if the political transformation of eastern China had not been so rapid and complete. The Mandarin aristocracy, though it had lost vitality and was dishonored with corruption, might have held the new industrial forces in check until China could accept them without chaos or slavery. And then the growth of industry would have generated year by year a new class that might have stepped peaceably into political power, as the manufacturers had displaced the landed aristocracy of England. But the new government found itself without an army, without experienced leaders, and without funds. The Kuomintang, or People's Party, established to liberate a nation, found that it must stand by while foreign and domestic capital subjugated it. Conceived in democracy and baptized with the blood of communism, it became dependent upon Shanghai bankers, abandoned democracy for dictatorship, and tried to destroy the unions. For the party depends upon the army, and the army upon money, and money upon loans. Until the army is strong enough to conquer China, the government cannot tax China. And until it can tax China, the government must take advice where it takes its funds. Even so, it has accomplished much. It has brought back to China full control over her tariffs, and, within the internationalism of finance, over her industries. It has organized, trained, and equipped an army which may someday be used against others than Chinese. It has enlarged the area that acknowledges its authority, and has reduced in that area the banditry that was stifling the nation's economic life. It takes a day to make a revolution, and a generation to make a government. The disunity of China reflects and follows from the division that lies in the Chinese soul. The most powerful feeling in China today is hatred of foreigners. The most powerful process in China today is imitation of foreigners. China knows that the West does not deserve this flattery, but China is forced by the very spirit and impetus of the times to give it, for the age offers to all nations the choice of industrialism or vassalage. So the Chinese of the eastern cities pass from fields to factories, from robes to trousers, from the simple melodies of the past to the saxophone symphonies of the West. They surrender their own fine taste in dress and furniture and art, adorn their walls with European paintings, and erect office buildings in the least attractive of American styles. Their women have ceased to compress their feet from north to south and begin, in the superior manner of the Occident, to compress them from east to west. Some Chinese women pad their shoes to conceal the fact that their feet were bound. Their philosophers abandon the unobtrusive and mannerly rationalism of Confucius and take up with Renaissance enthusiasm the pugnacious rationalism of Moscow, London, Berlin, Paris, and New York. The dethronement of Confucius has something of the character of both the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. It is at once the overthrow of the Chinese Aristotle and the rejection of the racial gods. For a time, the new state persecuted Buddhism and the monastic orders. Like the revolutionists of France, the Chinese rebels were freethinkers without concealment, openly hostile to religion, and worshipping only reason. Confucianism tolerated the popular faiths on the assumption, presumably, that as long as there is poverty, there will be gods. The Revolution, fondly believing that poverty can be destroyed, had no need of gods. Confucianism took agriculture and the family for granted, and formulated an ethic designed to maintain order and content within the circle of the home and the field. The Revolution is bound for industry, and needs a new morality to accord with urban and individual life. Confucianism endured because access to political office and scholarly occupations demanded a knowledge and acceptance of it. But the examinations are gone, and science takes the place of ethical and political philosophy in the schools. Man is now to be molded not to government, but to industry. Confucianism was conservative and checked the ideals of youth with the caution of old age. The Revolution is made of youth, and will have none of these ancient restraints. It smiles at the old sage's warning that he who thinks the old embankments useless and destroys them is sure to suffer from the desolation caused by overflowing water. The Revolution has, of course, put an end to official religion, and no sacrifice mounts any longer from the altar of heaven to the impersonal and silent Tien. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 2. The Revolution has, of course, put an end to official religion, and no sacrifice mounts any longer from the altar of heaven to the impersonal and silent Tien. Ancestor worship is tolerated, but visibly decays. More and more the men tend to leave it to the women, who were once thought unfit to officiate at these sacred rites. Half of the revolutionary leaders were educated in Christian schools, but the Revolution, despite the Methodism of Chiang Kai-shek, is unfavorable to any supernatural faith, and gives to its schoolbooks an atheistic tint. The new religion, which tries to fill the emotional void left by the departure of the gods, is nationalism, as in Russia it is communism. Meanwhile, this creed does not satisfy all. Many proletaires seek in the adventure of oracles and mediums a refuge from the prose of their daily toil, and the people of the village still find some solace from their poverty in the mystic quiet of the ancient shrines. Shorn of its sanctions in government, religion, and economic life, the traditional moral code, which seemed a generation ago unchangeable, disintegrates with geometrical acceleration. Next to the invasion of industry, the most striking change in the China of today is the destruction of the old family system and its replacement with an individualism that leaves every man free and alone to face the world. Loyalty to the family, on which the old order was founded, is superseded in theory by loyalty to the state, and as the novel loyalty has not yet graduated from theory into practice, the new society lacks a moral base. Agriculture favors the family because, before the coming of machinery, the land could most economically be tilled by a group united by blood and paternal authority. Industry disrupts the family because it offers its places and rewards to individuals rather than to groups, does not always offer them these rewards in the same place, and recognizes no obligation to aid the weak out of the resources of the strong. The natural communism of the family finds no support in the bitter competition of industry and trade. The younger generation, always irked by the authority of the old, takes with a will to the anonymity of the city and the individualism of the job. Perhaps the omnipotence of the father helped to precipitate the revolution. The reactionary is always to blame for the excesses of the radical. So China has cut itself off from all roots, and no one knows whether it can sink new roots in time to save its cultural life. The old marriage forms disappear with the authority of the family. The majority of marriages are still arranged by the parents, but in the city marriage by free choice of the young tends more and more to prevail. The individual considers himself free not only to mate as he pleases, but to make experiments in marriage which might shock the West. Nietzsche thought Asia right about women, and considered their subjection the only alternative to their unchecked ascendancy. But Asia is choosing Europe's way, not Nietzsche's. Polygamy diminishes, for the modern wife objects to a concubine. Divorce is uncommon, but the road to it is wider than ever before. Coeducation is the rule in the universities, and the free mingling of the sexes is usual in the cities. Women have established their own law and medical schools, even their own bank.
Those of them that are members of the party have received the franchise, and places have been found for them in the highest committees of both the party and the government. They have turned their backs upon infanticide and are beginning to practice birth control. Population has not noticeably increased since the revolution. Perhaps the vast tide of Chinese humanity has begun to ebb. Nevertheless, 50,000 new Chinese are born every day. They are destined to be new in every way, new in the cut of their clothes and their hair, new in education and occupation, in habits and manners, in religion and philosophy. The queue is gone, and so are the graceful manners of the older time. The hatreds of revolution have coarsened the spirit, and radicals find it hard to be courteous to conservatives. The phlegmatic quality of the ancient race is being changed by the speed of industry into something more expressive and volatile. These stolid faces conceal active and excitable souls. The love of peace that came to China after centuries of war is being broken down by the contemplation of national dismemberment and defeat. The schools are drilling every student into a soldier, and the general is a hero once more. The whole world of education has been transformed. The schools have thrown Confucius out of the window and taken science in. The rejection was not quite necessary for the admission, since the doctrine of Confucius accorded well with the spirit of science, but the conquest of the logical by the psychological is the warp and woof of history. Mathematics and mechanics are popular, for these can make machines. Machines can make wealth and guns may preserve liberty. Medical education is progressing, largely as the result of the cosmopolitan beneficence of the Rockefeller fortune. Despite the impoverishment of the country, new schools, high schools, and colleges have multiplied rapidly, and the hope of young China is that soon every child will receive a free education, and that democracy may be widened as education grows. A revolution akin to that of the Renaissance has come to Chinese literature and philosophy. The importation of Western texts has had the fertilizing influence that Greek manuscripts had upon the Italian mind. And just as Italy, in her awakening, abandoned Latin to write in the vernacular, so China, under the leadership of the brilliant Hu Xi, has turned the popular Mandarin dialect into a literary language, the Paihua. Hu Xi took his literary fate in his hands by writing in this plain language a history of Chinese philosophy in 1919. His courage carried the day. 1,000 periodicals adopted Paihua, and it was made the official written language of the schools. Meanwhile, the 1,000-character movement sought to reduce the 40,000 characters of the scholars to some 1,300 characters for common use. In these ways, the Mandarin speech is being rapidly spread throughout the provinces, and perhaps within the century China will have one language and be near to cultural unity again. Under the stimulus of a popular language and an eager people, literature flourishes. Novels, poems, histories, and plays become almost as numerous as the population. Newspapers and periodicals cover the land. The literature of the West is being translated en masse, and American motion pictures, expounded by a Chinese interpreter at the side of the screen, are delighting the profound and simple Chinese soul. Philosophy has returned to the great heretics of the past, has given them a new hearing and exposition, and has taken on all the vigor and radicalism of European thought in the 16th century. And as Italy, newly freed from ecclesiastical leading strings, admired the secularism of the Greek mind, so the new China listens with a special eagerness to Western thinkers like John Dewey and Bertrand Russell, whose independence of all theology and respect for experience and experiment as the only logic accord completely with the mood of a nation that is trying to have its Reformation, Renaissance, Enlightenment, and Revolution in one generation. Hu Xi scorns our praise of the spiritual values of Asia, and finds more spiritual worth in the reorganization of industry and government for the elimination of poverty than in all the wisdom of the East. He describes Confucius as a very old man, and suggests that a better perspective of Chinese thought would appear if the heretical schools of the 5th, 4th, and 3rd centuries B.C. were given their due place in Chinese history. Nevertheless, in the midst of the swirling new tide of which he has been one of the most active leaders, he has kept sufficient sanity to see the value even of old men, and he has formulated the problem of his country perfectly. It would surely be a great loss to mankind at large if the acceptance of this new civilization should take the form of abrupt displacement instead of organic assimilation, thereby causing the disappearance of the old civilization. The real problem, therefore, may be restated thus: how can we best assimilate modern civilization in such a manner as to make it congenial and congruous and continuous with the civilization of our own making? All the surface conditions of China today tempt the observer to conclude that China will not solve the problem. When one contemplates the desolation of China's fields, blighted with drought or ruined with floods, the waste of her timber, the stupor of her exhausted peasants, the high mortality of her children, the unnerving toil of her factory slaves, the disease-ridden slums and tax-ridden homes of her cities, her bribe-infested commerce and her foreign-dominated industry, the corruption of her government, the weakness of her defenses, and the bitter factionalism of her people, one wonders for a moment whether China can ever be great again, whether she can once more consume her conquerors and live her own creative life. But under the surface, if we care to look, we may see the factors of convalescence and renewal. This soil, so vast in extent and so varied in form, is rich in the minerals that make a country industrially great. Not as rich as Richthofen supposed, but almost certainly richer than the tentative surveys of our day have revealed. As industry moves inland, it will come upon ores and fuels as unsuspected now as the mineral and fuel wealth of America was undreamed of a century ago. This nation, after 3,000 years of grandeur and decay, of repeated deaths and resurrections, exhibits today all the physical and mental vitality that we find in its most creative periods. There is no people in the world more vigorous or more intelligent, no other people so adaptable to circumstance, so resistant to disease, so resilient after disaster and suffering, so trained by history to calm endurance and patient recovery. Imagination cannot describe the possibilities of a civilization mingling the physical, labor, and mental resources of such a people with the technological equipment of modern industry. Very probably such wealth will be produced in China as even America has never known, and once again, as so often in the past, China will lead the world in luxury and the art of life. No victory of arms or tyranny of alien finance can long suppress a nation so rich in resources and vitality. The invader will lose funds or patience before the loins of China will lose virility. Within a century, China will have absorbed and civilized her conquerors, and will have learned all the technique of what transiently bears the name of modern industry. Roads and communications will give her unity, economy and thrift will give her funds, and a strong government will give her order and peace. Every chaos is a transition. In the end, disorder cures and balances itself with dictatorship. Old obstacles are roughly cleared away, and fresh growth is free. Revolution, like death and style, is the removal of rubbish, the surgery of the superfluous. It comes only when there are many things ready to die. China has died many times before, and many times she has been reborn. B. Japan. Great Yamato, Japan, is a divine country. It is only our land whose foundations were first laid by the divine ancestor. It alone has been transmitted by the sun goddess to a long line of her descendants. There is nothing of this kind in foreign countries. Therefore it is called the Divine Land. Chikafusa Kitabatake, 1334, in Murdoch, History of Japan. Chapter 28. The Makers of Japan. The history of Japan is an unfinished drama in which 3 acts have been played. The first, barring the primitive and legendary centuries, is classical Buddhist Japan, 522 to 1603 A.D., suddenly civilized by China and Korea, refined and softened by religion, and creating the historic masterpieces of Japanese literature and art. The second is the feudal and peaceful Japan of the Tokugawa shogunate, 1603 to 1868, isolated and self-contained, seeking no alien territory and no external trade, content with agriculture and wedded to art and philosophy. The third act is modern Japan, opened up in 1853 by an American fleet, forced by conditions within and without into trade and industry, seeking foreign materials and markets, fighting wars of irrepressible expansion, imitating the imperialistic ardor and methods of the West, and threatening both the ascendancy of the white race and the peace of the world. By every historical precedent, the next act will be war. The Japanese have studied our civilization carefully in order to absorb its values and surpass it. Perhaps we should be wise to study their civilization as patiently as they have studied ours, so that when the crisis comes that must issue either in war or understanding, we may be capable of understanding. 1. The Children of the Gods. How Japan was created, the role of earthquakes. In the beginning, says the oldest of Japanese histories, were the gods. Male and female they were born and died, until at last two of them, Izanagi and Izanami, brother and sister, were commanded by the elder deities to create Japan. So they stood on the floating bridge of heaven, thrust down into the ocean a jeweled spear, and held it aloft in the sky. The drops that fell from the spear became the sacred islands. By watching the tadpoles in the water, the gods learned the secret of copulation. Izanagi and Izanami mated and gave birth to the Japanese race. From Izanagi's left eye was born Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, and from her grandson, Ninigi, sprang in divine and unbroken lineage all the emperors of Dai Nippon. From that day until this there has been but one imperial dynasty in Japan. There were 4,223 drops from the jeweled spear, for there are that number of islands in the archipelago called Japan. 600 of them are inhabited, but only 5 are of any considerable size. The largest, Hondo or Honshu, is 1,130 miles long, averages some 73 miles in width, and contains in its 81,000 square miles half the area of the islands. Their situation, like their recent history, resembles that of England. The surrounding seas have protected them from conquest, while their 13,000 miles of seacoast have made them a seafaring people, destined by geographical encouragement and commercial necessity to a widespread mastery of the seas. Warm winds and currents from the south mingle with the cool air of the mountain tops to give Japan an English climate, rich in rain and cloudy days, nourishing to short but rapid-running rivers, and propitious to vegetation and scenery. Here, outside the cities and the slums, half the land is an Eden in blossom time, and the mountains are no tumbled heaps of rock and dirt, but artistic forms designed, like Fuji, in almost perfect lines. Doubtless these isles were born of earthquakes rather than from dripping spears. No other land, except perhaps South America, has suffered so bitterly from convulsions of the soil. In the year 599 the earth shook and swallowed villages in its laughter. Meteors fell and comets flashed, and snow whitened the streets in mid-July. Drought and famine followed, and millions of Japanese died. In 1703 an earthquake killed 32,000 in Tokyo alone. In 1885 the capital was wrecked again. Great clefts opened in the earth and engulfed thousands. The dead were carried away in cartloads and buried en masse. In 1923, earthquake, tidal wave, and fire took 100,000 lives in Tokyo and 37,000 in Yokohama and nearby. Kamakura, so kind to Buddha, was almost totally destroyed, while the benign colossus of the Hindu saint survived shaken but unperturbed amid the ruins, as if to illustrate the chief lesson of history, that the gods can be silent in many languages. The people were for a moment puzzled by this abundance of disaster in a land divinely created and ruled. At last they explained the agitations as due to a large subterranean fish, which wriggled when its slumber was disturbed. They do not seem to have thought of abandoning this adventurous habitat. On the day after the last great quake, the school children used bits of broken plaster for pencils and the tiles of their shattered homes for slates. The nation bore patiently these lashings of circumstance, and emerged from repeated ruin undiscouragably industrious and ominously brave. 2. Primitive Japan. Racial components, early civilization, religion, Shinto, Buddhism, the beginnings of art, the Great Reform. Japanese origins, like all others, are lost in the cosmic nebula of theory. 3 elements appear to be mingled in the race: a primitive white strain through the Ainus, who seem to have entered Japan from the region of the Amur River in Neolithic times, a yellow Mongol strain coming from or through Korea about the 7th century before Christ, and a brown-black Malay and Indonesian strain filtering in from the islands of the south. Here, as elsewhere, a mingling of diverse stocks preceded by many hundreds of years the establishment of a new racial type, speaking with a new voice and creating a new civilization. That the mixture is not yet complete may be seen in the contrast between the tall, slim, long-headed aristocrat and the short, stout, broad-headed common man. Chinese annals of the 4th century describe the Japanese as dwarfs, and add that they have neither oxen nor wild beasts, they tattoo their faces in patterns varying with their rank, they wear garments woven in one piece, they have spears, bows, and arrows tipped with stone or iron. They wear no shoes, are law-abiding and polygamous, addicted to strong drink and long-lived. The women smear their bodies with pink and scarlet paint. There is no theft, these records state, and litigation is infrequent. Civilization had hardly begun. Lafcadio Hearn, with uxorious clairvoyance, painted this early age as an Eden, unsullied with exploitation or poverty, and Fenollosa pictured the peasantry as composed of independent soldier gentlemen. Handicrafts came over from Korea in the 3rd century A.D. and were soon organized into guilds. Beneath these free artisans was a considerable slave class recruited from prisons and battlefields. Social organization was partly feudal, partly tribal. Some peasants tilled the soil as vassals of landed barons, and each clan had its well-nigh sovereign head. Government was primitively loose and weak. Animism and totemism, ancestor worship and sex worship, satisfied the religious needs of the early Japanese. Spirits were everywhere, in the planets and stars of the sky, in the plants and insects of the field, in trees and beasts and men. Deities innumerable hovered over the home and its inmates, and danced in the flame and glow of the lamp. Divination was practiced by burning the bones of a deer or the shell of a tortoise, and studying with expert aid the marks and lines produced by the fire. By this means, say the ancient Chinese chronicles, they ascertained good and bad luck, and whether or not to undertake journeys and voyages. The dead were feared and worshipped, for their ill will might generate much mischief in the world. To placate them, precious objects were placed in their graves. For example, a sword in the case of a man, a mirror in the case of a woman, and prayers and delicacies were offered before their ancestral tablets every day. Human sacrifices were resorted to now and then to stop excessive rain or to ensure the stability of a building or a wall, and the retainers of a dead lord were occasionally buried with him to defend him in his epilogue. Out of ancestor worship came the oldest living religion of Japan. Shinto, the way of the gods, took 3 forms: the domestic cult of family ancestors, the communal cult of clan ancestors, and the state cult of the imperial ancestors and the founding gods. The divine progenitor of the imperial line was addressed with humble petitions 7 times a year by the emperor or his representatives, and special prayers were offered up to him when the nation was embarking upon some particularly holy cause, like the taking of Shantung in 1914. Shinto required no creed, no elaborate ritual, no moral code. It had no special priesthood, and no consoling doctrine of immortality and heaven. All that it asked of its devotees was an occasional pilgrimage and pious reverence for one's ancestors, the emperor, and the past. It was for a time superseded because it was too modest in its rewards and its demands. In 522, Buddhism, which had entered China 500 years before, passed over from the continent and began a rapid conquest of Japan. 2 elements met to give it victory: the religious needs of the people and the political needs of the state. For it was not Buddha's Buddhism that came, agnostic, pessimistic, and Puritan, dreaming of blissful extinction. It was the Mahayana Buddhism of gentle gods like Amida and Kwanan, of cheerful ceremonial, saving bodhisattvas, and personal immortality. Better still, it inculcated with irresistible grace all those virtues of piety, peacefulness, and obedience which make a people amenable to government. It gave to the oppressed such hopes and consolations as might reconcile them to content with their simple lot. It redeemed the prose and routine of a laborious life with the poetry of myth and prayer and the drama of colorful festival, and it offered to the people that unity of feeling and belief which statesmen have always welcomed as a source of social order and a pillar of national strength. We do not know whether it was statesmanship or piety that brought victory to Buddhism in Japan. When in 586 A.D. the Emperor Yomei died, the succession was contested in arms by 2 rival families, both of them politically devoted to the new creed. Prince Shotoku Taishi, who had been born, we are told, with a holy relic clasped in his infant hand, led the Buddhist faction to victory, established the Empress Suiko on the throne, and for 29 years, 592 to 621, ruled the sacred islands as Prince Imperial and Regent. He lavished funds upon Buddhist temples, encouraged and supported the Buddhist clergy, promulgated the Buddhist ethic in national decrees, and became in general the Ashoka of Japanese Buddhism.
He patronized the arts and sciences, imported artists and artisans from Korea and China, wrote history, painted pictures, and supervised the building of the Horyuji Temple, the oldest extant masterpiece in the art history of Japan. Despite the work of this versatile civilizer and all the virtues inculcated or preached by Buddhism, another violent crisis came to Japan within a generation after Shotoku's death. An ambitious aristocrat, Kamatari, arranged with Prince Naka a palace revolution that marked so definite a change in the political history of Nippon that native historians refer to it enthusiastically as the Great Reform, 645. The heir apparent was assassinated, a senile puppet was placed upon the throne, and Kamatari as chief minister, through Prince Naka as heir apparent, then as Emperor Tenchi, reconstructed the Japanese government into an autocratic imperial power. The sovereign was elevated from the leadership of the principal clan to paramount authority over every official in Japan. All governors were to be appointed by him, all taxes paid directly to him, all the land of the realm was declared his. Japan graduated rapidly from a loose association of clans and semi-feudal chieftains into a closely knit monarchical state. 3. The Imperial Age. The emperors, the aristocracy, the influence of China, the Golden Age of Kyoto, decadence. From that time onward, the emperor enjoyed impressive titles. Sometimes he was called Tenchi, or Son of Heaven, usually Tenno, or Heavenly King, rarely Mikado, or August Gateway. He had the distinction of receiving a new appellation after his death, and of being known in history by an individual name quite different from that which he bore during his life. To ensure the continuity of the imperial line, the emperor was allowed to have as many wives or consorts as he desired, and the succession went not necessarily to his first son, but to any of his progeny who seemed to him, or to the warrocks of the time, most likely to prove strongest or weakest on the throne. In the early days of the Kyoto period, the emperors inclined to piety. Some of them abdicated to become Buddhist monks, and one of them forbade fishing as an insult to Buddha. Yosei was a troublesome exception who illustrated the perils of active monarchy. He made people climb trees and then shot them down with bow and arrow. He seized maidens in the street, tied them up with lute strings, and cast them into ponds. It pleased His Majesty to ride through the capital and to belabor the citizens with his whip. At last his subjects deposed him in an outbreak of political impiety rare in the history of Japan. In 794 the headquarters of the government were removed from Nara to Nagaoka, and shortly thereafter to Kyoto, capital of peace. This remained the capital during those 4 centuries, 794 to 1192, which most historians agree in calling the Golden Age of Japan. By 1190, Kyoto had a population of 500,000, more than any European city of the time except Constantinople or Cordova. One part of the town was given over to the cottages and hovels of the populace, which seems to have lived cheerfully in its humble poverty. Another part, discreetly secluded, contained the gardens and palaces of the aristocracy and the imperial family. The people of the court were appropriately called dwellers above the clouds, for here, as elsewhere, the progress of civilization and technology had brought an increase in social distinctions. The rough equality of pioneer days had given way to the inequality that comes inevitably when increasing wealth is distributed among men according to their diverse capacity, character, and privilege. Great families arose like the Fujiwara, the Taira, the Minamoto, and the Sugawara, who made and unmade emperors and fought with one another in the lusty manner of the Italian Renaissance. Sugawara Michizane endeared himself to Japan by his patronage of literature, and is now worshipped as the god of letters, in whose honor a school holiday is declared on the 25th day of every month. And the young shogun Minamoto Sanetomo distinguished himself by composing on the morning before his assassination this simple stanza, in the chastest Japanese style. If I should come no more, plum tree beside my door, forget not thou the spring, faithfully blossoming. Under the enlightened Daigo, 898 to 930, greatest of the emperors set up by the Fujiwara clan, Japan continued to absorb and began to rival the culture and luxury of China, then flourishing at its height under the Tang. Having taken their religion from the Middle Kingdom, The Japanese proceeded to take from the same source their dress and their sports, their cooking and their writing, their poetry and their administrative methods, their music and their arts, their gardens and their architecture. Even their handsome capitals, Nara and Kyoto, were laid out in imitation of Chang'an. Japan imported Chinese culture 1,000 years ago as it imported Europe and America in our own day, first with haste, then with discrimination, jealously maintaining its own spirit and character, zealously adapting the new ways to ancient and native ends. Stimulated by its great neighbor and protected by orderly and continuous government, Japan now entered that Engi period, 901 to 922, which is accounted the acme of the Golden Age. Wealth accumulated and was centered in a fashionable life of luxury, refinement, and culture hardly equaled again until the courts of the Medici and the Salon of the French Enlightenment. Kyoto became the Paris and Versailles of France, elegant in poetry and dress, practiced in manners and arts, and setting for all the nation the standards of learning and taste. Every appetite was full and free. The cuisine invented novelties for the palate and heaped up feasts for gourmand and gourmet. And fornication or adultery was winked at as a very venial sin. Silks of fine texture clothed every lord and lady, and harmonies of color wavered on every sleeve. Music and the dance adorned the life of temple and court, and graced aristocratic homes attractively landscaped without and luxuriously furnished with interiors of bronze or pearl, ivory or gold, or wood most delicately carved. Literature flourished, and morals decayed. Such epics of glittering refinement tend to be brief, for they rest insecurely upon concentrated wealth that may at any moment be destroyed by the fluctuations of trade, the impatience of the exploited, or the fortunes of war. The extravagance of the court finally ruined the solvency of the state. The exaltation of culture above ability filled administrative posts with incompetent poetasters, under whose scented noses corruption multiplied unnoticed. At last, offices were sold to the highest bidder. Crime rose among the poor as luxury mounted among the rich. Brigands and pirates infested the roads and the seas, and preyed impartially upon the people and the emperor. Tax-gatherers were robbed as they brought their revenues to the court. Gangs of bandits were organized in the provinces, and even in the capital itself. For a time, Japan's most notorious criminal, like ours, lived in open splendor, too powerful to be arrested or annoyed. The neglect of martial habits and virtues, or military organization and defense, left the government exposed to assault from any ruthless buccaneer. The great families raised their own armies, and began an epoch of civil war in which they contended chaotically for the right to name the emperor. The emperor himself was every day more helpless, while the heads of the clans became again almost independent lords. Once more history moved in its ancient oscillation between a powerful central government and a feudal decentralized regime. 4. The dictators, the shoguns, the Kamakura Bakufu, the Hojo Regency, Kublai Khan's invasion, the Ashikaga shogunate, the three buccaneers. Tempted by this situation, a class of military dictators arose who assumed full authority over various sections of the archipelago and recognized the emperor merely as the divine facade of Japan, to be maintained at a minimum of expense. The peasants, no longer protected from bandits by imperial armies or police, paid taxes to the shoguns, or generals, instead of to the emperor, for only the shoguns were able to safeguard them from robbery. The feudal system triumphed in Japan for the same reason that it had triumphed in Europe. Local sources of authority grew in power as a central and distant government failed to maintain security and order. About the year 1192, a member of the Minamoto clan, Yoritomo, gathered about him an army of soldiers and vassals, and established an independent authority which, from its seat, acquired the name of the Kamakura Bakufu. The word Bakufu meant a military office, and indicated bluntly the nature of the new regime. The great Yoritomo died suddenly in 1198, and was succeeded by his weakling sons, for, says a Japanese proverb, a great man has no seed. A rival family set up in 1199 the Hojo Regency, which for 134 years ruled the shoguns who ruled the emperors. Kublai Khan took advantage of this Trinitarian government to attempt the conquest of Japan, for clever Koreans, fearful of it, had described it to him as desirably rich. Kublai ordered from his shipbuilders so vast a fleet that Chinese poets represented the hills as mourning for their denuded forests. The Japanese, in heroic retrospect, reckoned the vessels at 70,000, but less patriotic historians are content with 3,500 ships and 100,000 men. This gigantic armada appeared off the coast of Japan late in the year 1291. The brave islanders sailed out to meet it in an improvised and comparatively tiny fleet. But, as in the case of a smaller but more famous armada, a great wind, renowned in thankful memory, arose, smashed the ships of the mighty Khan upon the rocks, drowned 70,000 of his sailors, and saved the others for a life of slavery in Japan. The turn of the Hojos came in 1333, for they too had been poisoned by power, and hereditary rule had passed in time from scoundrels and geniuses to cowards and fools. Takatoki, last of the line, had a passion for dogs. He accepted them in lieu of taxes and collected from 4,000 to 5,000 of them. He kept them in kennels with gold and silver decorations, fed them on fish and fowl, and had them carried in palanquins to take the air. The contemporary emperor, Go-Daigo, saw in the degenerations of his keepers an opportunity to reassert the imperial power. The Minamoto and Ashikaga clans rallied to him and led his forces, after many defeats, to victory over the regency. Takatoki and 870 of his vassals and generals retired to a temple, drank a last cup of sake, and committed harakiri. "This," said one of them as he pulled out his intestines with his own hand, "gives a fine relish to the wine." Ashikaga Takauji turned against the emperor whom he had helped to restore, fought with successful stratagem and treachery the armies sent to subdue him, replaced Go-Daigo with the puppet emperor Kogan, and set up at Kyoto that Ashikaga shogunate which was to rule Japan through 250 years of chaos and intermittent civil war. It must be admitted that part of this disorder was due to the nobler side of the Ashikaga dictators, their love and patronage of art. Yoshimitsu, tired of strife, turned his hand to painting, and became not the least artist of his time. Yoshimasa befriended many painters, subsidized a dozen arts, and grew into so refined a connoisseur that the pieces selected by him and his associates are the most coveted prizes of collectors today. Meanwhile, however, the prosaic tasks of organization were neglected, and neither the rich shoguns nor the impoverished emperors seemed able to maintain public security or peace. It was this very chaos and looseness of life, and the call of the nation for leaders who would give it order, that produced a trio of buccaneers famous in Japanese history. In their youth, says tradition, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu resolved together to restore unity to their country, and each took a solemn oath that he would obey as vassal whichever of the others should win the imperial consent to administer Japan. Nobunaga tried first and failed. Hideyoshi tried second and died just short of success. Ieyasu bided his time, tried last of all, founded the Tokugawa shogunate, and inaugurated one of the longest periods of peace and one of the richest epochs of art in human history. 5. Great Monkey Face. The rise of Hideyoshi, the attack upon Korea, the conflict with Christianity. Queen Elizabeth and Akbar, as the Japanese would instructively put it, were contemporaries of the great Hideyoshi. He was a peasant's son, known to his friends and later to his subjects as Sarumen Kanja, monkey face, for not even Confucius could rival him in ugliness. Unable to discipline him, his parents sent him to a monastic school. But Hideyoshi made such fun of the Buddhist priests and raised such turmoil and insurrections that he was expelled. He was apprenticed to various trades and was discharged 37 times. He became a bandit, decided that more could be stolen by law than against it, joined the service of a samurai, that is, a sword-bearing man, saved his master's life, and was thereafter allowed to carry a sword. He joined Nobunaga, helped him with brains as well as courage, and when Nobunaga died in 1582, took the lead of the lawless rebels who had set out to conquer their native land. Within 3 years, Hideyoshi had made himself ruler of half the empire, had won the admiration of the impotent emperor, and felt strong enough to digest Korea and China. With Korean troops, he modestly announced to the Son of Heaven, aided by your illustrious influence, I intend to bring the whole of China under my sway. When that is effected, the 3 countries, China, Korea, and Japan, will be one. I shall do it as easily as a man rolls up a piece of matting and carries it away under his arm. He tried hard, but a villainous Korean invented a metal war boat, a pre-plagiarism of the Monitor and the Merrimac, and destroyed one after another of the troop-laden ships that Hideyoshi had dispatched to Korea in 1592. 72 vessels were sunk in one day, and the very sea ran blood. 48 other vessels were beached and deserted by the Japanese and burned to the water by the victors. After an indecisive alternation of successes and defeats, the attempt to conquer Korea and China was postponed until the 20th century. Hideyoshi, said the Korean king, had tried to measure the ocean in a cockleshell. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi had settled down to enjoy and administer the regency that he had established. He provided himself with 300 concubines, but he bestowed a substantial sum upon the peasant wife whom he had long ago divorced. He looked up one of his old employers and returned to him with interest the money that he had stolen from him in apprentice days. He did not dare ask the emperor's consent to his assumption of the title of shogun, but his contemporaries gave him, in compensation, the name of Taiko, or Great Sovereign, which, by one of those strange verbal odysseys that characterize philology, is now entering our language as Tycoon. Cunning and crafty beyond belief, as a missionary described him, he subtly disarmed the people by ordering all metal weapons to be contributed as material for a colossal statue, the Daibutsu, or Great Buddha of Kyoto. He appears to have had no religious beliefs, but he was not above making use of religion for the purposes of ambition or statesmanship. Christianity had come to Japan in 1549 in the person of one of the first and noblest of Jesuits, St. Francis Xavier. The little community which he established grew so rapidly that within a generation after his coming there were 70 Jesuits and 150,000 converts in the empire. They were so numerous in Nagasaki that they made that trading port a Christian city and persuaded its local ruler, Omura, to use direct action in spreading the new faith. Within Nagasaki territory, says Lafcadio Hearn, Buddhism was totally suppressed, its priests being persecuted and driven away. Alarmed at this spiritual invasion and suspecting it of political designs, Hideyoshi sent a messenger to the vice-provincial of the Jesuits in Japan, armed with 5 peremptory questions. 1. Why and by what authority he, the vice-provincial, and his religieux, members of religious orders, constrained Hideyoshi's subjects to become Christians? 2. Why they induced their disciples and their sectaries to overthrow temples? 3. Why they persecuted the Buddhist priests? 4. Why they and the other Portuguese ate animals useful to man, such as oxen and cows. 5. Why he allowed the merchants of his nation to buy Japanese and make slaves of them in the Indies. Not satisfied with the replies, Hideyoshi issued in 1587 the following edict. Having learned from our faithful counselors that foreign religieux have come into our realm, where they preach a law contrary to that of Japan, and that they have even had the audacity to destroy temples dedicated to our native gods, Kami and Hotoke. Although this outrage merits the severest punishment, wishing nevertheless to show them mercy, we order them under pain of death to quit Japan within 20 days. During that space no harm or hurt will come to them. But at the expiration of that term, we order that if any of them be found in our states, they shall be seized and punished as the greatest criminals. Amid all these alarms, the great buccaneer found time to encourage artists to take part in no plays, and to support Rikyu in making the tea ceremony a stimulant to Japanese pottery and an essential adornment of Japanese life. He died in 1598, having exacted from Ieyasu a promise to build a new capital at Yedo, now Tokyo, and to recognize Hideyoshi's son, Hideyori, as heir to the regency in Japan. 6. The Great Shogun. The accession of Ieyasu, his philosophy, Ieyasu and Christianity, death of Ieyasu, the Tokugawa shogunate. Hideyoshi being dead, Ieyasu pointed out that he had drawn the blood for his oath not from his finger or his gums, as the code of the samurai required, but from a scratch behind his ear. Hence the oath was not binding. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. Hideyoshi being dead, Ieyasu pointed out that he had drawn the blood for his oath,
not from his finger or his gums, as the code of the samurai required, but from a scratch behind his ear, hence the oath was not binding. He overwhelmed the forces of certain rival leaders at Sekigahara in a battle that left 40,000 dead. He tolerated Hideyori till his coming of age made him dangerous, and then suggested to him the wisdom of submission. Rebuked, he besieged the gigantic castle of Osaka, where Hideyori was established, captured it while the youth committed harakiri, and ensured his hold upon power by killing all of Hideyori's children, legitimate and illegitimate. Then Ieyasu organized peace as ably and ruthlessly as he had organized war, and administered Japan so well that it was content to be ruled by his posterity and his principles for 8 generations. He was a man of his own ideas and made his morals as he went along. When a very presentable woman came to him with the complaint that one of his officials had killed her husband in order to possess her, Ieyasu ordered the official to disembowel himself and made the lady his concubine. Like Socrates, he ranked wisdom as the only virtue, and charted some of its paths in that strange legacy or intellectual testament which he bequeathed to his family at his death. Life is like unto a long journey with a heavy burden. Let thy step be slow and steady, that thou stumble not. Persuade thyself that imperfection and inconvenience is the natural lot of mortals, and there will be no room for discontent, neither for despair. When ambitious desires arise in thy heart, recall the days of extremity thou hast passed through. Forbearance is the root of quietness and assurance forever. Look upon wrath as thy enemy. If thou knowest only what it is to conquer, and knowest not what it is to be defeated, woe unto thee. It will fare ill with thee. Find fault with thyself rather than with others. Having captured power by arms, he decided that Japan had no need of further war, and devoted himself to furthering the ways and virtues of peace. To win the samurai from the habits of the sword, he encouraged them to study literature and philosophy, and to contribute to the arts, and under the rule which he established, culture flourished in Japan and militarism decayed. The people, he wrote, are the foundation of the empire, and he invoked the special commiseration of his successors for the widower, the widowed, the orphaned, and the lonely. But he had no democratic predispositions. The greatest of all crimes, he thought, was insubordination. A fellow who stepped out of his rank was to be cut down on the spot, and the entire family of a rebel should be put to death. The feudal order, in his judgment, was the best that could be devised for actual human beings. It provided a rational balance between central and local power. It established a natural and hereditary system of social and economic organization, and it preserved the continuity of a society without subjecting it to despotic authority. It must be admitted that Ieyasu organized the most perfect form of feudal government ever known. Like most statesmen, he thought of religion chiefly as an organ of social discipline, and regretted that the variety of human beliefs canceled half this good by the disorder of hostile creeds. To his completely political mind, the traditional faith of the Japanese people, a careless mixture of Shintoism and Buddhism, was an invaluable bond, cementing the race into spiritual unity, moral order, and patriotic devotion. And though at first he approached Christianity with the lenient eye and broad intelligence of Akbar, and refrained from enforcing against it the angry edicts of Hideyoshi, he was disturbed by its intolerance, its bitter denunciation of the native faith as idolatry, and the discord which its passionate dogmatism aroused not only between the converts and the nation, but among the neophytes themselves. Finally, his resentment was stirred by the discovery that missionaries sometimes allowed themselves to be used as vanguards for conquerors, and were here and there conspiring against the Japanese state. In 1614 he forbade the practice or preaching of the Christian religion in Japan, and ordered all converts either to depart from the country or to renounce their new beliefs. Many priests evaded the decree, and some of them were arrested. None was executed during the lifetime of Ieyasu, but after his death the fury of the bureaucrats was turned against the Christians, and a violent and brutal persecution ensued which practically stamped Christianity out of Japan. In 1638 the remaining Christians gathered to the number of 37,000 on the peninsula of Shimabara, fortified it, and made a last stand for the freedom of worship. Iemitsu, grandson of Ieyasu, sent a large armed force to subdue them. When, after a 3 months' siege, their stronghold was taken, all but 105 of the survivors were massacred in the streets. Ieyasu and Shakespeare were contemporaries in death. The doughty shogun left his power to his son Hidetada with a simple admonition: take care of the people, strive to be virtuous, never neglect to protect the country. And to the nobles who stood at his deathbed, He left advice in the best tradition of Confucius and Mencius. My son has now come of age. I feel no anxiety for the future of the state. But should my successor commit any grave fault in his administration, do you administer affairs yourselves. The country is not the country of one man, but the country of the nation. If my descendants lose their power because of their misdeeds, I shall not regret it. His descendants conducted themselves much better than monarchs can usually be expected to behave over a great length of time. Hidetada was a harmless mediocrity. Iemitsu represented a stronger mood of the stock and sternly suppressed a movement to restore to actual power the still reigning but not ruling emperors. Tsunayoshi lavished patronage upon men of letters and on the great rival schools of painting, Kano and Tosa, that embellished the Genroku age, 1688 to 1703. Yoshimune set himself to the ever-recurrent purpose of abolishing poverty, at the very time when his treasury faced an unusual deficit. He borrowed extensively from the merchant class, attacked the extravagance of the rich, and stoically reduced the expenditures of his government, even to the extent of dismissing the 50 fairest ladies of the court. He dressed in cotton cloth, slept on a peasant's pallet, and dined on the simplest fare. He had a complaint box placed before the palace of the Supreme Court, and invited the people to submit criticisms of any governmental policy or official. When one Yamashita sent in a caustic indictment of his whole administration, Yoshimune had the document read aloud in public and rewarded the author for his candor with a substantial gift. It was the judgment of Lafcadio Hearn that the Tokugawa period was the happiest in the long life of the nation. History, though it can never quite know the past, inclines tentatively to the same conclusion. How could one, seeing Japan today, suspect that on those now excited islands, only a century ago, lived a people poor but content, enjoying a long epoch of peace under the rule of a military class, and pursuing in quiet isolation the highest aims of literature and art? Chapter 29. The Political and Moral Foundations. A Tentative Approach. If, now, we try to picture the Japan that died in 1853, we should remember that it may be as hard to understand as it might be to fight a people 5,000 miles distant, and differing from us in color and language, government and religion, manners and morals, character and ideals, literature and art. Hearn was more intimate with Japan than any other Western writer of his time, and yet he spoke of the immense difficulty of perceiving and comprehending what underlies the surface of Japanese life. Your information about us, a genial Japanese essayist reminds the Occident, is based on the meager translations of our immense literature, if not on the unreliable anecdotes of passing travelers. We Asiatics are often appalled by the curious web of facts and fancies which has been woven concerning us. We are pictured as living on the perfume of the lotus, if not on mice and cockroaches. What follows, therefore, is a tentative approach, based on the briefest direct acquaintance, to Japanese civilization and character. Each student must correct it by long and personal experience. The first lesson of philosophy is that we may all be mistaken. 1. The samurai. The powerless emperor, the powers of the shogun, the sword of the samurai, the code of the samurai, harakiri, the 47 ronin, a commuted sentence. Theoretically, at the head of the nation was the divine emperor. The actually ruling house, the hereditary shogunate, allowed the emperor and his court $25,000 a year for maintaining the impressive and useful fiction of uninterrupted rule. This sum, however, was probably equivalent to $250,000 in current American money. Many people of the court practiced some domestic handicraft to sustain themselves. Some made umbrellas, others made chopsticks or toothpicks or playing cards. The Tokugawa shoguns made it a principle to leave the emperor no authority whatever, to seclude him from the people, to surround him with women, and to weaken him with effeminacy and idleness. The imperial family yielded its powers gracefully and contented itself with dictating the fashions of aristocratic dress. Meanwhile, the shogun luxuriated in the slowly growing wealth of Japan and assumed prerogatives normally belonging to the emperor. When he was borne through the streets in his ox carriage or palanquin, the police required every house along the route and all the shutters of the upper windows to be closed. All fires were to be extinguished, all dogs and cats were to be locked up, and the people themselves were to kneel by the roadside with their heads upon their hands and their hands upon the ground. The shogun had a large personal retinue, including 4 jesters and 8 cultured ladies dedicated to entertain him without reserve. He was advised by a cabinet of 12 members, a great senior, 5 seniors or ministers, and 6 sub-elders, who formed a junior council. As in China, a board of censors supervised all administrative offices and kept watch upon the feudal lords. These lords, or daimyo, great name, formally acknowledged allegiance only to the emperor. Some of them, like the Shimadzu family that ruled Satsuma, successfully limited the shogun's authority and finally overthrew it. Below the lords were the baronets, and below these the squires, and serving the lords were 1 million or more samurai, sword-bearing guardsmen. The basic principle of Japanese feudal society was that every gentleman was a soldier and every soldier a gentleman. Here lay the sharpest difference between Japan and that Pacific China, which thought that every gentleman should be a scholar rather than a warrior. Though they loved and partly formed themselves on such swashbuckling novels as the Chinese Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the samurai scorned mere learning and called the literary savant a book-smelling sot. They had many privileges. They were exempt from taxation, received a regular stipend of rice from the baron whom they served, and performed no labor except occasionally to die for their country. They looked down upon love as a graceful game and preferred Greek friendship. They made a business of gambling and brawling and kept their swords in condition by paying the executioner to let them cut off condemned heads. His sword, in Ieyasu's famous phrase, was the soul of the samurai, and found remarkably frequent expression despite prolonged national peace. He had the right, according to Ieyasu, to cut down at once any member of the lower classes who offended him, and when his steel was new and he wished to make a trial of it, he was as likely to try it on a beggar as on a dog. A famous swordsman having obtained a new sword, says Longford, took up his place by the Nihonbashi, the central bridge of Yedo, to await a chance of testing it. By and by a fat peasant came along, merrily drunk, and the swordsman dealt him the nashiwari, pear-splitter, so effectively that he cut him right through from the top of his head down to the fork. The peasant continued on his way, not knowing that anything had happened to him, till he stumbled against a coolie and fell in 2 neatly severed pieces. Of such trivial consequence is the difference, so troublesome to philosophers, between the one and the many. The samurai had other graces than this jolly dispatch with which they transformed time into eternity. They accepted a stern code of honor, Bushido, or the way of the knight, whose central theory was its definition of virtue. The power of deciding upon a certain course of conduct in accordance with reason, without wavering, to die when it is right to die, to strike when it is right to strike. They were tried by their own code, but it was more severe than the common law. They despised all material enterprise and gain, and refused to lend, borrow, or count money. They seldom broke a promise, and they risked their lives readily for anyone who appealed to them for just aid. They made a principle of hard and frugal living. They limited themselves to 1 meal a day, and accustomed themselves to eat any food that came to hand, and to hold it. They bore all suffering silently, and suppressed every display of emotion. Their women were taught to rejoice when informed that their husbands had been killed on the battlefield. They recognized no obligation except that of loyalty to their superiors. This was, in their code, a higher law than parental or filial love. It was a common thing for a samurai to disembowel himself on the death of his lord, in order to serve and protect him in the other world. When the shogun Iemitsu was dying in 1651, he reminded his prime minister, Hoto, of his duty of junshi, or following in death. Hoto killed himself without a word, and several subordinates imitated him. When the Emperor Mutsuhito went to his ancestors in 1912, General Nogi and his wife committed suicide in loyalty to him. Not even the traditions of Rome's finest soldiers bred greater courage, asceticism, and self-control than were demanded by the code of the samurai. The final law of Bushido was harakiri, suicide by disembowelment. The occasions when this would be expected of a samurai were almost beyond count, and the practice of it so frequent that little notice was taken of it. If a man of rank had been condemned to death, he was allowed, as an expression of the emperor's esteem, to cut through his abdomen from left to right and then down to the pelvis with the small sword which he always carried for this purpose. If he had been defeated in battle or had been compelled to surrender, he was as like as not to rip open his belly. Harakiri means belly-cutting. It is a vulgar word, seldom used by the Japanese, who prefer to call it seppuku. When, in 1895, Japan yielded to European pressure and abandoned Liaotung, 40 military men committed harakiri in protest. During the War of 1905, many officers and men in the Japanese Navy killed themselves rather than be captured by the Russians. If his superior did something offensive to him, the good samurai might gash himself to death at his master's gate. The art of seppuku, the precise ritual of ripping, was one of the first items in the education of samurai youth, and the last tribute of affection that could be paid to a friend was to stand by him and cut off his head as soon as he carved his paunch. Out of this training, and the traditions bound up with it, has come some part of the Japanese soldiers' comparative fearlessness of death. Harakiri was forbidden to women and plebeians, but women were allowed to commit jigaki. That is, they were permitted as a protest against an offense to pierce the throat with a dagger and to sever the arteries by a single thrust. Every woman of quality received technical training in the art of cutting her throat, and was taught to bind her lower limbs together before killing herself, lest her corpse should be found in an immodest position. Murder, like suicide, was allowed occasionally to replace the law. Feudal Japan economized on policemen not only by having many bonzes, but by allowing the son or brother of a murdered man to take the law into his own hand. And this recognition of the right of revenge, though it begot half the novels and plays of Japanese literature, intercepted many crimes. The samurai, however, usually felt called upon to commit harakiri after exercising this privilege of personal revenge. When the famous 47 ronin, wave men, that is, unattached samurai, to avenge a death had cut off the head of Kotsuke no Suke, with supreme courtesy and the most refined apologies, they retired in dignity to estates named by the shogun and neatly killed themselves. 1703. Priests returned Kotsuke's head to his retainers, who gave them this simple receipt. Memorandum, item, 1 head. Item, 1 paper parcel. The above articles are acknowledged to have been received. Signed, Sayada Mogubai, Saito Kunai. This is probably the most famous and typical event in the history of Japan, and one of the most significant for the understanding of Japanese character. Its protagonists are still, in the popular view, heroes and saints. To this day, pious hands deck their graves, and incense never ceases to rise before their resting place. Towards the end of Ieyasu's regency, 2 brothers, Sakon and Naiki, 24 and 17 years of age respectively, tried to kill him because of wrongs which they felt he had inflicted upon their father. They were caught as they entered the camp and were sentenced to death. Ieyasu was so moved by their courage that he commuted their sentences to self-disembowelment, and in accord with the customs of the time he included their younger brother, the 8-year-old Hachimaro, in this merciful decree. The physician who attended the boys has left us a description of the scene. When they were all seated in a row for final dispatch, Sakon turned to the youngest and said, "Go thou first, for I wish to be sure that thou doest it right." Upon the little one's replying that, as he had never seen seppuku performed, he would like to see his brothers do it, and then he could follow them, the older brothers smiled between their tears. "Well said, little fellow. So canst thou well boast of being our father's child." When they had placed him between them, Sakon thrust the dagger into the left side of his abdomen and said, "Look, brother, dost understand now? Only don't push the dagger too far, lest thou fall back. Lean forward, rather, and keep thy knees well composed." Nike did likewise, and said to the boy, "Keep thine eyes open, or else thou mayest look like a dying woman. If thy dagger feels anything within and thy strength fails, take courage and double thy effort to cut across." The child looked from one to the other, and when both had expired, he calmly half-denuded himself and followed the example set him on either hand. 2. The law, the first code, group responsibility, punishments. The legal system of Japan was a vigorous supplement to private assassination and revenge. It had its origins partly in the ancient usages of the people, partly in the Chinese codes of the 7th century. Law accompanied religion in the migration of culture from China to Japan. Tenchi Tenno began the formulation of a system of laws which was completed and promulgated under the boy emperor Momu in 702. In the feudal epoch, this and other codes of the imperial age fell into disuse, and each fief legislated independently. The samurai recognized no law beyond the will and decrees of his daimyo. Until 1721, it was the custom of Japan to hold the entire family responsible for the good behavior of each member, and in most localities to charge each family in a group of 5 with responsibility for all. The grown sons of an adult who had been condemned to be crucified or burned were executed with him, and his younger sons, on coming of age, were banished. Ordeal was used in medieval trials, and torture remained popular in its milder forms till modern times. The Japanese used the rack on some Christians in vengeful imitation of the Inquisition, but more often their subtle minds were content to bind a man with ropes into a constrained position that became more agonizing with every minute. Whippings for trifling offenses were frequent, and death could be earned by any one of a great variety of crimes. The Emperor Shomu, 724 to 756, abolished capital punishment and made compassion the rule of government, but crime increased after his death, and the Emperor Konin, 770 to 781, not only restored the death penalty, but decreed that thieves should be publicly scourged until they died. Capital punishment also took the form of strangling, beheading, crucifixion, quartering, burning, or boiling in oil. Ieyasu put an end to the old custom of pulling a condemned man in two between oxen, or binding him to a public post and inviting each passer-by to take a turn in cutting through him from shoulder to crotch with a saw. Ieyasu laid it down that the frequent resort to severe punishments proved not the criminality of the people so much as the corruption and incompetence of the officials. Yoshimune was disgusted to find that the prisons of his time had no sanitary arrangements, and that among the prisoners were several whose trials, though begun 16 years back, were still unfinished, so that the accusations against them were forgotten and the witnesses were dead. This practice was forbidden in 1699. This most enlightened of the shoguns reformed the prisons, improved and accelerated judicial procedure, abolished family responsibility, and labored sedulously for years to formulate the first unified code of Japanese feudal law, 1721. 3. The toilers, castes, an experiment in the nationalization of land, state fixing of wages, a famine, handicrafts, artisans, and guilds. In the imperial age, society had been divided into 8 sei, or castes. In the feudal epoch, these were softened into 4 classes: samurai, artisans, peasants, and merchants, the last being also, in social ranking, least. Beneath these classes was a large body of slaves, numbering some 5% of the population, and composed of criminals, war captives, or children seized and sold by kidnappers, or children sold into slavery by their parents. Lower even than these slaves was a caste of pariahs known as eta, considered despicable and unclean by Buddhist Japan because they acted as butchers, tanners, and scavengers. The great bulk of the population, which numbered in Yoshimune's days some 30 millions, was composed of peasant proprietors, intensively cultivating that 1/8 of Japan's mountainous soil which lends itself to tillage. In the Nara period, the state nationalized the land and rented it to the peasant for 6 years, or at most till death. But the government discovered that men did not care to improve or properly care for land that might in a short time be assigned to others, and the experiment ended in a restoration of private ownership, with state provision of funds in the spring to finance the planting and reaping of the crops. Despite this aid, the life of the peasant was not one of degenerative ease. His farm was a tiny tract, for even in feudal days 1 square mile had to support 2,000 men. He had to contribute annually to the state 30 days of forced labor, during which death by a spear thrust might be the penalty of a moment's idleness. The government took from him, in taxes and levies of many kinds, 6% of his product in the 7th century, 72% in the 12th, and 40% in the 19th. His tools were of the simplest sort. His clothing was poor and slight in the winter, and usually nothing at all in the summer. His furniture was a rice pot, a few bowls, and some chopsticks. His home was a hut so flimsy that half a week sufficed to build it. Every now and then earthquakes leveled his cottage, or famine emptied his frame. If he worked for another man, his wages, like all wages in Tokugawa Japan, were fixed by the government, but this did not prevent them from being cruelly low. In one of the most famous works of Japanese literature, Kamo Chomei's Hojoki, the author describes, as crowded into the 8 years between 1177 and 1185, an earthquake, a famine, and a fire that almost destroyed Kyoto. His eyewitness account of the famine of 1181 is one of the classic examples of Japanese prose. In all the provinces, people left their lands and sought other parts, or, forgetting their homes, went to live among the hills. All kinds of prayers were begun, and even religious practices which were unusual in ordinary times were revived, but to no purpose whatever. The inhabitants of the capital offered to sacrifice their valuables of all kinds, one after another, for food, but nobody cared to look at them. Beggars swarmed by the roadsides, and our ears were filled with the sound of their lamentations. Everybody was dying of hunger, and as time went on our condition became as desperate as that of the fish in the small pool of the story. At last even respectable-looking people wearing hats and with their feet covered might be seen begging importunately from door to door. Sometimes, while you wondered how such utterly wretched creatures could walk at all, they fell down before your eyes. By garden walls or on the roadsides, countless persons died of famine, and as their bodies were not removed, the world was filled with evil odors. As their bodies changed, there were many sights which the eyes could not endure to see. People who had no means pulled down their houses and sold the materials in the market. It was said that a load for one man was not enough to provide him with sustenance for a single day. It was strange to see among this firewood pieces adorned in places with vermilion or silver or gold leaf. Another very pitiable thing was that when there were a man and a woman who were strongly attached to each other, the one whose love was the greater and whose devotion was the more profound always died first. The reason was that they put themselves last, and whether man or woman gave up to the dearly beloved one anything which they might chance to have begged. As a matter of course, parents died before their children. Again, infants might be seen clinging to the breast of their mother, not knowing that she was already dead. The number of those who died in central Kyoto during the 4th and 5th months alone was 42,300. Contrast with this brutal interlude in the growth of the soil Kempfer's bright picture of Japanese handicrafts as he saw them in the Kyoto of 1691. Kyoto is the great magazine of all Japanese manufactures and commodities, and the chief mercantile town in the empire. There is scarce a house in this large capital where there is not something made or sold. Here they refine copper, coin money, print books, weave the richest stuffs with gold and silver flowers. The best and scarcest dyes, the most artful carvings, all sorts of musical instruments, pictures, japanned cabinets, all sorts of things wrought in gold and other metals, particularly in steel, as the best-tempered blades and other arms, are made here in the utmost perfection, as are also the richest dresses, and after the best fashion. All sorts of toys, puppets moving their heads of themselves, and numberless other things too numerous to be mentioned here. In short, there is nothing that can be thought of but what may be found at Kyoto, and nothing, though ever so neatly wrought, can be imported from abroad but what some artist or other in this capital will undertake to imitate. There are but few houses in all the chief streets where there is not something to be sold, and for my part I could not help admiring whence they can have customers enough for such an immense quantity of goods. All the arts and industries of China had long since been imported into Japan, and as today Japan begins to excel her Western instructors in economy and efficiency of mechanical production, so during the Tokugawa shogunate her handicraftsmen began to rival, and sometimes to excel, the Chinese and Koreans from whom they had learned their art. Most of the work in the manner of medieval Europe was done in the home by families who passed down their occupation and their skill from father to son, and often took the name of their craft. And again, as in our Middle Ages, great guilds were formed, not so much of simple workers as of masters who mercilessly exploited the artisans and zealously restricted the admission of new members to the guilds. One of the most powerful of the guilds was that of the money changers, who accepted deposits, issued vouchers and promissory notes, made loans to commerce, industry, and government, and by 1636 performed all the major functions of finance. Rich merchants and financiers rose to prominence in the cities and began to look with jealous eye upon the exclusive political power of a feudal aristocracy that angered them by scorning the pursuit of gold. Slowly, throughout the Tokugawa era, the mercantile wealth of the nation grew, until at last it was ready to cooperate with American gifts and European guns in bursting the shell of the old Japan. 4. The people. Stature, cosmetics, costume, diet, etiquette, sake, the tea ceremony, the flower ceremony, love of nature, gardens, homes. This most important people in the contemporary political world is modest in stature, averaging 5 feet 3½ inches for the men, 4 feet 10½ inches for the women. One of their great warriors, Tamura Maro, was described as a man of very fine figure, 5 feet 5 inches tall. Some dietitians believe that this brevity is due to insufficiency of lime in the Japanese diet, due in turn to lack of milk, and this to the expensiveness of grazing areas in so crowded a land. But such a theory, like everything in dietetics, must be looked upon as highly hypothetical. The women seem fragile and weak, but probably their energy, like that of the men, is one of nervous courage rather than of physical strength, and cannot be seen outside of emergencies. Their beauty is a matter of expression and carriage as well as of feature. Their dainty grace is a typical product of Japanese art. Cosmetics are popular and ancient in Japan as elsewhere. Even in the early days of Kyoto's leadership, every male of quality rouged his cheeks, powdered his face, sprinkled his clothes with perfume, and carried a mirror with him wherever he went. Powder has been for centuries the female complexion of Japan. The lady Sei Shonagon, in her pillow sketches, circa 991 A.D., says demurely, "I bent my head down and hid my face with my sleeve at the risk of brushing off my powder and appearing with a spotted face." Fashionable ladies rouged their cheeks, colored their nails, and occasionally gilded the lower lip. To complete their toilet, 16 articles were required in the 17th century and 20 in the 18th. They recognized 15 styles of front hair and 12 styles of back hair. They shaved their eyebrows, painted crescent moons or other forms in their place, or substituted for them 2 little black spots high up on the forehead, to match their artificially blackened teeth. To construct the architecture of a woman's hair was a task that took from 2 to 6 hours of expert labor. In the Heian epoch, the majority of the men shaved the crown of the head, gathered the rest in a queue, and laid the queue athwart the crown so as to divide it into equal halves. Beards, though sparse, were a necessity. Those who had none by nature wore false ones, and a pair of tweezers for the care of the beard was furnished to every guest at any fashionable house. Japanese costume in the Nara age imitated the Chinese, with tunic and trousers covered by a tight robe. In the Kyoto period, the robe became looser and multiple. Men as well as women wore from 2 to 20 superimposed robes, whose colors were determined by the rank of the wearer, and provided many prismatic displays at the edges of the sleeves. At one time, the lady's sleeves reached below her knees, and bore each of them a little bell that tinkled as she walked. On days when the streets were wet from rain or snow, they walked on wooden slippers raised by wooden cleats an inch or so above the earth. In the Tokugawa era, dress became so extravagant that the shoguns, careless of history, tried to check it by sumptuary laws. Silk-lined and embroidered breeches and socks were outlawed, beards were forbidden, certain ways of wearing the hair were prescribed, and at times the police were instructed to arrest anyone wearing fine garments in the street. Occasionally these laws were obeyed. For the most part they were circumvented by the ingenuity of human folly. In time, the rage for plural robes abated, and the Japanese became one of the most simply, modestly, and tastefully dressed of peoples. Nor did they yield to any other nation in habits of cleanliness. Among those who could afford it, clothes were changed 3 times a day, and poor as well as rich bathed the body daily. In the villages, the people bathed in tubs outside their doors in summer, while gossiping industriously with their neighbors. Hot baths at 110 degrees Fahrenheit were used as a method of keeping warm in winter. Diet was simple and wholesome until luxury came. The early Chinese descriptions of the Japanese noted that they are a long-lived race, and persons who have reached 100 years are very common. The staple food of the people was rice, to which were added fish, vegetables, seaweed, fruit, and meat according to income. Meat was a rare dish except among the aristocracy and the soldiery. On a regimen of rice, a little fish, and no meat, the coolie developed good lungs and tough muscles, and could run from 50 to 80 miles in 24 hours without distress. When he added meat, he lost this capacity. On the other hand, those Japanese who have adopted a non-physical life while continuing to eat large quantities of rice are succumbing to digestive disorders. The emperors of the Kyoto period made pious efforts to enforce Buddhist dietary laws by forbidding the slaughter or eating of animals. But when the people found that the priests themselves clandestinely violated these laws, they took to meat as a delicacy and used it to excess whenever their means permitted. To the Japanese, as to the Chinese and the French, fine cooking was an essential grace of civilization. Its practitioners, like artists and philosophers, divided into warring schools and fought one another with recipes. Table manners became at least as important as religion. Elaborate enactments prescribed the order and quantity of bites and the posture of the body at each stage of the meal. Ladies were forbidden to make a sound while eating or drinking, but men were expected to indicate their appreciation of a host's generosity by a little grateful belching. The diners sat on 1 or 2 heels on mats, at a table raised but a few inches above the floor, or the food might be laid upon the mat without any table at all. Usually the meal was begun with a hot drink of rice wine, for had not the poet Tahito declared, far back in the 7th century, that sake was the one solution for all the problems of life? That which the 7 sages sought, those men of olden times, was sake beyond all doubt. Instead of holding forth wisely with grave mien, how much better to drink sake, to get drunk, and to shout aloud. Since it is true that death comes at last for all, let us be joyful while we are alive. Even the jewel that sparkles in the night is less to us than the uplifting of the heart which comes by drinking sake. More sacred than sake to the aristocracy was tea. This gracious remedy for the tastelessness of boiled water was introduced from China into Japan, unsuccessfully in 805, successfully in 1191. At first the people shunned the leaf as a poison and would have nothing to do with it. But when a few cups of the outlandish beverage quickly cleared the head of a shogun who had drunk too much sake the night before, the Japanese recognized the utility of tea. Its costliness added to its charm. Tiny jars of it were given as precious gifts, even to reward warriors for mighty deeds of valor, and the fortunate possessors gathered their friends about them to share the royal drink. The Japanese made a graceful and complex ceremony out of tea drinking, and Rikyu established for it 6 inviolable rules that raised it to a cult. The signal bidding the guests to enter the tea pavilion, said Rikyu, must be given by wooden clappers. The ablution bowl must be kept constantly filled with pure water. Any guest conscious of inadequacy or inelegance in the furniture or the surroundings must leave at once, and as quietly as possible. No trivial gossip was to be indulged in, but only matters of noble and serious import were to be discussed. No word of deceit or flattery should pass any lip, and the affair should not last beyond 4 hours. No teapot was used at such cha-no-yu, hot water for tea, reunions. Powdered tea was placed in a cup of choice design, hot water was added, and the cup was passed from guest to guest, each wiping its rim carefully with a napkin. When the last drinker had consumed the last drop, the cup was passed around again, to be critically examined as a work of ceramic art. In this way the tea ceremony stimulated the potters to produce ever lovelier cups and bowls, and helped to form the manners of the Japanese into tranquility, courtesy, and charm. Flowers, too, became a cult in Japan, and the same Rikyu who formulated the ritual of tea valued his flowers as much as his cups. When he heard that Hideyoshi was coming to see his famous collection of chrysanthemums, Rikyu destroyed all the blossoms in his garden but one, so that this might shine unrivaled before the terrible shogun. The art of flower arrangement grew step by step with teaism in the 15th and 16th centuries, and became in the 17th an independent devotion. Flower masters arose who taught men and women how flowers should be grown in the garden and placed in the home. It was not enough, they said, to admire the blossoms, but one must learn to see as much loveliness in the leaf, the bough, or the stalk as in the flower, as much beauty in one flower as in 1,000, and one must arrange them with a view not merely to color, but to grouping and line. Tea, flowers, poetry, and the dance became requisites of womanhood among the aristocracy of Japan. Flowers are the religion of the Japanese. They worship them with sacrificial fervor and national accord. They watch for the blossoms appropriate to each season, and when for a week or two in April the cherry tree blooms, all Japan seems to leave its work to gaze at it, or even to make pilgrimages to places where the miracle is most abundant and complete. Similar pilgrimages are made to see the maple leaves turning in the fall. The cherry tree is cultivated not for any fruit, but for its blossom, the emblem of the faithful warrior ready to die for his country at the moment of his fullest life. Criminals en route to execution will sometimes ask for a flower. The Lady Chiyo, in a famous poem, tells of a girl who came to draw water from a well, but finding bucket and rope entwined with convolvuli, went elsewhere for water rather than break the tendrils. The heart of man, says Tsurayuki, can never be understood, but in my native village the flowers give forth their perfume as before. These simple lines are among the greatest of Japanese poems, for they express in perfect and irreducible form a profound characteristic of a race, and one of the rare conclusions of philosophy. Never has another people shown such love of nature as one finds in Japan. Nowhere else have men and women accepted so completely all natural moods of earth, sky, and sea. Nowhere else have men so carefully cultivated gardens, or nourished plants in their growth, or tended them in the home. Japan did not have to wait for a Rousseau or a Wordsworth to tell it that mountains were sublime or that lakes might be beautiful. There is hardly a dwelling in Japan without a vase of flowers in it, and hardly a poem in Japanese literature without a landscape in its lines. As Oscar Wilde thought that England should not fight France because the French wrote perfect prose, so America might seek peace to the end with a nation that thirsts for beauty almost as passionately as it hungers for power. The art of gardening was imported from China, along with Buddhism and tea, but here again the Japanese transformed creatively what they had absorbed through imitation. They found an aesthetic value in asymmetry, a new charm in the surprises of unhackneyed forms. They dwarfed trees and shrubs, by confining their roots in pots, and with impish humor and tyrannical affection, trained them into shapes that might within a garden wall represent the wind-twisted trees of stormy Japan. They searched the craters of their volcanoes and the most precipitous shores of their seas to find rocks fused into metal by hidden fires, or molded by patient breakers into quaint and gnarled forms. They dug little lakes, channeled roving rivulets, and crossed them with bridges that seemed to spring from the natural growth of the woods. And through all these varied formations they wore, with imperceptible design, footpaths that would lead now to startling novelties, and now to cool and silent retreats. Where space and means allowed, they attached their homes to their gardens rather than their gardens to their homes. Their houses were frail but pretty. Earthquakes made tall buildings dangerous, but the carpenter and woodworker knew how to bind eaves, gables, and lattices into a dwelling aesthetically simple, aesthetically perfect, and architecturally unique. Here were no curtains, sofas, beds, tables, or chairs, no obtrusive display of the dweller's wealth and luxury, no museum of pictures, statuary, or bric-a-brac, but in some alcove a blossoming branch, on the wall a silk or paper painting or specimen of calligraphy, on the matted floor a cushion fronted by a lectern and flanked by a bookcase on one side and an armrest on the other, and hidden in a cupboard mattresses and coverings to be spread on the floor when the time should come to sleep. Within such modest quarters, or in the peasant's fragile hut, the Japanese family lived, and through all storms of war and revolution, of political corruption and religious strife, carried on the life and civilization of the Sacred Isles. 5. The family. The paternal autocrat, the status of woman, children, sexual morality, the geisha, love. For the real source of social order, in the Orient even more than in the West, was the family, and the omnipotence of the father, in Japan as throughout the East, expressed not a backward condition of society, but a preference for familial rather than political government. The individual was less important in the East than in the Occident because the state was weaker and required a strongly organized and disciplined family to take the place of a far-reaching and pervasive central authority. Freedom was conceived in terms of the family rather than of the individual, for, the family being the economic unit of production as well as the social unit of order, success or failure, survival or death came not to the separate person but to the family. The power of the father was tyrannical, but it had the painless grace of seeming natural, necessary, and human. He could dismiss a son-in-law or a daughter-in-law from the patriarchal household while keeping the grandchildren with him. He could kill a child convicted of unchastity or a serious crime. He could sell his children into slavery or prostitution. And he could divorce his wife with a word. If he was a simple commoner, he was expected to be monogamous, but if he belonged to the higher classes, he was entitled to keep concubines, and no notice was to be taken of his occasional infidelities. When Christianity entered Japan, native writers complained that it disturbed the peace of families by insinuating that concubinage and adultery were sins. As in China, the position of woman was higher in the earlier than in the later stages of the civilization. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 11, Side 2. As in China, the position of woman was higher in the earlier than in the later stages of the civilization. 6 empresses appear among the rulers of the imperial age, and at Kyoto women played an important, indeed a leading role in the social and literary life of the nation. In that heyday of Japanese culture, if we may hazard hypotheses in such esoteric fields, the wives outstripped their husbands in adultery and sold their virtue for an epigram. The lady Sei Shonagon describes a youth about to send a love note to his mistress, but interrupting it to make love to a passing girl. And this amiable essayist adds, I wonder if, when this lover sent his letter, tied with a dewy spray of hagi flower, his messenger hesitated to present it to the lady because she also had a guest. Under the influence of feudal militarism and in the natural and historical alternation of laxity and restraint, the Chinese theory of the subjection of woman to man won a wide influence. Society became predominantly male, and women were dedicated to the 3 obediences, to father, husband, and son. Education, except in etiquette, was rarely wasted upon them, and fidelity was exacted on penalty of death. If a husband caught his wife in adultery, he was authorized to kill her and her paramour at once. to which the subtle Ieyasu added that if he killed the woman but spared the man, he was himself to be put to death. The philosopher Eken advised the husband to divorce his wife if she talked too loudly or too long. But if the husband happened to be dissolute and brutal, said Eken, the wife should treat him with doubled kindness and gentleness. Under this rigorous and long-continued training, the Japanese woman became the most industrious, faithful, and obedient of wives, and harassed travelers began to wonder whether a system that had produced such gracious results should not be adopted in the West. Contrary to the most ancient and sacred customs of Oriental society, fertility was not encouraged in samurai Japan. As the population grew, the little islands felt themselves crowded, and it became a matter of good repute in a samurai not to marry before 30 and not to have more children than 2. Nevertheless, every man was expected to marry and beget children. If his wife proved barren, he could divorce her, and if she gave him only daughters, he was admonished to adopt a son, lest his name and property perish, for daughters could not inherit. Children were trained in the Chinese virtues and literature of filial piety, for on this, as the source of family order, rested the discipline and security of the state. The Empress Koken in the 8th century ordered every Japanese household to provide itself with a copy of the Classic of Filial Piety, and every student in the provincial schools or the universities was required to become a master of it. Except for the samurai, whose loyalty to his lord was his highest obligation, filial piety was the basic and supreme virtue of the Japanese. Even his relation to the emperor was to be one of filial affection and obedience. Until the West came, with its disruptive ideas of individual freedom, this cardinal virtue constituted nearly all the moral code of the commoner in Japan. The conversion of the islands to Christianity was made almost impossible by the biblical command that a man should leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife. Other virtues than obedience and loyalty were less emphasized than in contemporary Europe. Chastity was desirable, and some higher-class women killed themselves when their virginity was threatened. But a single lapse was not synonymous with ruin. The most famous of Japanese novels, the Genji Monogatari, is an epic of aristocratic seduction, and the most famous of Japanese essays, the Pillow Sketches of the Lady Seishonagon, reads in places like a treatise on the etiquette of sin. The desires of the flesh were looked upon as natural, like hunger and thirst, and thousands of men, many of them respectable husbands, crowded at night the Yoshiwara, or flower district of Tokyo. There, in the most disorderly houses in the world, 15,000 trained and licensed courtesans sat of an evening behind their lattices, gorgeously attired in powder white, ready to provide song, dance, and venery for unmated or ill-mated men. The best educated of the courtesans were the geisha girls, whose very name indicated that they were persons, sha, capable of an artistic performance, gay. Like the hetairae of Greece, they affected literature as well as love, and seasoned their promiscuity with poetry. The shogun Ienari, 1787 to 1836, who had already, in 1791, forbidden mixed bathing as occasionally encouraging immorality, issued a rigorous edict against the geisha in 1822, describing her as a female singer who, magnificently apparelled, hires herself out to amuse guests at restaurants, ostensibly by dancing and singing, but really by practices of a very different character. These women were henceforth to be classed as prostitutes, along with those numberless wenches who, in Kempfer's day, filled every tea shop in the village and every inn on the road. Nevertheless, parties and families continued to invite the geisha to provide entertainment at social affairs. Finishing schools were established where older geisha trained young apprentices in their varied arts. And periodically, at the kaburenjo, teachers and pupils served ceremonial tea and gave a public performance of their more presentable accomplishments. Parents hard put to support their daughters sometimes, with their manipulated consent, apprenticed them to the geisha for a consideration, and 1,000 Japanese novels have told tales of girls who sold themselves to the trade to save their families from starvation. These customs, however startling, do not differ essentially from the habits and institutions of the Occident, except perhaps in candor, refinement, and grace. The vast majority of Japanese girls, we are assured, remained as chaste as the virgins of the West. Despite such frank arrangements, the Japanese managed to live lives of comparative order and decency, and though they did not often allow love to determine marriage for life, they were capable of the tenderest affection for the objects of their desire. Instances are frequent, in the current history as well as in the imaginative literature of Japan, where young men and women have killed themselves in the hope of enjoying in eternity the unity forbidden them by their parents on earth. Love is not the major theme of Japanese poetry, but Here and there its note is struck with unmatched simplicity, sincerity, and depth. Oh, that the white waves far out on the sea of Issei were but flowers, that I might gather them and bring them as a gift to my love. And again, with characteristic mingling of nature and feeling, the great Tsurayuki tells in 4 lines the story of his rejected love. Naught is so fleeting as the cherry flower, you say, yet I remember well the hour when life's bloom withered at one spoken word, and not a breath of wind had stirred. 6. The Saints. Religion in Japan, the transformation of Buddhism, the priests, skeptics. That same devotion which speaks in patriotism and love, in affection for parents, children, mate, and fatherland, inevitably sought in the universe as a whole some central power to which it might attach itself in loyalty, and through which it might derive some value and significance larger than one person and more lasting than one life. The Japanese are only a moderately religious people, not profoundly and overwhelmingly religious like the Hindus, nor passionately and fanatically religious like the tortured saints of medieval Catholicism or the warring saints of the Reformation. And yet they are distinctly more given to piety and prayer and a happy-ending philosophy than their skeptical cousins across the Yellow Sea. Buddhism came from its founder, a cloud of pessimistic exhortation, inviting men to death, but under the skies of Japan it was soon transformed into a cult of protecting deities, pleasant ceremonies, joyful festivals, Rousseauian pilgrimages, and a consoling paradise. It is true that there were hells too in Japanese Buddhism, indeed 128 of them, designed for every purpose and enemy. There was a world of demons as well as of saints, and a personal devil, Oni, with horns, flat nose, claws, and fangs. He lived in some dark northeastern realm to which he would now and then lure women to give him pleasure, or men to provide him with proteins. But on the other hand, there were bodhisattvas, ready to transfer to human beings a portion of the grace they had accumulated by many incarnations of virtuous living. And there were gracious deities like Our Lady Kwannon and the Christ-like Jizo, who were the very essence of divine tenderness. Worship was only partly by prayer at the household altars and the temple shrines. A large part of it consisted of merry processions in which religion was subordinated to gaiety, and piety took the form of feminine fashion displays and masculine revelry. The more serious devotee might cleanse his spirit by praying for a quarter of an hour under a waterfall in the depth of winter, or he might go on pilgrimages from shrine to shrine of his sect, meanwhile feasting his soul on the beauty of his native land. For the Japanese could choose among many varieties of Buddhism. He might seek self-realization and bliss through the quiet practices of Zen, meditation. He might follow the fiery Nichiren into the Lotus sect and find salvation through learning the Lotus law. And he might join the Spirit sect and fast and pray until Buddha appeared to him in the flesh. He might be comforted by the sect of the Pure Land and be saved by faith alone. Or he might find his way in patient pilgrimage to the monastery of Koyasan and attain paradise by being buried in ground made holy by the bones of Kobodaishi, the great scholar, saint, and artist who, in the 9th century, had founded Shingon, the sect of the true word. All in all, Japanese Buddhism was one of the pleasantest of man's myths. It conquered Japan peacefully and complacently found room, within its theology and its pantheon, for the doctrines and deities of Shinto. Buddha was amalgamated with Amaterasu, and a modest place was set apart in Buddhist temples for a Shinto shrine. The Buddhist priests of the earlier centuries were men of devotion, learning, and kindliness, who profoundly influenced and advanced Japanese letters and arts. Some of them were great painters or sculptors, and some were scholars whose painstaking translation of Buddhist and Chinese literature proved a fertile stimulus to the cultural development of Japan. Success, however, ruined the later priests. Many became lazy and greedy. Note the jolly caricatures so often made of them by Japanese carvers in ivory or wood. And some traveled so far from Buddha as to organize their own armies for the establishment or maintenance of political power. Since they were providing the first necessity of life, a consolatory hope, their industry flourished even when others decayed. Their wealth grew from century to century, while the poverty of the people remained. The priests assured the faithful that a man of 40 could purchase another decade of life by paying 40 temples to say masses in his name. At 50, he could buy 10 more years by engaging 50 temples. At 60 years, 60 temples, and so till, through insufficient piety, he died. Under the Tokugawa regime, the monks drank bibulously, kept mistresses candidly, practiced pederasty, and sold the cozier places in the hierarchy to the highest bidders. During the 18th century, Buddhism seems to have lost its hold upon the nation. The shoguns went over to Confucianism, Mabuchi and Motoori led a movement for the restoration of Shinto, and scholars like Ichikawa and Arai Hakuseki attempted a rationalist critique of religious belief. Ichikawa argued boldly that verbal tradition could never be quite as trustworthy as written record, that writing had not come to Japan until almost 1,000 years after the supposed origin of the islands and their inhabitants from the spear drops and loins of the gods, that the claim of the imperial family to divine origin was merely a political device, and that if the ancestors of men were not human beings, they were much more likely to have been animals than gods. The civilization of the old Japan, like so many others, had begun with religion and was ending with philosophy. 7. The Thinkers. Confucius reaches Japan, a critic of religion, the religion of scholarship, Kaibara Eken, on education, on pleasure, the rival schools, a Japanese Spinoza, Ito Jinsai, Ito Togai, Ogyu Sorai, the War of the Scholars, Mabuchi, Motoori. Philosophy, like religion, came to Japan from China, and as Buddhism had reached Nippon 600 years after its entrance into the Middle Flowery People's Kingdom, so philosophy, in the form of Sung Confucianism, awoke to consciousness in Japan almost 400 years after China had given it a second birth. About the middle of the 16th century, a scion of Japan's most famous family, Fujiwara Seigwa, discontent with the knowledge that he had received as a monk and having heard of great sages in China, resolved to go and study there. Intercourse with China having been forbidden in 1552, the young priest made plans to cross the water in a smuggling vessel. While waiting at an inn at the port, he overheard a student reading aloud in Japanese from a Chinese volume on Confucius. Seigwa was overjoyed to find that the book was Chushi's commentary on the great learning. "This," he exclaimed, "is what I have so long desired." By sedulous searching, he obtained a copy of this and other products of Sung philosophy, and became so absorbed in their discussions that he forgot to go to China. Within a few years he had gathered about him a group of young scholars who looked upon the Chinese philosophers as the revelation of a brave new world of secular thought. Ieyasu heard of these developments and asked Seigwa to come and expound to him the Confucian classics, but the proud priest, preferring the quiet of his study, sent a brilliant pupil in his place. Nevertheless, the more active-minded youths of his time made a pathway to his door, and his lectures attracted so much attention that the Buddhist monks of Kyoto complained, saying it was an outrage that anyone but an orthodox and practicing priest should deliver public lectures or teach the people. The matter was simplified by Seigwa's sudden death in 1619. The pupil whom he had sent to Ieyasu soon outranked him in fame and influence. The first Tokugawa shoguns took a fancy to Hayashi Razan and made him their counselor and the formulator of their public pronouncements. Iemitsu set a fashion for the nobility by attending Hayashi's lectures in 1630, and soon the young Confucian had so filled his hearers with enthusiasm for Chinese philosophy that he had no trouble in winning them from both Buddhism and Christianity to the simple moral creed bequeathed to the Far East by the sage of Shantung. Christian theology, he told them, was a medley of incredible fancies, while Buddhism was a degenerative doctrine that threatened to weaken the fiber and morale of the Japanese nation. "You priests," said Razan, "maintain that this world is impermanent and ephemeral. By your enchantments, you cause people to forget the social relations. You make an end of all the duties and all the proprieties. Then you proclaim, man's path is full of sins. Leave your father and mother, leave your master, leave your children, and seek for salvation. Now I tell you that I have studied much, but I have nowhere found that there was a path for a man apart from loyalty to one's lord and of filial piety towards one's parents." Hayashi was enjoying an old age of quiet renown when the Great Fire of Tokyo in 1657 included him among its 100,000 casualties. His disciples ran to warn him of the danger, but he merely nodded his head and turned back to his book. When the flames were actually around him, he ordered a palanquin and was carried away in it while still reading his book. Like countless others, he passed that night under the stars, and 3 days later he died of the cold that he had caught during the conflagration. Nature sought to atone for his death by giving Japan in the following year one of the most enthusiastic of Confucians. Muro Kyuso chose as his patron deity the god of learning. Before Michizane's shrine he spent in his youth an entire night in prayer, and then he dedicated himself to knowledge with youthful resolutions strangely akin to those of his contemporary Spinoza. "I will arise every morning at 6 o'clock and retire each evening at 12 o'clock. Except when prevented by guests, sickness, or other unavoidable circumstances, I will not be idle. I will not speak falsehoods. I will avoid useless words, even with inferiors. I will be temperate in eating and drinking. If lustful desires arise, I will destroy them at once, without nourishing them at all. Wandering thought destroys the value of reading. I will be careful to guard against lack of concentration and over-haste. I will seek self-culture, not allowing my mind to be disturbed by the desire for fame or gain. Engraving these rules on my heart, I will attempt to follow them. The gods be my witness." Nevertheless, Guizot did not preach a scholastic seclusion, but with the broad-mindedness of a Goethe directed character into the stream of the world. Seclusion is one method and is good, but a superior man rejoices when his friends come. A man polishes himself by association with others. Every man who desires learning should seek to be polished in this way. But if he shuts himself away from everything and everybody, he is guilty of violating the great way. The way of the sages is not sundered from matters of everyday life. Though the Buddhists withdraw themselves from human relations, cutting out the relation of master and subject, parent and child, they are not able to cut out love from themselves. It is selfishness to seek happiness in the future world. Think not that God is something distant, but seek for him in your own hearts, for the heart is the abode of God. The most attractive of these early Japanese Confucians is not usually classed among the philosophers, for like Goethe and Emerson, he had the skill to phrase his wisdom gracefully, and jealous literature claims him for her own. Like Aristotle, Kaibara Eken was the son of a physician, and passed from medicine to a cautious empirical philosophy. Despite a busy public career, including many official posts, he found time to become the greatest scholar of his day. His books numbered more than 100, and made him known throughout Japan, for they were written not in Chinese, then the language of his fellow philosophers, but in such simple Japanese that any literate person might understand them. Despite his learning and renown, he had, along with the vanity of every writer, the humility of every sage. Once, says tradition, a passenger on a vessel plying along the Japanese coast undertook to lecture to his fellow travelers on the ethics of Confucius. At first everyone attended with typical Japanese curiosity and eagerness to learn. But as the speaker went on, his audience, finding him a bore who had no nose for distinguishing a live fact from a dead one, melted swiftly away, until only one listener remained. This solitary auditor, however, followed the discourse with such devout concentration that the lecturer, having finished, inquired his name. "Kaibara Eken," was the quiet reply. The orator was abashed to discover that for an hour or more he had been attempting to instruct in Confucianism the most celebrated Confucian master of the age. Eken's philosophy was as free from theology as Kung's, and clung agnostically to the earth. Foolish men, while doing crooked things, offer their prayers to questionable gods, striving to obtain happiness. With him, philosophy was an effort to unify experience into wisdom and desire into character, and it seemed to him more pressing and important to unify character than to unify knowledge. He speaks with strangely contemporary pertinence. The aim of learning is not merely to widen knowledge, but to form character. Its object is to make us true men rather than learned men. The moral teaching, which was regarded as the trunk of all learning in the schools of the olden days, is hardly studied in our schools today because the numerous branches of study required. No longer do men deem it worthwhile to listen to the teachings of the hoary sages of the past. Consequently, the amiable relations between master and servant, superior and inferior, older and younger, are sacrificed on the altar of the god called individual right. The chief reason why the teachings of the sages are not more appreciated by the people is because scholars endeavor to show off their learning, rather than to make it their endeavor to live up to the teachings of the sages. The young men of his time seem to have reproved him for his conservatism, for he flings at them a lesson which every vigorous generation has to relearn. "Children, you may think an old man's words wearisome, yet when your father or grandfather teaches, do not turn your head away, but listen. Though you may think the tradition of your family stupid, do not break it into pieces, for it is the embodiment of the wisdom of your fathers." Perhaps he deserved reproof, for the most famous of his books, the Ona Daikaku, or The Great Learning for Women, had a strong reactionary influence on the position of women in Japan. But he was no gloomy preacher intent on finding sin in every delight. He knew that one task of the educator is to teach us how to enjoy our environment, as well as, if we can, to understand and control it. Do not let a day slip by without enjoyment. Do not allow yourself to be tormented by the stupidity of others. Remember that from its earliest beginnings the world has never been free from fools. Let us not then distress ourselves, nor lose our pleasure, even though our own children, brothers, and relations happen to be selfish, ignoring our best efforts to make them otherwise. Sake is the beautiful gift of heaven. Drunk in small quantities, it expands the heart, lifts the downcast spirit, drowns cares, and improves the health. Thus it helps a man and also his friends to enjoy pleasures. But he who drinks too much loses his respectability, becomes over-talkative, and utters abusive words like a madman. Enjoy sake by drinking just enough to give you a slight exhilaration, and thus enjoy seeing flowers when they are just bursting into bloom. To drink too much and spoil this great gift of heaven is foolish. Like most philosophers, he found the last refuge of his happiness in nature. If we make our heart the fountainhead of pleasure, our eyes and ears the gates of pleasure, and keep away base desires, then our pleasure shall be plentiful, for we can then become the master of mountains, water, moon, and flowers. We do not need to ask any man for them, neither to obtain them need we pay a single sen. They have no specified owner. Those who can enjoy the beauty in the heaven above and the earth beneath need not envy the luxury of the rich, for they are richer than the richest. The scenery is constantly changing. No 2 mornings or 2 evenings are quite alike. At this moment one feels as if all the beauty of the world had gone. But then the snow begins to fall, and one awakens the next morning to find the village and the mountains transformed into silver, while the once bare trees seem alive with flowers. Winter resembles the night's sleep, which restores our strength and dignity. Loving flowers, I rise early. Loving the moon, I retire late. Men come and go like passing streams, but the moon remains throughout the ages. In Japan, even more than in China, the influence of Confucius on philosophic thought overwhelmed all the resistance of unplaced rebels on the one hand and mystic idealists on the other. The Shushi school of Seigwa, Razan, and Eken took its name from Chu Shi and followed his orthodox and conservative interpretation of the Chinese classics. For a time it was opposed by the Oyomei school, which took its lead from Wang Yangming, known to Nippon as Oyomei. Like Wang, the Japanese philosophers of Oyomei sought to deduce right and wrong from the conscience of the individual rather than from the traditions of society and the teachings of the ancient sages. I had for many years been a devout believer in Shushi, says Nakaye Toju, 1608-1648, when by the mercy of heaven the collected works of Oyomei were brought for the first time to Japan. Had it not been for the aid of their teaching, my life would have been empty and barren. So Nakaye devoted himself to expounding an idealist monism in which the world was a unity of ki and ri, of things, or modes, and reason, or law. God and this unity were one. The world of things was his body, the universal law was his soul. Like Spinoza, Wang Yangming, and the scholastics of Europe, Nakaye accepted this universal law with a kind of amor dei intellectualis, and accounted good and evil as human terms and prejudices describing no objective entities. And, again strangely like Spinoza, he found a certain immortality in the contemplative union of the individual spirit with the timeless laws or reason of the world. Man's mind is the mind of the sensible world, but we have another mind which is called conscience. This is reason itself and does not belong to form or mode. It is infinite and eternal. As our conscience is one with the divine or universal reason, it has no beginning or end. If we act in accord with such reason or conscience, we are ourselves the incarnations of the infinite and eternal, and have eternal life. Nakaye was a man of saintly sincerity, but his philosophy pleased neither the people nor the government. The shogunate trembled at the notion that every man might judge for himself what was right and what was wrong. When another exponent of Oyomei, Kumazawa Banzan, passed from metaphysics to politics and criticized the ignorance and idleness of the samurai, an order was sent out for his arrest. Kumazawa, recognizing the importance of the heels as especially philosophical organs, fled to the mountains and passed most of his remaining years in sylvan obscurity. In 1795 an edict went forth against the further teaching of the Oyomei philosophy, and so docile was the mind of Japan that from that time on Oyomei concealed itself within the phrases of Confucianism, or entered as a modest component into that military Zen which, by a typical paradox of history, transformed the pacific faith of Buddha into the inspiration of patriotic warriors. As Japanese scholarship developed and became directly acquainted with the writings of Confucius rather than merely with his Sung interpreters, men like Ito Jinsai and Ogyu Sorai established the classical school of Japanese thought, which insisted on going over the heads of all commentators to the great Kung himself. Ito Jinsai's family did not agree with him about the value of Confucius. They taunted him with the impracticability of his studies and predicted that he would die in poverty. Scholarship, they told him, belongs to the Chinese. It is useless in Japan. Even though you obtain it, you cannot sell it. Far better become a physician and make money. The young student listened without hearing. He forgot the rank and wealth of his family, put aside all material ambition, gave his house and property to a younger brother, and went to live in solitude so that he might study without distraction. He was handsome and was sometimes mistaken for a prince, but he dressed like a peasant and shunned the public eye. Jinsai, says a Japanese historian, was very poor, so poor that at the end of the year he could not make New Year's rice cakes, but he was very calm about it. His wife came and, kneeling down before him, said, "I will do the housework under any circumstances, but there is one thing that is unbearable. Our boy Genso does not understand the meaning of our poverty. He envies the neighbors' children their rice cakes. I scold him, but my heart is torn in two." Jinsai continued to pore over his books without making any reply. Then, taking off his garnet ring, he handed it to his wife, as much as to say, "Sell this and buy some rice cakes." At Kyoto, Jinsai opened a private school and lectured there for 40 years, training all in all some 3,000 students in philosophy. He spoke occasionally of metaphysics and described the universe as a living organism in which life always overrode death. But like Confucius, he had a warm prejudice in favor of the terrestrial practical. That which is useless in governing the state or in walking in the way of human relations is useless. Learning must be active and living. Learning must not be mere dead theory or speculation. Those who know the way seek it in their daily life. If apart from human relations we hope to find the way, it is like trying to catch the wind. The ordinary way is excellent. There is no more excellent in the world. After the death of Jinsai, his school and work were carried on by his son, Ito Togai. Togai laughed at fame and said, "How can you help calling a man, whose name is forgotten as soon as he dies, an animal or sand? But is it not a mistake for a man to be eager to make books or construct sentences in order that his name may be admired and may not be forgotten?" He wrote 242 volumes, but for the rest he lived a life of modest wisdom. The critics complained that these books were strong in what Molière called virtus dormitiva. Nevertheless, Togai's pupils pointed out that he had written 242 books without saying an unkind word of any other philosopher. When he died, they placed this enviable epitaph upon his tomb. He did not talk about the faults of others. He cared for nothing but books. His life was uneventful. The greatest of these later Confucians was Ogyu Sorai. As he himself put the matter, "From the time of Jimmu, the first emperor of Japan, how few scholars have been my equal." Unlike Togai, he enjoyed controversy and spoke his mind violently about philosophers living or dead. When an inquiring young man asked him, "What do you like besides reading?" he answered, "There is nothing better than eating burnt beans and criticizing the great men of Japan." "Sorai," said Namikawa Tenjin, "is a very great man, but he thinks that he knows all that there is to be known. This is a bad habit." Ogyu could be modest when he wished. All the Japanese, he said explicitly, including himself, were barbarians. Only the Chinese were civilized. And if there is anything that ought to be said, it has already been said by the ancient kings or Confucius. The samurai and the scholars raged at him, but the reformer shogun, Yoshimune, enjoyed his courage and protected him against the intellectual mob. Sorai set up his rostrum at Yedo, and like Shun-Tse, denouncing the sentimentality of Moti, or Hobbes refuting Rousseau before Rousseau's birth, flung his laughing logic at Jinsai, who had announced that man is naturally good. "On the contrary," said Sorai, Man is a natural villain and grasps whatever he can reach. Only artificial morals and laws and merciless education turn him into a tolerable citizen. As soon as men are born, desires spring up. When we cannot realize our desires, which are unlimited, struggle arises. When struggle arises, confusion follows. As the ancient kings hated confusion, they founded propriety and righteousness, and with these governed the desires of the people. Morality is nothing but the necessary means for controlling the subjects of the empire. It did not originate with nature, nor with the impulses of man's heart, but it was devised by the superior intelligence of certain sages, and authority was given to it by the state. As if to confirm the pessimism of Sorai, Japanese thought in the century that followed him fell even from the modest level to which its imitation of Confucius had raised it, and lost itself in a bitter ink-shedding war between the idolaters of China and the worshippers of Japan. In this battle of the ancients against the moderns won by their superior admiration of antiquity. The Kangakusha, or pro-Chinese scholars, called their own country barbarous, argued that all wisdom was Chinese, and contented themselves with translating and commenting upon Chinese literature and philosophy. The Wagakusha, or pro-Japanese scholars, denounced this attitude as obscurantist and unpatriotic, and called upon the nation to turn its back upon China and renew its strength at the sources of its own poetry and history. Mabuchi attacked the Chinese as an inherently vicious people, exalted the Japanese as naturally good, and attributed the lack of early or native Japanese literature and philosophy to the fact that the Japanese did not need instruction in virtue or intelligence. Inspired by a visit to Mabuchi, a young physician by the name of Motoori Norinaga devoted 34 years to writing a 44-volume commentary on the Kojiki, or Records of Ancient Events, the classical repository of Japanese, especially of Shinto, legends. This commentary, the Kojiki Den, was a vigorous assault upon everything Japanese, in or out of Japan. It boldly upheld the literal truth of the primitive stories that recounted the divine origin of the Japanese islands, emperors, and people, and under the very eyes of the Tokugawa regents it stimulated among the intellectuals of Japan that movement back to their own language, ways, and traditions, which was ultimately to revive Shinto as against Buddhism and restore the supremacy of the emperors over the shoguns. Japan, wrote Motoori, is the country which gave birth to the goddess of the sun, Amaterasu, and this fact proves its superiority over all other countries. His pupil, Hirata, carried on the argument after Motoori's death. It is most lamentable that so much ignorance should prevail as to the evidences of the two fundamental doctrines that Japan is the country of the gods, and her inhabitants the descendants of the gods. Between the Japanese people and the Chinese, Hindus, Russians, Dutch, Siamese, Cambodians, and other nations of the world, there is a difference of kind rather than of degree. It was not out of vainglory that the inhabitants of this country called it the land of the gods. The gods who created all countries belonged, without exception, to the divine age, and were all born in Japan, so that Japan is their native country, and all the world acknowledges the appropriateness of the title. The Koreans were the first to become acquainted with this truth, and from them it was gradually diffused through the globe and accepted by everyone. Foreign countries were of course produced by the power of the creator gods, but they were not begotten by Izanagi and Izanami, nor did they give birth to the goddess of the sun, which is the cause of their inferiority. Such were the men and the opinions that established the Sonojo-e movement to honor the emperor and expel the foreign barbarians. In the 19th century, that movement inspired the Japanese people to overthrow the shogunate and reestablish the supremacy of the divine house. In the 20th, it plays a living role in nourishing that fiery patriotism which will not be content until the Son of Heaven rules all the fertile millions of the resurrected East. Chapter 30. The Mind and Art of Old Japan. 1. Language and Education. The language, writing, education. Meanwhile, the Japanese had borrowed their systems of writing and education from the barbarian Chinese. Their language was peculiarly their own, presumably Mongolian and akin to the Korean, but not demonstrably derived from this or any other known tongue. It differed especially from the Chinese in being polysyllabic and agglutinative, and yet simple. It had few aspirates, no gutturals, no compound or final consonants, except N, and almost every vowel was melodiously long. The grammar, too, was a natural and easy system. It dispensed with number and gender in its nouns, with degrees of comparison in its adjectives, and with personal inflections in its verbs. It had few personal pronouns and no relative pronouns at all. On the other hand, there were inflections of negation and mood in adjectives and verbs. Troublesome postpositions, modifying suffixes, were used instead of prepositions, and complex honorifics like your humble servant and your excellency took the place of the first and second personal pronouns. The language dispensed even with writing, apparently, until Koreans and Chinese brought the art to Japan in the early centuries of our era, and then the Japanese were content for hundreds of years to express their Italianly beautiful speech in the ideographs of the Middle Kingdom. Since a complete Chinese character had to be used for each syllable of a Japanese word, Japanese writing, in the Nara age, was very nearly the most laborious ever known. During the 9th century, that law of economy which determines so much of philology brought to the relief of Japan two simplified forms of writing. In each of them, a Chinese character, shortened into cursive form, was used to represent one of the 47 syllables that constitute the spoken speech of Japan, and this syllabary of 47 characters served instead of an alphabet. The katakana script reduced these syllabic syllables to straight lines, as in the tabloid press, the larger billboards, and the illuminated signs of modern Japan. Since a large part of Japanese literature is in Chinese, and most of the remainder is written not in the popular syllabary, but in a combination of Chinese characters and native alphabets, few Western scholars have been able to master it in the original. Our knowledge of Japanese literature is consequently fragmentary and deceptive, and our judgments of it can be of little worth. The Jesuits, harassed with these linguistic barriers, reported that the language of the islands had been invented by the devil to prevent the preaching of the gospel to the Japanese. Printing, like writing, came from China as part of Buddhist lore. The oldest extant examples of printing in the world are some Buddhist charms block-printed at the command of the Empress Shotoku in the year 770 A.D. Movable type entered from Korea about 1596, but the expense involved in printing a language still composed of thousands of characters kept its use from spreading until the Restoration of 1858 opened the doors to European influence. Even today, a Japanese newspaper requires a font of several thousand characters. Japanese typography, despite these difficulties, is one of the most attractive forms of printing in our time. Writing remained for a long time a luxury of the higher classes. Until the latter part of the 19th century, no pretense was made of spreading the art among the people. In the Kyoto age, the rich families maintained schools for their children, and the emperors Tenchi and Momu, at the beginning of the 8th century, established at Kyoto the first Japanese university. Gradually, a system of provincial schools was developed under governmental control. Their graduates were eligible to enter the university, and those graduates of the university who passed the required tests became eligible for public office. The civil wars of the early feudal period broke down this educational progress, and Japan neglected the arts of the mind until the Tokugawa shogunate reorganized peace and encouraged learning and literature. Ieyasu was scandalized to find that 90% of the samurai could not read or write. In 1630, Hayashi Razan established at Yedo a training school in public administration and Confucian philosophy, which later developed into the University of Tokyo. And Kumazawa, in 1666, founded at Shizutani the first provincial college. By allowing teachers to wear the sword and boast the rank of the samurai, the government induced students, doctors, and priests to set up private schools in homes or temples for the provision of elementary education. In 1750, there were 800 such schools, with some 40,000 students. All these institutions were for the sons of the samurai. Merchants and peasants had to be content with popular lecturers, and only prosperous women received any formal education. Universal education in Japan as in Europe had to wait for the needs and compulsions of an industrial life. 2. Poetry. The Manyoshu, the Kokinshu, characteristics of Japanese poetry, examples, the game of poetry, the Hoka gamblers. The earliest Japanese literature that has come down to us is poetry, and the earliest Japanese poetry is by native scholars accounted the best. One of the oldest and most famous of Japanese books is the Manyoshu, or Book of 10,000 Leaves, in which two editors collected into 20 volumes some 4,500 poems composed during the preceding 4 centuries. Here in particular appeared the work of Hitomaro and Akahito, the chief poetic glories of the Nara age. When his beloved died and the smoke from the funeral pyre ascended into the hills, Hitomaro wrote an elegy briefer than In Memoriam. Oh, is it my beloved, the cloud that wanders in the ravine of the deep secluded Hatsuse mountain? A further effort to preserve Japanese poetry from time's mortality was made by Emperor Daigo, who brought together 1,100 poems of the preceding 150 years into an anthology known as the Kokinshu, Poems Ancient and Modern. This book is continued on Cassette 12, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 12, Side 1. A further effort to preserve Japanese poetry from time's mortality was made by the Emperor Daigo, who brought together 1,100 poems of the preceding 150 years into an anthology known as the Kokinshu, Poems Ancient and Modern. His chief aide was the poet-scholar Tsurayuki, whose preface seems more interesting to us today than the fragments which the book has brought down to us from his laconic muse. The poetry of Japan as a seed springs from the heart of man, creating countless leaves of language. In a world full of things, man strives to find words to express the impression left on his heart by sight and sound. And so the heart of man came to find expression in words for his joy in the beauty of blossoms, his wonder at the song of birds, and his tender welcome of the mists that bathe the landscapes, as well as his mournful sympathy with the evanescent morning dew. To verse, the poets were moved when they saw the ground white with snowy showers of fallen cherry blossoms on spring mornings, or heard on autumn evenings the rustle of falling leaves, or year after year gazed upon the mirror's doleful reflections of the ravages of time, or trembled as they watched the ephemeral dewdrop quivering on the beaded grass. Tsurayuki well expressed the recurrent theme of Japanese poetry, the moods and phases, the blossoming and decay of nature in isles made scenic by volcanoes and verdant with abundant rain. The poets of Japan delight in the less hackneyed aspects of field and woods and sea, trout splashing in mountain brooks, frogs leaping suddenly into noiseless pools, shores without tides, hills cut with motionless mists, or a drop of rain nestling like a gem in a folded blade of grass. Often they interweave a song of love with their worship of the growing world, or mourn elegiacally the brevity of flowers, love, and life. Seldom, however, does this nation of warriors sing of war, and only now and then does his poetry lift the heart in hymns. After the Nara period, the great majority of the poems were brief. Out of 1,100 in the Kokinshu, all but 5 were in the pithy tanka form, 5 lines of 5, 7, 5, 7, and 7 syllables. In these poems there is no rhyme, for the almost invariable vowel ending of the Japanese words would have left too narrow a variety for the poet's choice. Nor is there any accent, tone, or quantity. There are strange tricks of speech, pillow words or meaningless prefixes added for the sake of euphony, prefaces or sentences prefixed to a poem to round out its form rather than to develop its ideas, and pivot words used punningly in startling diversities of sense to bind one sentence with the next. These to the Japanese are devices sanctified by time, like alliteration or rhyme to the English, and their popular appeal does not draw the poet into vulgarity. On the contrary, these classic poems are essentially aristocratic in thought and form. Born in a courtly atmosphere, they are fashioned with an almost haughty restraint. They seek perfection of modeling rather than novelty of meaning. They suppress rather than express emotion, and they are too proud to be anything but brief. Nowhere else have writers been so expressively reticent. It is as if the poets of Japan had had a mind to atone by their modesty for the braggadocio of her historians. To write 3 pages about the west wind, say the Japanese, is to show a plebeian verbosity. The real artist must not so much think for the reader as lure him into active thought. He must seek and find one fresh perception that will arouse in him all the ideas and all the feelings which the Occidental poet insists on working out in self-centered and monopolistic detail. Each poem to the Japanese must be the quiet record of one moment's inspiration. So we shall be misled if we seek in these anthologies, or in that golden treasury of Japan, the Hyaku Nin Ishu, single verses by 100 people, any heroic or epic strain, any sustained or lyric flight. These poets, like the rash wits of the Mermaid Tavern, were willing to hang their lives on a line. So when Saigyo Hoshi, having lost his dearest friend, became a monk, and mystically found in the shrines at Ise the solace he was seeking, he wrote no Adonais or even a Lycidas, but these simple lines. What it is that dwelleth here I know not, yet my heart is full of gratitude, and the tears trickle down. And when the lady Kaganochiyo lost her husband, she wrote merely, All things that seem are but one dreamer's dream. I sleep, I wake, how wide the bed with none beside. Then, having lost also her child, she added 2 lines. Today, how far may he have wandered, the brave hunter of dragonflies? In the imperial circles at Nara and Kyoto, the composition of tankas became an aristocratic sport. Female chastity, which in ancient India had required an elephant as its price, was often satisfied at these courts with 31 syllables of poetry cleverly turned. It was a usual thing for the emperor to entertain his guests by handing them words with which to fashion a poem, and the literature of the time refers casually to people conversing with one another in acrostic poetry or reciting tankas as they walked in the streets. Periodically, at the height of the Heian age, the emperor arranged a poetry contest or tournament in which as many as 1,500 candidates competed before learned judges in the making of tanka epigrams. In 951, a special poetry bureau was established for the management of these jousts, and the winning pieces in each contest were deposited in the archives of the institution. In the 16th century, Japanese poetry felt guilty of long-windedness and decided to shorten the tanka, originally the completion by one person of a poem begun by another, into the hokku, a single utterance of 3 lines boasting of 5, 7, and 5 syllables, or 17 in all. In the Genroku age, 1688 to 1704, the composition of these hokku became first a fashion, then a craze. For the Japanese people resembles the American in an emotional intellectual sensitivity that makes for the rapid rise and fall of mental styles. Men and women, merchants and warriors, artisans and peasants neglected the affairs of life to match hokku epigrams, constructed at a moment's warning. The Japanese, with whom gambling is a favorite passion, wagered so much money in hokku composing contests that some enterprising souls made a business of conducting them, fleecing thousands of devotees daily, until at last the government was forced to raid these poetical resorts and prohibit this new mercenary art. The most distinguished master of the hokku was Matsura Basho, 1643 to 1694, whose birth, it seemed to Yone Noguchi, was the greatest happening in our Japanese annals. Basho, a young samurai, was so deeply moved by the death of his lord and teacher that he abandoned the life of the court, renounced all physical pleasures, gave himself to wandering, meditation, and teaching, and expressed his quiet philosophy in fragments of nature poetry highly revered by Japanese literati as perfect examples of concentrated suggestion. The old pond, I, and the sound of a frog leaping into the water. Or, a stem of grass whereon a dragonfly essayed to light. 3. Prose. 1. Fiction. Lady Murasaki, The Tale of Genji, Its Excellence, later Japanese fiction, a humorist. If Japanese poems are too brief for the taste of the Western mind, we may console ourselves with the Japanese novel, whose masterpieces run into 20, sometimes 30 volumes. The most highly regarded of them is the Genji Monogatari, literally and undeniably gossip about Genji, which in one edition fills 4,234 pages. This delightful romance was composed about the year 1001 A.D. by the lady Murasaki no Shikibu. A Fujiwara of ancient blood, she married another Fujiwara in 997, but was left a widow 4 years later. She dulled her sorrow by writing an historical novel in 54 books. After filling all the paper she could find, she laid sacrilegious hands upon the sacred sutras of a Buddhist temple and used them for manuscript. Even paper was once a luxury. The hero of the tale is the son of an emperor by his favorite concubine, Kiritsubo, who was so beautiful that all the other concubines are jealous of her and actually tease her to death. Murasaki, perhaps exaggerating the male's capacity for devotion, represents the emperor as inconsolable. As the years went by, the emperor did not forget his lost lady, and though many women were brought to the palace in the hope that he might take pleasure in them, he turned from them all, believing that there was not anyone in the world like her whom he had lost. Continually he pined that fate should not have allowed them to fulfill the vow which morning and evening was ever talked of between them, the vow that their lives should be as the twin birds that share a wing, the twin trees that share a bough. Genji grows up to be a dashing prince, with more looks than morals. He passes from one mistress to another with the versatility of Tom Jones, and outmodes that conventional hero by his indifference to gender. He is a woman's idea of a man, all sentiment and seduction, always brooding and languishing over one woman or the next. Occasionally, in great unhappiness, he returned to his wife's house. The Lady Murasaki retails his adventures gaily, and excuses him and herself with irresistible grace. The young prince would be thought to be positively neglecting his duty if he did not indulge in a few escapades, and everyone would regard his conduct as perfectly natural and proper, even when it was such as they would not have dreamed of permitting to ordinary people. I should indeed be very loath to recount in all their detail matters which he took so much trouble to conceal, did I not know that if you found that I had omitted anything, you would at once ask why. Just because he was supposed to be an emperor's son, I must needs put a favorable showing on his conduct by leaving out all his indiscretions. And you would soon be saying that this was no history, but a mere made-up tale designed to influence the judgment of posterity. As it is, I shall be called a scandal-monger, but that I cannot help. In the course of his amours, Genji falls ill, repents him of his adventures, and visits a monastery for pious converse with a priest. But there he sees a lovely princess, modestly named Murasaki, and thoughts of her distract him as the priest rebukes him for his sins. The priest began to tell stories about the uncertainty of this life and the retributions of the life to come. Genji was appalled to think how heavy his own sins had already been. It was bad enough to think that he would have them on his conscience for the rest of his present life. But then there was also the life to come. What terrible punishments he had to look forward to. And all the while the priest was speaking, Genji thought of his own wickedness. What a good idea it would be to turn hermit and live in some such place. But immediately his thoughts strayed to the lovely face which he had seen that afternoon, and longing to know more of her, he asked, "Who lives with you here?" By cooperation of the author, Genji's first wife dies in childbirth, and he is left free to give first place in his home to his new princess, Murasaki. The present writer regrets that the brevity of life has prevented his reading more than the first of the 4 volumes into which Arthur Waley has so perfectly translated Murasaki's tale. It may be that the excellence of the translation gives this book an extraneous advantage over other Japanese masterpieces that have been rendered into English. Perhaps Mr. Waley, like Fitzgerald, has improved upon his original. If for the occasion we can forget our own moral code and fall in with one that permits men and women, as Wordsworth said of those in Wilhelm Meister, to mate like flies in the air, we shall derive from this tale of Genji the most attractive glimpse yet opened to us of the beauties hidden in Japanese literature. Murasaki writes with a naturalness and ease that soon turn her pages into the charming gossip of a cultured friend. The men and women, above all the children, who move through her leisurely pages are ingratiatingly real. And the world which she describes, though it is confined for the most part to imperial palaces and palatial homes, has all the color of a life actually lived or seen. It is an aristocratic life, not much concerned with the cost of bread and love, but within that limitation it is described without sensational resort to exceptional characters or events. As Lady Murasaki makes Uma no Kami say of certain realistic painters, ordinary hills and rivers, just as they are, houses, such as you may see everywhere, with all their real beauty of harmony and form. Quietly to draw such scenes as this, or to show what lies behind some intimate hedge that is folded away far from the world, and thick trees upon some unheroic hill, and all this with befitting care for composition, proportion, and the life. Such works demand the highest master's utmost skill, and must needs draw the common craftsman into 1,000 blunders. No later Japanese novel has reached the excellence of Genji, or has had so profound an influence upon the literary development of the language. During the 18th century, fiction had another zenith, and various novelists succeeded in surpassing the Lady Murasaki in the length of their tales or the freedom of their pornography. Santo Kyoden published in 1791 an edifying story book, but it proved so little to its purpose that the authorities, under the law prohibiting indecency, sentenced him to be handcuffed for 50 days in his own home. Santo was a vendor of tobacco pouches and quack medicines. He married a harlot and made his first reputation by a volume on the brothels of Tokyo. He gradually reformed the morals of his pen, but could not unteach his public the habit of buying great quantities of his books. Encouraged, he violated all precedents in the history of Japanese fiction by demanding payment from the men who published his works. His predecessors, it seemed, had been content with an invitation to dinner. Most of the fiction writers were poor bohemians, whom the people classed with actors among the lowest ranks of society. Less sensational and more ably written than Kyoden's were the novels of Kyokutei Bakin, 1767 to 1848, who, like Scott and Dumas, transformed history into vivid romance. His readers grew so fond of him that he unwound one of his stories into 100 volumes. Hokusai illustrated some of Bakin's novels until, being geniuses, they quarreled and parted. The jolliest of these later novelists were Japensha Iku, who died in 1831, the Lesage and Dickens of Japan. Iku began his adult life with 3 marriages, of which 2 were quickly ended by fathers-in-law who could not understand his literary habits. He accepted poverty with good humor, and having no furniture, hung his bare walls with paintings of the furniture he might have had. On holidays he sacrificed to the gods with pictures of excellent offerings. Being presented with a bathtub in the common interest, he carried it home inverted on his head, and overthrew with ready wit the pedestrians who fell in his way. When his publisher came to see him, he invited him to take a bath, and while his invitation was being accepted, he decked himself in the publisher's clothes and paid his New Year's Day calls in proper ceremonial costume. His masterpiece, the Hisakurige, was published in 12 parts between 1802 and 1822, and told a rollicking tale in the vein of the posthumous papers of the Pickwick Club. Aston calls it the most humorous and entertaining book in the Japanese language. On his deathbed, Iku enjoined his pupils to place upon his corpse, before the cremation, then usual in Japan, certain packets which he solemnly entrusted to them. At his funeral, prayers having been said, the pyre was lighted, whereupon it turned out that the packets were full of firecrackers, which exploded merrily. Iku had kept his youthful promise that his life would be full of surprises, even after his death. 2. History. The Historians. Arai Hakuseki. We shall not find Japanese historiography so interesting as its fiction, though we may have some difficulty in distinguishing them. The oldest surviving work in Japanese literature is the Kojiki, or Record of Ancient Things, written in Chinese characters by Yasumaro in 712. Here, legend so often takes the place of fact that the highest Shinto loyalty would be needed to accept it as history. After the Great Reform of 645, the government thought it advisable to transform the past again, and about 720 a new history appeared, the Nihongi, or Record of Nippon, written in the Chinese language and adorned with passages bravely stolen from Chinese works, and sometimes placed, without any fetishism of chronology, in the mouths of ancient Japanese. Nevertheless, the book was a more serious attempt to record the facts than the Kojiki had been, and it provided the foundation for most later histories of early Japan. From that time to this there have been many histories of the country, each more patriotic than the last. In 1334, Kitabatake wrote a history of the true succession of the divine monarchs, the Jinto Shotoki, on this modest and now familiar note. Great Yamato, Japan, is a divine country. It is only our land, whose foundations were first laid by the divine ancestor. It alone has been transmitted by the sun goddess to a long line of her descendants. There is nothing of this kind in foreign countries. Therefore it is called the Divine Land. First printed in 1649, this work began that movement for the restoration of the ancient faith and state which culminated in the passionate polemics of Motoori. The very grandson of Ieyasu, Mitsukuni, by his Dai Nihonshi, The Great History of Japan, 1851, a 240-volume picture of the imperial and feudal past, played a posthumous part in preparing his countrymen to overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate. Perhaps the most scholarly and impartial of Japanese historians was Arai Hakuseki, whose learning dominated the intellectual life of Yedo in the second half of the 17th century. Arai smiled at the theology of the Orthodox Christian missionaries as very childish, but he was bold enough to ridicule also some of the legends which his own people mistook for history. His greatest work, the Hankampu, a 30-volume history of the daimyo, is one of the marvels of literature. for though it must have required much research, it appears to have been composed within a few months. Arai derived something of his learning and judgment from his study of the Chinese philosophers. When he lectured on the Confucian classics, the shogun Ienobu, we are told, listened with rapt and reverent attention, in summer refraining from brushing the mosquitoes from his head, in winter turning his head away from the speaker before wiping his running nose. In his autobiography, Arai paints a devout picture of his father, and shows the Japanese citizen at his simplest and best. Ever since I came to understand the heart of things, my memory is that the daily routine of his life was exactly the same. He never failed to get up an hour before breakfast. He then had a cold bath and did his hair himself. In cold weather, the woman who was my mother would propose to order hot water for him, but this he would not allow, as he wished to avoid giving the servants trouble. When he was over 70, and my mother also was advanced in years, sometimes, when the cold weather was unendurable, a lighted brazier was brought in, and they lay down to sleep with their feet against it. Beside the fire was placed a kettle with hot water, which my father drank when he got up. Both of them honored the way of Buddha. My father, when he had arranged his hair and adjusted his clothing, never neglected to make obeisance to Buddha. After he was dressed, he waited quietly for the dawn, and then went out to his official duty. He was never known to betray anger, nor do I remember that even when he laughed he gave way to boisterous mirth. Much less did he ever descend to violent language when he had occasion to reprimand anyone. In his conversation he used as few words as possible. His demeanor was grave. I have never seen him startled, flurried, or impatient. The room he usually occupied he kept cleanly swept, had an old picture hung on the wall, and a few flowers which were in season were set out in a vase. He would spend the day looking at them. He painted a little in black and white, not being fond of colors. When in good health he never troubled the servant, but did everything for himself. 3. The Essay. The Lady Sei Shonagon, Kamo no Chomei. Arai was an essayist as well as an historian, and made brilliant contributions to what is perhaps the most delightful department of Japanese literature. Here, as in fiction, a woman stands at the top, for Lady Sei Shonagon's pillow sketches, Makura Zoshi, is usually accorded the highest as well as the earliest place in this field. Brought up in the same court and generation as Lady Murasaki, she chose to describe the refined and scandalous life about her in casual sketches, whose excellence in the original can only be guessed at by us from the charm that survives in translation. Born of Fujiwara, she rose to be a lady-in-waiting to the Empress. On the latter's death, Lady Sei retired, some say to a convent, others say to poverty. Her book shows no touch of either. She takes the easy morals of her time according to the easy judgment of her time, and does not think too highly of spoil-sport ecclesiastics. A preacher ought to be a good-looking man. It is then easier to keep your eyes fixed on his face, without which it is impossible to benefit by his discourse. Otherwise the eyes wander and you forget to listen. Ugly preachers have therefore a grave responsibility. If preachers were of a more suitable age, I should have pleasure in giving a more favorable judgment. As matters actually stand, their sins are too fearful to think of. She adds little lists of her likes and dislikes. Cheerful things. Coming home from an excursion with the carriages full to overflowing. To have lots of footmen who make the oxen and the carriages speed along. A riverboat going downstream. Teeth nicely blackened. Dreary things. A nursery where a child has died. A brazier with the fire gone out. A coachman who is hated by his ox. The birth of a succession of female children in the house of a scholar. Detestable things. People who, when you are telling a story, break in with, "Oh, I know," and give quite a different version from your own. While on friendly terms with the man, to hear him sound the praises of a woman whom he has known. A visitor who tells a long story when you are in a hurry. The snoring of a man whom you are trying to conceal, and who has gone to sleep in a place where he has no business. Fleas. The lady's only rival for the highest place in the Japanese essay is Kamo no Chomei. Being refused the succession to his father as the superior guardian of the Shinto shrine of Kamo at Kyoto, Chomei became a Buddhist monk, and at 50 retired to a contemplative life in a mountain hermitage. There he wrote his farewell to the busy world under the title of Hojoki in 1212, that is, the record of 10 feet square. After describing the difficulties and annoyances of city life, and the great famine of 1181, quoted previously, he tells how he built himself a hut 10 feet square and 7 feet high, and settle down contentedly to undisturbed philosophy and a quiet comradeship with natural things. An American, reading him, hears the voice of Thoreau in 13th century Japan. Apparently, every generation has had its Walden Pond. 4. The drama. The No plays, their character, the popular stage, the Japanese Shakespeare, summary judgment. Last of all, and hardest to understand, is the Japanese drama. Brought up in our English tradition of the theater, from Henry IV to Mary of Scotland, how shall we ever attune ourselves to tolerate what must seem to us the fustian and pantomime of the No plays of Japan? We must forget Shakespeare and go back to Everyman, and even farther to the religious origins of Greek and modern European drama. Then we shall be oriented to watch the development of the ancient Shinto pantomime, the ecclesiastical Kagura dance, into that illumination of pantomime by dialogue which constitutes the No, or lyrical, form of Japanese play. About the 14th century, Buddhist priests added choral songs to their processional pantomimes. Then they added individual characters, contrived a plot to give them action as well as speech, and the drama was born. These plays, like the Greek, were performed in trilogies, and occasionally kyogen, or farces, mad words, were acted in the intervals to relieve and facilitate the tension of emotion and thought. The first part of the trilogy was devoted to propitiating the gods, and was hardly more than a religious pantomime. The second was performed in full armor, and was designed to frighten all evil spirits away. The third was of a milder mood, and sought to portray some charming aspect of nature, or some delightful phase of Japanese life. The lines were written for the most part in blank verse of 12 syllables. The actors were men of standing, even among the aristocracy. A playbill survives which indicates that Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu all participated as actors in a No play about 1580. Each actor wore a mask carved out of wood with an artistry that makes such masks a prize for the art collector of today. Scenery was meager. The passionate imagination of the audience could be relied upon to create the background of the action. The stories were of the simplest and did not matter much. One of the most popular told of the impoverished samurai who, to warm a wandering monk, cut down his most cherished plants to make a fire, whereupon the monk turned out to be the regent, and gave the knight a goodly reward. But as we in the West may go again and again to hear an opera whose story is old and perhaps ridiculous, so the Japanese even today weep over this oft-told tale, because the excellence of the acting renews on each occasion the power and significance of the play. To the hasty and businesslike visitor, such performances as he may find of these dramatized lyrics are rather amusing than impressive. Nevertheless, a Japanese poet says of them, "Oh, what a tragedy and beauty in the No stage! I always think that it would certainly be a great thing if the No drama could be properly introduced into the West. The result would be no small protest against the Western stage. It would mean a revelation." Japan itself, however, has not composed such plays since the 17th century, though it acts them devotedly today. The history of the drama in most countries is a gradual change from the predominance of the chorus to the supremacy of some individual role, at which point in most such sequences development ends. As the histrionic art advanced in tradition and excellence in Japan, it created popular personalities who subordinated the play to themselves. Finally, pantomime and religion sank to a subordinate role, and the drama became a war of individuals, full of violence and romance. So was born the kabuki shibai, or popular theater of Japan. The first such theater was established about the year 1600 by a nun who, tired of convent walls, set up a stage at Osaka and practiced dancing for a livelihood. As in England and France, the presence of women on the stage seemed revolting and was forbidden. And since the upper classes, except in safe disguise, shunned these performances, the actors became almost a pariah caste, with no social incentive to keep their profession from immorality and corruption. Men perforce took the parts of women, and carried their imitation to such a point as to deceive not only their audiences but themselves. Many of these actors of female roles remained women off the stage. Perhaps because lighting was poor, the actors painted their faces with vivid colors and wore robes of gorgeous designs to indicate and dignify their roles. Back of the stage, and about it, usually, were choral and individual reciters, who sometimes carried on the vocal parts while the actors confined themselves to pantomime. The audience sat on the matted floor or in tiers of boxes at either side. The most famous name in the popular drama of Japan is Chikamatsu Monzayemon, 1653 to 1724. His countrymen compare Shakespeare. English critics, resenting the comparison, accuse Chikamatsu of violence, extravagance, bombast, and improbable plots, while granting him a certain barbaric vigor and luxuriance. Apparently, the similarity is complete. Such foreign plays seem mere melodrama to us because either the meaning or the nuances of the language are concealed from us. But this would probably be the effect of a Shakespearean play upon one unable to appreciate its language or follow its thought. Chikamatsu seems to have made undue use of lovers' suicides to cap his climaxes in the style of Romeo and Juliet, but perhaps with this excuse that suicide was almost as popular in Japanese life as on the stage. A foreign historian in these matters can only report but cannot judge. Japanese acting, to a transient observer, seems less complex and mature, but more vigorous and exalting than the European. Japanese plays seem more plebeianly melodramatic, but less emasculated with superficial intellectualism than the plays of France, England, and America today. So, reversely, Japanese poetry seems slight and bloodless, and too aristocratically refined, to us whose appetite has taken in lyrics of almost epic length, like Maud, and epics of such dullness that doubtless Homer himself would nod if he were compelled to read the accumulated Iliad. The Japanese novel seems sensational and sentimental, and yet two of the supreme masterpieces of English fiction, Tom Jones and Pickwick Papers, have apparently their equal counterparts in the Genji Monogatari and the Hisakurige, and perhaps Lady Murasaki excels in subtlety, grace, and understanding even the great Fielding himself. All things are dull that are remote and obscure, and things Japanese will remain obscure to us until we can completely forget our Western heritage and completely absorb Japan's. 5. The art of little things. Creative imitation, music and the dance, inro and netsuke, hidari jingaro, lacquer. The outward forms of Japanese art, like almost every external feature of Japanese life, came from Japan. The inner force and spirit, like everything essential in Japan, came from the people themselves. It is true that the wave of ideas and immigration that brought Buddhism to Japan in the 7th century brought also from China and Korea art forms and impulses bound up with that faith, and no more original with China and Korea than with Japan. It is true, even, that cultural elements entered not only from China and India, but from Assyria and Greece. The features of the Kamakura Buddha, for example, are more Greco-Bactrian than Japanese. But such foreign stimuli were used creatively in Japan. Its people learned quickly to distinguish beauty from ugliness. Its rich men sometimes prized objects of art more than land or gold, and its artists labored with self-effacing devotion. These men, though arduously trained through a long apprenticeship, seldom received more than an artisan's wage. If for a moment wealth came to them, they gave it away with bohemian recklessness, and soon relapsed into a natural and comfortable poverty. But only the artisans of ancient Egypt and Greece, or of medieval China, could rival their industry, taste, and skill. The very life of the people was instinct with art, in the neatness of their homes, the beauty of their clothing, the refinements of their ornaments, and their spontaneous addiction to song and dance. For music, like life, had come to Japan from the gods themselves. Had not Izanagi and Izanami sung in choruses at the creation of the earth? 1,000 years later, the Emperor Inkyo, we read, played on a wagon, a kind of zither, and his empress danced at an imperial banquet given in 419 to signalize the opening of a new palace. When Inkyo died, a Korean king sent 80 musicians to attend the funeral, and these players taught the Japanese new instruments and new modes, some from Korea, some from China, some from India. When the daibutsu was installed in the temple of Todaiji at Nara in 752, music from Tang Chinese masters was played in the ceremony. And the Shoso-in, or imperial treasure house at Nara, still shows the varied instruments used in those ancient days. Singing and recitative, court music and monastic dance music formed the classical modes, while popular airs were strummed on the biwa, a lute, or the samisen, a three-stringed banjo. The Japanese had no great composers and wrote no books about music. Their simple compositions, played in 5 notes of the harmonic minor scale, had no harmony and no distinction of major and minor keys. but almost every Japanese could play some one of the 20 instruments which had come over from the continent. And any one of these, when properly played, said the Japanese, would make the very dust on the ceiling dance. The dance itself enjoyed a vogue unparalleled in any other country, not so much as an appendage to love as in the service of religious or communal ceremony. Sometimes a whole village turned out in costume to celebrate a joyful occasion with a universal dance. Professional dancers entertained great audiences with their skill, and men as well as women, even in the highest circles, gave much time to the art. When Prince Genji, says the Lady Murasaki, danced the waves of the blue sea with his friend Tono Chujo, everyone was moved. Never had the onlookers seen feet tread so delicately, nor heads so exquisitely poised. So moving and beautiful was this dance that at the end of it the emperor's eyes were wet, and all the princes and great gentlemen wept aloud. Meanwhile, all who could afford it adorned their persons not only with fine brocades and painted silks, but with delicate objects characteristic, almost definitive, of the old Japan. Shrinking ladies flirted from behind fans of alluring loveliness, while men flaunted netsuke, inro, and expensively carved swords. The inro was a little box attached to the belt by a cord. It was usually composed of several infolding cases carefully carved in ivory or wood, and contained tobacco, coins, writing materials, or other casual necessities. To keep the cord from slipping under the belt, it was bound at the other end to a tiny toggle, or netsuke, from ne, end, and tsuke, to fasten, upon whose cramped surface some artist had fashioned with lavish care the forms of deities or demons, philosophers or fairies, birds or reptiles, fishes or insects, flowers or leaves, or scenes from the life of the people. Here that impish humor in which Japanese art so far excels all others found free and yet modest play. Only the most careful examination can reveal the full subtlety and significance of these representations. But even a glance at this microcosm of fat women and priests, of agile monkeys and delightful bugs, cut upon less than a cubic inch of ivory or wood, brings home to the student the unique and passionate artistic quality of the Japanese people. Hidari, that is, left-handed, Jingaro, was the most famous of Japanese sculptures in wood. Legend told how he had lost an arm and gotten a name. When an offended conqueror demanded of Jingaro's daimyo the life of his daughter, Jingaro carved a severed head so realistically that the conqueror ordered the artist's right hand to be cut off as punishment for killing the daughter of his lord. It was Jingaro whose chisel formed the elephants and the sleeping cat at the shrine of Ieyasu at Nikko, and the gate of the imperial envoy at the Nishi Hongwan Temple in Kyoto. On the inner panels of this gate the artist told the story of the Chinese sage who washed his ear because it had been contaminated by a proposal that he should accept the throne of his country, and the austere cowherd who quarreled with the sage for thus defiling the river. But Jingaro was merely the most characterful of the now nameless artists who adorned 1,000 structures with lovingly carved or lacquered wood. The lacquer tree found in the islands a peculiarly congenial habitat and was nourished with skillful care. The artisans, sometimes covered with successive coats of lacquer, cotton, and lacquer, a form chiseled in wood. But more often they went to the pains of modeling a statue in clay, making from this a hollow mold, and then pouring into the mold several layers of lacquer, each thicker than before. The Japanese carver lifted wood to a full equality with marble as a material for art, and filled shrines, mausolea, and palaces with the fairest wood decoration known in Asia. 6. Architecture: temples, palaces, the shrine of Ieyasu, homes. In the year 594, the Empress Suiko, being convinced of the truth or utility of Buddhism, ordered the building of Buddhist temples throughout her realm. Prince Shotoku, who was entrusted with carrying out this edict, brought in from Korea priests, architects, wood carvers, bronze founders, clay modelers, masons, gilders, tile makers, weavers, and other skilled artisans. This vast cultural importation was almost the beginning of art in Japan, for Shinto had frowned upon ornate edifices and had countenanced no figures to misrepresent the gods. From that moment Buddhist shrines and statuary filled the land. The temples were essentially like those of China, but more richly ornamented and more delicately carved. Here, too, majestic torii, or gateways, marked the ascent or approach to the sacred retreat. Bright colors adorned the wooden walls. Great beams held up a tiled roof gleaming under the sun, and minor structures, a drum tower, for example, or a pagoda, mediated between the central sanctuary and the surrounding trees. The greatest achievements of the foreign artists was the group of temples at Horyuji, raised under the guidance of Prince Shotoku near Nara about the year 616. It stands to the credit of the most living of building materials that one of these wooden edifices has survived unnumbered earthquakes and outlasted 100,000 temples of stone. And it stands to the glory of the builders that nothing erected in later Japan has surpassed the simple majesty of this oldest shrine. Perhaps as beautiful, and only slightly younger, are the temples of Nara itself, above all the perfectly proportioned golden hall of the Todaiji temple there. Nara, says Ralph Adams Cram, contains the most precious architecture in all Asia. The next zenith of building in Japan came under the Ashikaga shogunate. Yoshimitsu, resolved to make Kyoto the fairest capital on earth, built for the gods a pagoda 360 feet high. For his mother, the Takakura Palace, of which a single door cost 20,000 pieces of gold, or $150,000. For himself, a flower palace that consumed $5 million, and the golden pavilion of Kinkakuji for the glory of all. Hideyoshi, too, tried to rival Kublai Khan, and built at Momoyama a palace of pleasure, which his whim tore down again a few years after its completion. We may judge its magnificence from the day-long portal removed from it to adorn the temple of Nishi-Hongwan. All day long, said its admirers, one might gaze at that carved portal without exhausting its excellence. Kano Ietoku played Ictinus and Phidias to Hideyoshi, but adorned his buildings with Venetian splendor rather than with Attic restraint. Never had Japan or Asia seen such abounding decoration before. Under Hideyoshi, too, the gloomy castle of Osaka took form to dominate the Pittsburgh of Japan and become the death place of his son. Ieyasu inclined rather to philosophy and letters than to art, but after his death his grandson, Iemitsu, contented himself with a wooden shanty for his palace, lavished the resources of Japanese wealth and art to build around the ashes of Ieyasu at Nikko the fairest memorial ever raised to any individual in the Far East. Here, 90 miles from Tokyo, on a quiet hill reached by a shaded avenue of stately cryptomerias, the architects of the shogun laid down first a series of spacious and gradual approaches, then an ornate but lovely Yomemon gate, then, by a brook crossed with a sacred and untouchable bridge, a series of mausolea and temples in lacquered wood, femininely beautiful and frail. The decoration is extravagant, the construction is weak, the omnipresent red paint flares like a hectic rouge amid the modest green of the trees. And yet a country incarnadined with blossoms every spring may need brighter colors to express its spirit than those that might serve and please a less impassioned race. We cannot quite call this architecture great, for the demon of earthquake has willed that Japan should build on a timid scale, and not pile stones into the sky to crash destructively when the planet wrinkles its skin. Hence the homes are of wood, and seldom rise beyond a story or two. Only the repeated experience of fire and the reiterated commands of the government prevailed upon the citizens of the cities, when they could afford it, to cover their wooden cottages and palaces with roofs of tile. The aristocracy, unable to raise their mansions into the clouds, spread them spaciously over the earth, despite an imperial edict limiting the size of a dwelling to 240 yards square. A palace was rarely one building. Usually it was a main structure connected by covered walks with subordinated edifices for various groups in the family. There was no distinction of dining room, living room, or bedroom. The same chamber could serve any purpose, for at a moment's notice a table might be laid down upon the matted floor, or the rolled-up bedding might be taken from its hiding place and spread out for the night. Sliding panels or removable partitions separated or united the rooms, and even the latticed or windowed walls were easily folded up to give full play to the sun or the cooling evening air. Pretty blinds of split bamboo offered shade and privacy. Windows were a luxury. In the poorer homes the summer light found many openings, which in winter were blocked up with oiled paper to keep out the cold. Japanese architecture gives the appearance of having been born in the tropics, and of having been transported too recklessly into islands that stretch up their necks to shivering Kamchatka. In the more southern towns, these fragile and simple homes have a style and beauty of their own, and offer appropriate dwellings for the once gay children of the sun. 7. Metals and statues. Swords, mirrors, the Trinity of Horyuji, colossi, religion, and sculpture. The sword of the samurai was stronger than his dwelling, for the metal workers of Japan spent themselves on making blades superior to those of Damascus or Toledo, sharp enough to sever a man from shoulder to thigh at a blow, and ornamented with guards and handles so highly decorated or so heavily inlaid with gems that they were not always perfectly adapted to homicide. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 12, Side 2. The sword of the samurai was stronger than his dwelling, for the metal workers of Japan spent themselves on making blades superior to those of Damascus or Toledo, sharp enough to sever a man from shoulder to thigh at a blow, and ornamented with guards and handles so highly decorated or so heavily inlaid with gems that they were not always perfectly adapted to homicide. Other workers in metal made bronze mirrors so brilliant that legends arose to commemorate their perfection. So a peasant, having bought a mirror for the first time, thought that he recognized in it the face of his dead father. He hid it as a great treasure, but so often consulted it that his suspicious wife ferreted it out and was horrified to find in it the picture of a woman about her own age, who was apparently her husband's mistress. Still other artisans cast tremendous bells, like the 49-ton monster at Nara, 732 A.D., and brought from them a sweeter tone than our clanging metal clappers elicit in the West, by striking a boss on the outer surface of the bell with a swinging beam of wood. The sculptors used wood or metal rather than stone, since their soil was poor in granite and marble. And yet, despite all difficulties of material, they came to surpass their Chinese and Korean teachers in this most definitive of all the arts. For every other art secretly emulates sculpture's patient removal of the inappropriate. Almost the earliest and perhaps the greatest masterpiece of sculpture in Japan is the bronze trinity at Horyuji, a Buddha seated on a lotus bud between two bodhisattvas, before a screen and halo of bronze only less beautiful than the stone lacery of Aurangzeb's screen in the Taj Mahal. We do not know whose hands reared these temples and built this statuary. We may admit Korean teachers, Chinese examples, Indian motives, even Greek influences coming down from far Ionia across 1,000 years. But we are sure that this trinity is among the most signal accomplishments in the history of art. Possibly because their stature was short and their bodies could hardly contain all the ambitions and capacities of their souls, the Japanese took pleasure in building colossi and had better success in this questionable art than even the Egyptians. In the year 747, an epidemic of smallpox having broken out in Japan, the Emperor Shomu commissioned Kimimaro to cast a gigantic Buddha in propitiation of the gods. For this purpose, Kimimaro used 437 tons of bronze, 288 pounds of gold, 165 pounds of mercury, 7 tons of vegetable wax, and several tons of charcoal. 2 years and 7 attempts were required for the work. The head was cast in a single mold, but the body was formed of several metal plates soldered together and thickly covered with gold. More impressive to the foreign eye than this saturnine countenance at Nara is the Daibutsu of Kamakura, cast of bronze in 1252 by Ono Goroyemon. Here, perhaps because the colossus sits on an elevation in the open air, within a pleasant entourage of trees, the size seems to accord with the purpose, and the artist has expressed with remarkable simplicity the spirit of Buddhist contemplation and peace. Once a temple housed the figure, as is still the case at Nara, but in 1495 a great tidal wave destroyed both the temple and the town, leaving the bronze philosopher serene amid widespread destruction, suffering, and death. Hideyoshi too built a colossus at Kyoto. For 5 years 50,000 men labored at this Buddha, and the great Taiko himself, clad in the garb of a common laborer, sometimes helped them conspicuously at their task. But hardly had it been erected when in 1596 an earthquake threw it down and scattered the wreckage of its sheltering sanctuary about its head. Hideyoshi, says Japanese story, shot an arrow at the fallen idol, saying scornfully, "I placed you here at great expense, and you cannot even defend your own temple." From such colossi to the dangling netsuke, Japanese sculpture ran the range of every figure and every size. Sometimes its masters, like Takamura today, gave years of labor to figures hardly a foot tall, and took delight in representing gnarled octogenarians, jolly gourmands, and philosophic friars. It was good that humor sustained them, for most of the gains that came from their toil went to their subtle employers rather than to themselves, and in their larger works they were much harassed by conventions of subject and treatment laid upon them by the priests. The priests wanted gods, not courtesans, from the sculptors. They wished to inspire the people to piety, or to fashion their virtues with fear, rather than to arouse in them the sense and ecstasy of beauty. Bound hand and soul to religion, sculpture decayed when faith lost its warmth and power. and, as in Egypt, the stiffness of conventions when piety had fled became the rigor of death. 8. Pottery. The Chinese stimulus, the potters of Hizen, pottery and tea, how Goto Saijiro brought the art of porcelain from Hizen to Kaga, the 19th century. In a sense, it is not quite just to Japan to speak of her importing civilization from Korea and China, except in the sense in which northwestern Europe took its civilization from Greece and Rome. We might also view all the peoples of the Far East as one ethnic and cultural unity, in which each part, like the provinces of one country, produced in its time and place an art and culture akin to and dependent upon the art and culture of the rest. So Japanese pottery is a part and phase of Far Eastern ceramics, fundamentally like the Chinese, and yet stamped with the characteristic delicacy and fineness of all Japanese work. Until the coming of the Korean artisans in the 7th century, Japanese pottery was merely an industry, molding crude materials for common use. There was apparently no glazed pottery in the Far East before the 8th century, much less any porcelain. The industry became an art largely as a result of the entrance of tea in the 13th century. Chinese teacups of Sung design came in with tea and aroused the admiration of the Japanese. In the year 1223, Kato Shirozemon, a Japanese potter, made his way perilously to China, studied ceramics there for 6 years, returned to set up his own factory at Seto, and so far surpassed all preceding pottery in the islands that Seto-mono, or Seto-ware, became a generic name for all Japanese pottery, just as China-ware in the 17th century became the English term for porcelain. The shogun Yoritomo made Shirozemon's future by setting the fashion of rewarding minor services with presents of Shirozemon's tea jars, filled with the new marvel of powdered tea. Today the surviving specimens of this Toshiro yaki are accounted almost beyond price. They are swathed in costly brocade and kept in boxes of the finest lacquer, while their owners are spoken of with bated breath as the aristocracy of connoisseurs. 300 years later, another Japanese, Shonzui, was lured to China to study its famous potteries. On his return, he established a factory at Arita in the province of Hizen. He was harassed, however, by the difficulty of finding in the soil of his country minerals as well adapted as those of China to make a fine pot. And it was said of his products that one of their main ingredients was the bones of his artisans. Nevertheless, Shonzui's wares of Mohammedan blue were so excellent that the Chinese potters of the 18th century did their best to imitate them for export under his counterfeited name, and the extant examples of his work are now as highly valued as the rarest paintings of Japan's greatest masters of the brush. About 1605, a Korean, Risampei, discovered at Izumiyama in the Arita district immense deposits of porcelain stone, and from that moment Hizen became the center of the ceramic industry in Japan. In Arita, too, labored the famous Kakaimon, who, after learning the art of enameling from a Chinese shipmaster, made his name almost synonymous with delicately decorated enameled porcelain. Dutch merchants shipped large quantities of Hizen products to Europe from the port of Arita at Imari. 44,943 pieces went to Holland alone in the year 1664. This brilliant Imari yaki became the rage in Europe, and inspired Albrecht de Keyser to inaugurate the golden age of Dutch ceramics in his factories at Delft. Meanwhile, the rise of the tea ceremony had stimulated a further development in Japan. In 1578, Nobunaga, at the suggestion of the tea master Rikyu, gave a large order for cups and other tea utensils to a family of Korean potters at Kyoto. A few years later, Hideyoshi rewarded the family with a gold seal, and made its wares, the rakuyaki, almost de rigueur for the ritual of drinking tea. Hideyoshi's generals returned from their unsuccessful invasion of Korea with numerous captives, among whom, by a discrimination unusual in warriors, were many artists. In 1596, Shimazu Yoshihiro brought to Satsuma 100 skilled Koreans, including 17 potters, and these men, with their successors, established throughout the world the high reputation of Satsuma for that richly colored, glazed ware to which an Italian town has given our name of faience. But the greatest Japanese master in this branch of the art was the Kyoto potter Ninsei. Not only did he originate enameled faience, but he gave to his products a grace and proud restraint that have made them precious to collectors ever since, so that his mark has been more often counterfeited than that of any other artist in Japan. Because of his work, decorated faience mounted to the intensity of a craze in the capital, and in some quarters of Kyoto every second house was turned into a miniature pottery. Only less famous than Ninsei was Kenzan, older brother of the painter Korin. The romance that so often lurks behind ceramics appears in the story of how Goto Saijiro brought the art of porcelain from Hizen to Kaga. An excellent bed of potter's stone having been discovered near the village of Kutani, the feudal lord of the province resolved to establish a porcelain industry there, and Goto was sent to Hizen to study its methods of firing and design. But the secrets of the potters were so carefully concealed from outsiders that Goto for a while was baffled. Finally, he disguised himself as a servant and accepted a menial place in the household of a potter. After 3 years, his master admitted him to a pottery, and there Goto worked for 4 years more. Then he deserted the wife whom he had married at Hizen and the children whom she had borne to him, and fled to Kaga, where he gave his lord a full report of the methods he had learned. From that time on, 1664, the potters of Kutani became masters, and Kutaniyaki rivaled the best wares of Japan. The Hizen potteries retained their leadership throughout the 18th century, largely as a result of the benevolent care which the feudal lord of Hirado lavished upon the workmen in his factories. For a century, 1750 to 1843, the blue Michiwaki wares of Hirado stood at the head of Japanese porcelains. In the 19th century, Zengoro Hosen brought the leadership to Kyoto by clever imitations that often surpassed his models, so that sometimes it became impossible to decide which was the original and which was the copy. In the final quarter of the century, Japan developed cloisonné enameling from the crude condition in which it had remained since its entry from China, and took the lead of the world in this field of ceramics. Other branches deteriorated during the same period, for the rising demand of Europe for Japanese pottery led to a style of exaggerated decoration, alien to the native taste, and the habits engendered in meeting these foreign orders affected the skill and weakened the traditions of the art. Here, as everywhere, the coming of industry has been for a while a blight. Mass production has taken the place of quality, and mass consumption has replaced discriminating taste. Perhaps after invention has run its fertile course, and social organization and experience have spread the gift of leisure and taught its creative use, the curse may be turned into a blessing. Industry may lavish comforts upon the majority of men, while the worker, after paying his lowered tribute of hours to the machine, may once again become an artisan, and turn the mechanical product, by loving individual treatment, into a work of personality and art. 9. Painting. Difficulties of the subject, methods and materials, forms and ideals, Korean origins and Buddhist inspiration, the Tosa school, the return to China, Sesshu, the Kano school, Koyetsu and Korin, the realistic school. Japanese painting, even more than the other topics that have demanded a place in these pages, is a subject that only specialists should touch, and if it is included here along with other esoteric realms wherein angels have feared to tread, it is in the hope that through this veil of errors some glimpse may come to the reader of the fullness and quality of Japanese civilization. The masterpieces of Japanese painting cover a period of 1,200 years, are divided amongst a complex multiplicity of schools, have been lost or injured in the flow of time, and are nearly all hidden away in private collections in Japan. Those few chefs-d'oeuvre that are open to alien study are so different in form, method, style, and material from Western pictures that no competent judgment can be passed upon them by the Occidental mind. First of all, like their models in China, the paintings of Japan were once made with the same brush that was used in writing, and as in Greece, the word for writing and for painting was originally one. Painting was a graphic art. This initial fact has determined half the characteristics of Far Eastern painting, from the materials used to the subordination of color to line. The materials are simple: ink or watercolors, a brush and absorbent paper or silk. The labor is difficult. The artist works not erect but on his knees, bending over the silk or paper on the floor, and he must learn to control his stroke so as to make 71 different degrees or styles of touch. In the earlier centuries, when Buddhism ruled the art of Japan, frescoes were painted, much in the manner of Ajanta or Turkestan. But nearly all the extant works of high repute take the form either of makimono, scrolls, kakemono, hangings, or screens. These pictures were made not to be arranged indigestibly in picture galleries, for there are no such galleries in Japan, but to be viewed in private by the owner and his friends, or to form a part of some decorative scheme in a temple, a palace, or a home. They were very seldom portraits of specific personalities. Usually they were glimpses of nature, or scenes of martial action, or strokes of humorous or satirical observation of the ways of animals, women, and men. They were poems of feeling rather than representations of things, and were closer to philosophy than to photography. The Japanese artist let realism alone and rarely tried to imitate the external form of reality. He scornfully left out shadows as irrelevant to essences, preferring to paint in plein air with no modeling play of light and shadow, and he smiled at Western insistence on the perspective reduction of distant things. In Japanese painting, said Hokusai, with philosophic tolerance, form and color are represented without any attempt at relief, but in European methods relief and illusion are sought for. The Japanese artist wished to convey a feeling rather than an object, to suggest rather than to represent. It was unnecessary in his judgment to show more than a few significant elements in a scene. As in a Japanese poem, only so much should be shown as would arouse the appreciative mind to contribute to the aesthetic result by its own imagination. The painter, too, was a poet, and valued the rhythm of line and the music of forms infinitely more than the haphazard shape and structure of things. And like the poet, he felt that if he were true to his own feeling, it would be realism enough. It was probably Korea that brought painting to the restless empire that now has conquered her. Korean artists presumably painted the flowing and colorful frescoes of the Horyuji Temple, for there is nothing in the known history of Japan before the 7th century that could explain the sudden native achievement of such faultless excellence. The next stimulus came directly from China through the studies there of the Japanese priests Kobo Daishi and Dengyo Daishi. On his return to Japan in 806, Kobo Daishi gave himself to painting as well as to sculpture, literature, and piety, and some of the oldest masterpieces are from his many-sided brush. Buddhism stimulated art in Japan as it had done in China. The Zen practice of meditation lent itself to brooding creativeness in color and form almost as readily as in philosophy and poetry, and visions of Amida Buddha became as frequent in Japanese art as annunciations and crucifixions on the walls and canvases of the Renaissance. The priest Yeishin Sozu, who died in 1017, was the Fra Angelico and El Greco of this age, whose risings and descendings of Amida made him the greatest religious painter in the history of Japan. By this time, however, Kosei no Kanaoka, who flourished circa 950, had begun the secularization of Japanese painting. Birds, flowers, and animals began to rival gods and saints on the scrolls. But Kosei's brush still thought in Chinese terms and moved along Chinese lines. It was not till the suspension of intercourse with China in the 9th century had given Japan the first of 5 centuries of isolation that she began to paint her own scenery and subjects in her own way. About 1150, under the patronage of imperial and aristocratic circles at Kyoto, a national school of painting arose which protested against imported motives and styles and set itself to decorate the luxurious homes of the capital with the flowers and landscapes of Japan. The school had almost as many names as it had masters: Yamato Ryu, or Japanese style; Waga Ryu, again meaning Japanese style; Kasuga, after its reputed founder; and finally the Tosa school, after its principal representative in the 13th century, Tosogo no Kumi. Thereafter, to the end of its history, the name Tosa was borne by all the artists of the line. They deserved their nationalist name, for there is nothing in Chinese art that corresponds to the ardor and dash, the variety and humor of the narrative scrolls of love and war which came from the brushes of this group. Takayoshi, about 1010, painted in colors gorgeous illustrations of the seductive tale of Genji. Toba Sojo amused himself by drawing lively satires of the priestly and other scoundrels of his time under the guise of monkeys and frogs. Fujiwara Takanobu, towards the end of the 12th century, finding his high lineage worthless in terms of rice and sake, turned to the brush for a living and drew great portraits of Yoritomo and others, quite unlike anything yet done in China. His son Fujiwara Nobuzane patiently painted the portraits of 36 poets, and in the 13th century Kasuga's son, Keion, or someone else, drew those animated scrolls which are among the world's most brilliant achievements in the field of draftsmanship. Slowly these narrative sources of inspiration seemed to dry up into conventional forms and styles, and Japanese art turned once more for nourishment to the new schools of painting that had arisen in the China of the Sung Renaissance. The impulse to imitation was for a time uncontrolled. Japanese artists who had never seen the Middle Kingdom spent their lives in painting Chinese characters and scenes. Cho Densu painted 16 rakan, lohans, arhats, Buddhist saints, now among the treasures of the Freer Gallery in Washington. Shubun took the precaution of being born and reared in China, so that on coming to live in Japan he could paint Chinese landscapes from memory, as well as from imagination. It was during the second Chinese mood of Japanese painting that the greatest figure in all the pictorial art of Japan appeared. Sesshu was a Zen priest at Sokokuji, one of the several art schools established by Yoshimitsu, the Ashikaga shogun. Even as a youth he astonished his townsmen with his draftsmanship, and legend, not knowing how to express its awe, told how, when he was tied to a post for misbehavior, he had drawn with his toes such realistic mice that they came to life and bit through the cords that bound him. Hungry to know the masters of Ming China at first hand, he secured credentials from his religious superiors as well as from the shogun, and sailed across the sea. He was disappointed to find that Chinese painting was in decay, but he consoled himself with the varied life and culture of the great kingdom, and went back to his own land filled and inspired with 1,000 ideas. The artists and nobles of China, says a pretty tale, accompanied him to the vessel which was to take him back to Japan, and showered white paper upon him with requests that he should paint a few strokes, if no more, upon them, and send them back. Hence, according to this story, his pen name Sesshu, meaning ship of snow. Arrived in Japan, he seems to have been welcomed as a prince, and to have been offered many emoluments by the shogun Yoshimasa. But if we may believe what we read, he refused these favors and retired to his country parish in Choshu. Now he threw off, as if each were a moment's trifle, one masterpiece after another, until nearly every phase of Chinese scenery and life had taken lasting form under his brush. Seldom had China, never had Japan, seen paintings so various in scope, so vigorous in conception and execution, so decisive in line. In his old age, the artists of Japan made a path to his door and honored him, even before his death as a supreme artist. Today, a picture of Sesshu is to a Japanese collector what a Leonardo is to a European. And legend, which transforms intangible opinions into pretty tales, tells how one possessor of a Sesshu, finding himself caught in a conflagration beyond possibility of escape, slashed open his body with his sword, and plunged into his abdomen the priceless scroll, which was later found unharmed within his half-consumed corpse. The ascendancy of Chinese influence continued among the many artists patronized by the feudal lords of the Ashikaga and Tokugawa shogunates. Each baronial court had its official painter, who was commissioned to train hundreds of young artists who might be turned at a moment's notice to the decoration of a palace. The temples now were almost ignored, for art was being secularized in proportion as wealth increased. Towards the end of the 15th century, Kano Masanobu established at Kyoto, under Ashikaga patronage, a school of secular painters known from his first name and devoted to upholding the severely classical and Chinese traditions in Japanese art. His son, Kano Motonobu, reached in this direction a mastery second only to that of Sesshu himself. A story told of him illustrates admirably the concentration of mind and purpose that constitutes the greater part of genius. Having been commissioned to paint a series of cranes, Motonobu was discovered, evening after evening, walking and behaving like a crane. It turned out that he imitated each night the crane that he planned to paint the following day. A man must go to bed with his purpose in order to wake up to fame. Motonobu's grandson, Kano Ietoku, though a scion of the Kano line, developed under the protection of Hideyoshi an ornate style all the world away from the restrained classicism of his progenitors. Tanyu transferred the seat of the school from Kyoto to Yedo, took service under the Tokugawas, and helped to decorate the mausoleum of Ieyasu at Nikko. Gradually, despite these adaptations to the spirit of the times, the Kano dynasty exhausted its impetus, and Japan turned to other masters for fresh beginnings. About 1660, a new group of painters arrived on the scene, named from its leaders the Koyetsu Korin school. In the natural oscillation of philosophies and styles, the Chinese manners and subjects of Sesshu and Kano seemed now conservative and worn out, and the new artists turned to domestic scenes and motives for their subject matter and inspiration. Koyetsu was a man of such diverse talents as bring to mind Carlyle's jealous claim that he had never known any great man who could not have been any sort of a great man, for he was distinguished as a calligrapher, a painter, and a designer in metal, lacquer, and wood. Like William Morris, he inaugurated a revival of fine printing, and supervised a village in which his craftsmen pursued their varied arts under his direction. His only rival for the first place among the painters of the Tokugawa age was Korin, that astonishing master of trees and flowers, who, his contemporaries tell us, could with one stroke of his brush place a leaf of iris upon the silk and make it live. No other painter has been so purely and completely Japanese, or so typically Japanese in the taste and delicacy of his work. The last of the historic schools of Japanese painting in the strictest sense was founded at Kyoto in the 18th century by Maruyami Okyo, A man of the people, Okyo, stimulated by some knowledge of European painting, resolved to abandon the now thinned-out idealism and impressionism of the older style and to attempt a realistic description of simple scenes from everyday life. He became especially fond of drawing animals and kept many species of them about him as objects of his brush. Having painted a wild boar, he showed his work to hunters and was disappointed to find that they thought his pictured boar was dead. He tried again and again until at last they admitted that the boar might not be dead but merely asleep. Since the aristocracy at Kyoto was penniless, Okyo had to sell his pictures to the middle classes, and this economic compulsion had much to do with turning him to popular subjects, even to the painting of some Kyoto belles. The older artists were horrified, but Okyo persisted in his unconventional ways. Mori Sosen accepted Okyo's naturalistic lead, turned and lived with the animals in order to portray them faithfully, and became Japan's greatest painter of monkeys and deer. By the time Okyo died in 1795, the realists had won all along the line, and a completely popular school had captured the attention not only of Japan, but of the world. 10. Prints. The Ukiyo-e school, its founders, its masters, Hokusai, Hiroshige. It is another jest of history that Japanese art should be most widely known and influential in the West through that one of all its forms which is least honored in Japan. About the middle of the 18th century, the art of engraving, which had come to Japan in the luggage of Buddhism half a millennium before, was turned to the illustration of books and the life of the people. The old subjects and methods had lost the tang of novelty and interest. Men were surfeited with Buddhist saints, Chinese philosophers, meditative animals, and immaculate flowers. The new classes that were slowly rising to prominence looked to art for some reflection of their own affairs, and began to produce artists willing to meet these demands. Since painting required leisure and expense, and produced but one picture at a time, the new artists adapted engraving to their purposes, cut their pictures into wood, and made as many cheap prints from the blocks as their democratic purchasers required. These prints were at first colored by hand. Then, about 1740, 3 blocks were made, one uncolored, another partly colored rose red, the third colored here and there in green, and the paper was impressed upon each block in turn. Finally, in 1764, Harunobu made the first polychrome prints and paved the way for those vivid sketches by Hokusai and Hiroshige, which proved so suggestive and stimulating to the culture-weary Europeans thirsting for novelty. So was born the Ukiyo-e school of pictures of the passing world. Its painters were not the first who had taken the untitled man as the object of their art. Iwasa Matabei, early in the 17th century, had shocked the samurai by depicting, on a 6-panel screen, men, women, and children in the unrestrained attitudes of common life. In 1900, this screen, the Hokone Byobu, was chosen by the Japanese government for exhibition in Paris, and was insured on its voyage for 30,000 yen, $15,000. About 1660, Hishikawa Moronobu, a designer of Kyoto dress patterns, made the earliest block prints, first for the illustration of books, then as broadsheets scattered among the people, almost like picture postcards among ourselves today. About 1687, Toru Kujomoto, designer of posters for the Osaka theaters, moved to Yedo, taught the Ukiyo-e school, which belonged entirely to the capital, how profitable it might be to make prints of the famous actors of the day. From the stage, the new artists passed to the brothels of the Yoshiwara and gave to many a fragile beauty a taste of immortality. Bare breasts and gleaming limbs entered with disarming coyness into the once religious and philosophical sanctuaries of Japanese painting. The masters of the developed art appeared towards the middle of the 18th century. Harunobu made prints of 12 or even 15 colors from as many blocks, and, remorseful over his early pictures for the stage, painted with typical Japanese delicacy the graceful world of happy youth. Kiyonaga reached the first zenith of artistry in this school, and wove color and line into the swaying and yet erect figures of aristocratic women. Shiraku seems to have given only 2 years of his life to designing prints, but in this short time he lifted himself to the top of his tribe by his portraits of the 47 Ronin and his savagely ironic pictures of the stage's shooting stars. Utamaro, rich in versatility and genius, master of line and design, etched the whole range of life from insects to courtesans. He spent half his career in the Yoshiwara, exhausted himself in pleasure and work, and earned a year in jail, in 1804, by picturing Hideyoshi with 5 concubines. Wearied of normal people in normal attitudes, Utamaro portrayed his refined and complacent ladies in almost spiritual slenderness, with tilted heads, elongated and slanting eyes, lengthened faces, and mysterious figures wrapped in flowing and multitudinous robes. A degenerating taste exalted this style into a bizarre mannerism, and was bringing the ukiyo-e school close to corruption and decay when its two most famous masters arose to give it another half-century of life. The old man mad with painting, as Hokusai called himself, lived almost 80 years and 10, but mourned the tardiness of perfection and the brevity of life. From my 6th year onwards, a peculiar mania for drawing all sorts of things took possession of me. At my 50th year I had published quite a number of works of every possible description, but none were to my satisfaction. Real work began with me only in my 70th year. Now at 75, the real appreciation of nature awakens within me. I therefore hope that at 80 I may have arrived at a certain power of intuition which will develop further to my 90th year, so that at the age of 100 I can probably assert that my intuition is thoroughly artistic. And should it be granted to me to live 110 years, I hope that a vital and true comprehension of nature may radiate from every one of my lines and dots. I invite those who are going to live as long as I to convince themselves whether I shall keep my word. Written at the age of 75 years by me, formerly Hokusai, now called the Old Man Mad with Painting. Like most of the ukiyo-e artists, he was born of the artisan class, the son of a mirror-maker. Apprenticed to the artist Shunso, he was expelled for originality and went back to his family to live in poverty and hardship throughout his long life. Unable to live by painting, he peddled food and almanacs. When his house burned down, he merely composed a hoka. It has burned down. How serene the flowers in their falling. When at the age of 89 he was discovered by death, he surrendered reluctantly, saying, "If the gods had given me only 10 years more, I could have become a really great painter." He left behind him 500 volumes of 30,000 drawings. Intoxicated with the unconscious artistry of natural forms, he pictured in loving and varied repetition mountains, rocks, rivers, bridges, waterfalls, and the sea. Having issued a book of 36 views of Fuji, he went back, like the fascinated priest of Buddhist legend who, having been exiled from Japan, sailed every day across the sea to gaze upon the holy mountain, to sit at the foot of the sacred mount again and draw 100 views of Fuji. In a series named The Imagery of the Poets, he returned to the loftier subjects of Japanese art and showed, among others, the great Li Po beside the chasm and cascade of Lu. In 1812 he issued the first of 15 volumes called Manhwa, a series of realistic drawings of the homeliest details of common life, piquant with humor and scandalous with burlesque. These he flung off without care or effort, a dozen a day, until he had illustrated every nook and cranny of plebeian Japan. Never had the nation seen such fertility, such swift and penetrating conception, such reckless vitality of execution. As American critics looked down upon Whitman, so Japanese critics and art circles looked down upon Hokusai, seeing only the turbulence of his brush and the occasional vulgarity of his mind. But when he died, his neighbors, who had not known that Whistler in a modest moment would rank him as the greatest painter since Velázquez, marveled to see so long a funeral issue from so simple a home. Less famous in the West but more respected in the East was the last great figure of the ukiyo-e school, Hiroshige, 1796 to 1858. The 100,000 distinct prints that claim his parentage picture the landscapes of his country more faithfully than Hokusai's, and with an art that has earned Hiroshige rank as probably the greatest landscape painter of Japan. Hokusai, standing before nature, drew not the scene but some airy fantasy suggested by it to his imagination. Hiroshige loved the world itself in all its forms, and drew these so loyally that the traveler may still recognize the objects and contours that inspired him. About 1830 he set out along the Tokaido, or post road from Tokyo to Kyoto, and, like a true poet, thought less of his goal than of the diverting and significant scenes which he met on his way. When at last his trip was finished, he gathered his impressions together in his most famous work, The 53 Stations of the Tokaido, 1834. He liked to picture rain and the night in all their mystic forms, and the only man who surpassed him in this, Whistler, modeled his nocturnes upon Hiroshige's. He too loved Fuji, and made 36 views of the mountain, but also he loved his native Tokyo and made 100 views of Yedo shortly before he died. He lived less years than Hokusai, but yielded up the torch with more content. I leave my brush at Azuma and go on the journey to the Holy West to visit the famous scenery there. An excellent collection of Hiroshige's prints may be seen in the Boston Museum. 11. Japanese Art and Civilization. A retrospect, contrasts, an estimate, the doom of the old Japan. The Japanese print was almost the last phase of that subtle and delicate civilization which crumbled under the impact of Occidental industry, just as the cynical pessimism of the Western mind today may be the final aspect of a civilization doomed to die under the heel of Oriental industry. Because that medieval Japan which survived till 1853 was harmless to us, we can appreciate its beauty patronizingly, and it will be hard to find in a Japan of competing factories and threatening guns the charm that lures us in the selected loveliness of the past. We know, in our prosaic moments, that there was much cruelty in that old Japan, that peasants were poor and workers were oppressed, that women were slaves there and might in hard times be sold into promiscuity, that life was cheap, and that in the end there was no law for the common man but the sword of the samurai. But in Europe, too, men were cruel and women were a subject class, peasants were poor and workers were oppressed, life was hard and thought was dangerous, and in the end there was no law but the will of the lord or the king. And as we can feel some affection for that old Europe because, in the midst of poverty, exploitation, and bigotry, men built cathedrals in which every stone was carved in beauty, or martyred themselves to earn for their successors the right to think, or fought for justice until they created those civil liberties which are the most precious and precarious portion of our inheritance, so behind the bluster of the samurai we honor the bravery that still gives to Japan a power above its numbers and its wealth. Behind the lazy monks we sense the poetry of Buddhism and acknowledge its endless incentives to poetry and art. Behind the sharp blow of cruelty and the seeming rudeness of the strong to the weak, we recognize the courtliest manners, the most pleasant ceremonies, and an unrivaled devotion to nature's beauty in all her forms. Behind the enslavement of women we see their beauty, their tenderness, and their incomparable grace, and amid the despotism of the family we hear the happiness of children playing in the garden of the East. We are not much moved today by the restrained brevity and untranslatable suggestiveness of Japanese poetry, and yet it was this poetry, as well as the Chinese, that suggested the free verse and imagism of our time. There is scant originality in Japan's philosophers, and in her historians a dearth of the high impartiality that we expect of those whose books are not an annex to their country's armed or diplomatic force. But these were minor things in the life of Japan. She gave herself wisely to the creation of beauty rather than to the pursuit of truth. The soil she lived on was too treacherous to encourage sublime architecture, and yet the houses she built are, from the aesthetic point of view, the most perfect ever designed. No country in modern times has rivaled her in the grace and loveliness of little things. The clothing of the women, the artistry of fans and parasols, of cups and toys, of inro and netsuke, the splendor of lacquer and the exquisite carving of wood. No other modern people has quite equaled the Japanese in restraint and delicacy of decoration, or in widespread refinement and sureness of taste. It is true that Japanese porcelain is less highly valued, even by the Japanese, than that of Sung and Ming. But if only the Chinese product surpasses it, the work of the Japanese potter still ranks above that of the modern European. And though Japanese painting lacks the strength and depth of Chinese, and Japanese prints are mere poster art at their worst, and at their best the transient redemption of hurried trivialities with the national perfection of grace and line, nevertheless it was Japanese rather than Chinese painting, and Japanese prints rather than Japanese watercolors that revolutionized pictorial art in the 19th century, and gave the stimulus to 100 experiments in fresh creative forms. These prints, sweeping into Europe in the wake of reopened trade after 1860, profoundly affected Monet, Manet, Degas, and Whistler. They put an end to the brown sauce that had been served with almost every European painting from Leonardo to Millet. They filled the canvases of Europe with sunshine and encouraged the painter to be a poet rather than a photographer. The story of the beautiful, said Whistler, with the swagger that made all but his contemporaries love him, is already complete, hewn in the marbles of the Parthenon and broidered with the birds upon the fan of Hokusai at the foot of Fujiyama. We hope that this is not quite true, but it was unconsciously true for the old Japan. She died 4 years after Hokusai. In the comfort and peace of her isolation she had forgotten that a nation must keep abreast of the world if it does not wish to be enslaved. While Japan carved her inro and flourished her fans, Europe was establishing a science that was almost entirely unknown to the East. and that science, built up year by year in laboratories apparently far removed from the stream of the world's affairs, at last gave Europe the mechanized industries that enabled her to make the goods of life more cheaply, however less beautifully, than Asia's skillful artisans could turn them out by hand. Sooner or later, those cheaper goods would win the markets of Asia, ruining the economic and changing the political life of countries pleasantly becalmed in the handicraft stage. Worse than that, science made explosives, battleships, and guns that could kill a little more completely than the sword of the most heroic samurai. Of what use was the bravery of a knight against the dastardly anonymity of a shell? There is no more amazing or portentous phenomenon in modern history than the way in which sleeping Japan, roughly awakened by the cannon of the West, leaped to the lesson, bettered the instruction, accepted science, industry, and war, defeated all her competitors either in battle or in trade, and became within 2 generations the most aggressive nation in the contemporary world. Chapter 31, the last chapter. The New Japan. 1. Political revolution. The decay of the shogunate. America knocks at the door. The Restoration. The westernization of Japan. Political reconstruction. The new constitution. Law. The army. The war with Russia. Its political results. The death of a civilization seldom comes from without. Internal decay must weaken the fiber of a society before external influences or attacks can change its essential structure or bring it to an end. A ruling family rarely contains within itself that persistent vitality and subtle adaptability which enduring domination requires. The founder exhausts half the strength of the stock and leaves to mediocrity the burdens that only genius could bear. The Tokugawas after Ieyasu governed moderately well, but, barring Yoshimune, they numbered no positive personalities in their line. Within 8 generations after Ieyasu's death, the feudal barons were disturbing the shogunate with sporadic revolts. Taxes were delayed or withheld, and the Edo treasury, despite desperate economies, became inadequate to finance national security or defense. 2 centuries and more of peace had softened the samurai and had disaccustomed the people to the hardships and sacrifices of war. Epicurean habits had displaced the stoic simplicity of Hideyoshi's days, and the country, suddenly called upon to protect its sovereignty, found itself physically and morally unarmed. The Japanese intellect fretted under the exclusion of foreign intercourse, and heard with restless curiosity of the rising wealth and varied civilization of Europe and America. It studied Mabuchi and Motoori, and secretly branded the shoguns as usurpers who had violated the continuity of the imperial dynasty. It could not reconcile the divine descent of the emperor with the impotent poverty to which the Tokugawas had condemned him. From their hiding places in the Yoshiwara and elsewhere, subterranean pamphleteers began to flood the cities with passionate appeals for the overthrow of the shogunate and the restoration of imperial power. Upon this harassed and resourceless government, the news burst in 1853 that an American fleet, ignoring Japanese prohibitions, had entered Uraga Bay, and that its commander insisted upon seeing the supreme authority in Japan. This book is continued on Cassette 13, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 13, Side 1. Upon this harassed and resourceless government, the news burst in 1853 that an American fleet, ignoring Japanese prohibitions, had entered Uraga Bay, and that its commander insisted upon seeing the supreme authority in Japan. Commodore Perry had 4 ships of war and 560 men, but instead of making a display of even this modest force, he sent a courteous note to the shogun Ieyoshi, assuring him that the American government asked nothing more than the opening of a few Japanese ports to American trade, and some arrangements for the protection of such American seamen as might be shipwrecked on Japanese shores. The Taiping Rebellion called Perry back to his base in Chinese waters, but in 1854 he returned to Japan armed with a larger squadron and a persuasive variety of gifts: perfumes, clocks, stoves, whiskey, for the emperor, the empresses, and the princes of the blood. The new shogun, Ieyasu, neglected to transmit these presents to the royal family, but consented to sign the Treaty of Kanagawa, which conceded in effect all the American demands. Perry praised the courtesy of the islanders, and announced with imperfect foresight that if the Japanese came to the United States, they would find the navigable waters of the country free to them, and that they would not be debarred even from the gold fields of California. By this and later treaties, the major ports of Japan were open to commerce from abroad, tariffs were specified and limited, and Japan agreed that Europeans and Americans accused of crime in the islands should be tried by their own consular courts. Stipulations were made and accepted that all persecution of Christianity should cease in the empire, and at the same time the United States offered to sell to Japan such arms and battleships as she might need, and to lend officers and craftsmen for the instruction of this absurdly pacific nation in the arts of war. The Japanese people suffered keenly from the humiliation of these treaties, though later they acknowledged them as the impartial instruments of evolution and destiny. Some of them wished to fight the foreigners at any cost, to expel them all and restore a self-contained agricultural and feudal regime. Others saw the necessity of imitating rather than expelling the West. The only course by which Japan could avoid the repeated defeats and the economic subjection which Europe was then imposing upon China was by learning as rapidly as possible the methods of Western industry and the technique of modern war. With astonishing finesse, the Westernizing leaders used the baronial lords as aids in overthrowing the shogunate and restoring the emperor, and then used the imperial authority to overthrow feudalism and introduce Occidental industry. So in 1867 the feudal lords persuaded the last of the shoguns, Keiki, to abdicate. "Almost all the acts of the administration," said Keiki, "are far from perfect, and I confess it with shame that the present unsatisfactory condition of affairs is due to my shortcomings and incompetence. Now that foreign intercourse becomes daily more extensive, unless the government is directed from one central authority, the foundations of the state will fall to pieces." The Emperor Meiji replied tersely that Tokugawa Keiki's proposal to restore the administrative authority to the imperial court is accepted. And on January 1st, 1868, the new era of Meiji was officially begun. The old religion of Shinto was revised, and an intensive propaganda convinced the people that the restored emperor was divine in lineage and wisdom, and that his decrees were to be accepted as the edicts of the gods. Armed with this new power, the Westernizers achieved almost a miracle in the rapid transformation of their country. Ito and Inouye braved their way through every prohibition and obstacle to Europe, studied its industries and institutions, marveled at the railroad, the steamship, the telegraph, and the battleship, and came back inflamed with a patriotic resolve to Europeanize Japan. Englishmen were brought in to superintend the construction of railways, the erection of telegraphs, and the building of a navy. Frenchmen were commissioned to recast the laws and train the army. Germans were assigned to the organization of medicine and public health. Americans were engaged to establish a system of universal education. And to make matters complete, Italians were imported to instruct the Japanese in sculpture and painting. There were temporary, even bloody reactions, and at times the spirit of Japan rebelled against this hectic and artificial metamorphosis. But in the end, the machine had its way, and the Industrial Revolution added Japan to its realm. Of necessity, that revolution, the only real revolution in modern history, lifted to wealth and economic power a new class of men, manufacturers, merchants, and financiers, who in the old Japan had been ranked at the very bottom of the social scale. This rising bourgeoisie quietly used its means and influence, first to destroy feudalism, and then to reduce to an imposing pretense the restored authority of the throne. In 1871, the government persuaded the barons to surrender their ancient privileges and consoled them with government bonds in exchange for their lands. Bound by ties of interest to the new society, the old aristocracy gave its services loyally to the government and enabled it to effect with bloodless ease the transition from a medieval to a modern state. Ito Hirobumi, recently returned from a second visit to Europe, created, in imitation of Germany, a new nobility of 5 orders: princes, marquises, counts, viscounts, and barons. But these men were the rewarded servants, not the feudal enemies of the industrial regime. Modestly and tirelessly, Ito labored to give his country a form of government that would avoid what seemed to him the excesses of democracy, and yet enlist and encourage the talent of every class for a rapid economic development. Under his leadership, Japan promulgated, in 1889, its first constitution. At the top of the legal structure was the emperor, technically supreme, owning all land in fee simple, commander of an army and a navy responsible to him alone, and giving to the empire the strength of unity, continuity, and regal prestige. Graciously he consented to delegate his lawmaking power, so long as it pleased him, to a diet of 2 chambers, a House of Peers and a House of Representatives. But the ministers of state were to be appointed by him and to be accountable to him rather than to the Diet. Underneath was a small electorate of some 460,000 voters, severely limited by a property qualification. Successive liberalizations of the franchise raised the number of voters to 13 million by 1928. Corruption in office has kept pace with the extension of democracy. Along with these political developments went a new system of law, 1881, based largely upon the Napoleonic Code and representing a courageous advance on the medieval legislation of the feudal age. Civil rights were liberally granted: freedom of speech, press, assembly, and worship, inviolability of correspondence and domicile, and security from arrest or punishment except by due process of law. Torture and ordeal were abolished, the Eta were freed from their caste disabilities, and all classes were made theoretically equal before the law. Prisons were improved, prisoners were paid for their work, and on their liberation they were equipped with some modest capital to set them up in agriculture or trade. Despite the lenience of the code, crime remained rare, and if an orderly acceptance of law is a mark of civilization, Japan, allowing for a few assassinations, must stand in the first rank of modern states. Perhaps the most significant feature of the new constitution was the exemption of the army and the navy from any superior except the emperor. Never forgetting the humiliation of 1853, Japan resolved to build an armed force that would make her master of her own destiny and ultimately lord of the East. Not only did she establish conscription, she made every school in the land a military training camp and a nursery of nationalist ardor. With an amazing aptitude for organization and discipline, she soon brought her armed power to a point where she could speak to the foreign barbarians on equal terms, and might undertake that gradual absorption of China which Europe had contemplated but never achieved. In 1894, resenting the dispatch of Chinese troops to put down an insurrection in Korea, and China's persistent reference to Korea as a tributary state under Chinese suzerainty, Japan declared war upon her ancient tutor, surprised the world with the speed of her victory, and exacted from China the acknowledgment of Korea's independence, the cession of Formosa and Port Arthur at the tip of the Liaotung Peninsula, and an indemnity of 200 million taels. Germany and France supported Russia in advising Japan to withdraw from Port Arthur on condition of receiving an additional indemnity of 30 million taels from China. Japan yielded, but kept the rebuff in bitter memory while she waited for revenge. From that hour, Japan prepared herself grimly for that conflict with Russia which imperialistic expansion in both empires made apparently inevitable. Availing herself of England's fear that Russia might advance into India, Japan concluded with the Mistress of the Seas an alliance, 1902 to 1922, by which each party contracted to come to the aid of its ally in case either should go to war with a third power and another power should intervene. Seldom had England's diplomats signed away so much of England's liberty. When in 1904 the war with Russia began, English and American bankers lent Japan huge sums to finance her victories against the Tsar. Nogi captured Port Arthur and moved his army north in time to turn the scales in the slaughter of Mukden, the bloodiest battle in his story before our own incomparable Great War. Germany and France seemed to have contemplated coming to the aid of Russia by diplomacy or arms, but President Roosevelt made it known that in such case he would promptly side with Japan. Meanwhile, a Russian squadron of 29 ships had gallantly sailed around the Cape of Good Hope in the longest war voyage ever made by a modern fleet to face the Japanese in their own waters. Admiral Togo, making the first known naval use of radio, kept himself informed of the Russian flotilla's course and pounced upon it in the Straits of Tsushima on May 27, 1905. To all his commanders, Togo flashed a characteristic message: "The rise or fall of the empire depends on this battle." The Japanese lost 116 killed and 538 wounded. The Russians lost 4,000 dead and 7,000 prisoners, and all but 3 of their ships were captured or sunk. The Battle of the Sea of Japan was a turning point in modern history. Not only did it end the expansion of Russia into Chinese territory, it ended also the rule of Europe in the East, and began that resurrection of Asia which promises to be the central political process of our century. All Asia took heart at the sight of the little island empire defeating the most populous power in Europe. China plotted her revolution, and India began to dream of freedom. As for Japan, it thought not of extending liberty, but of capturing power. It secured from Russia an acknowledgment of Japan's paramount position in Korea, and then in 1910 formally annexed that ancient and once highly civilized kingdom. When the Emperor Meiji died in 1912, after a long and benevolent career as ruler, artist, and poet, he could take to the progenitor gods of Japan the message that the nation which they had created, and which at the outset of his reign had been a plaything in the hands of the impious West, was now supreme in the Orient and was well on its way to becoming the pivot of history. 2. The Industrial Revolution. Industrialization, factories, wages, strikes, poverty, the Japanese point of view. Meanwhile, in the course of half a century, Japan had changed every aspect of its life. The peasant, though poor, was free. He could own a modest parcel of land by paying an annual tax or rental to the state, and no lord could hinder him if he chose to leave the fields and seek his fortune in the cities. For there were great cities now along the coast. Tokyo, that is, the eastern capital, with its royal and aristocratic palaces, its spacious parks and crowded baths, and a population second only to that of London and New York. Osaka, once a fishing village and a castle, now a dark abyss of hovels, factories, and skyscrapers, the center of the industries of Japan, and Yokohama and Kobe, from whose gigantic wharves, equipped with every modern mechanism, those industries dispatched to 1,000 ports the second-largest merchant marine in the world. The leap from feudalism to capitalism was eased by an unprecedented use of every aid. Foreign experts were brought in, and Japanese assistants obeyed their instructions eagerly. Within 15 years, the clever learners had made such progress that the foreign specialists were paid off and courteously sent home. Following the lead of Germany, the government took over posts, railroads, telegraphs, and telephones. But at the same time it made generous loans to private industries and protected them with high tariffs from the competition of factories abroad. The indemnity paid by the Chinese after the War of 1894 financed and stimulated the industrialization of Japan precisely as the French indemnity of 1871 had accelerated the industrialization of Germany. Japan, like the Germany of a generation before, was able to begin with modern equipment and feudal discipline, while their long-established competitors struggled with obsolescent machinery and rebellious workingmen. Power was cheap in Japan and wages were low. Laborers were loyally submissive to their chiefs. Factory laws came late and were leniently enforced. In 1933, the new Osaka spindles needed 1 girl for 25 machines. The old Lancashire spindles required 1 man for 6. The number of factories doubled from 1908 to 1918, and again from 1918 to 1924. By 1931 they had increased by 50% more, while industry in the West plumbed the depths of depression. In 1933, Japan took first place as an exporter of textile products, sending out 2 of the 5.5 billion yards of cotton goods consumed in that year by the world. By abandoning the gold standard in 1931 and allowing the yen to fall to 40% of its former value in international exchange, Japan increased her foreign sales 50% from 1932 to 1933. Domestic as well as foreign commerce flourished, and great merchant families like the Mitsui and the Mitsubishi amassed such fortunes that the military joined the wage-earning classes in meditating governmental absorption or control of industry and trade. While the growth of commerce generated a new and prosperous middle class, the manual workers bore the brunt of the low production costs through which Japan undersold her competitors in the markets of the world. The average wage of the men in 1931 was $1.17 a day, of the women 48 cents a day. 51% of the industrial workers were women and 12% were under 16 years of age. Strikes were frequent and communism was growing when the war spirit of 1931 turned the nation to patriotic cooperation and conformity. Dangerous thoughts were made illegal, and labor unions, never strong in Japan, were subjected to severe restrictions. Great slums developed in Osaka, Kobe, and Tokyo. In those of Tokyo, a family of 5 occupied an average room space of from 8 to 10 feet square, a trifle more than the area covered by a double bed. In those of Kobe, 20,000 paupers, criminals, defectives, and prostitutes lived in such filth that each year epidemics decimated them, and infant mortality rose to 4 times its average for the remainder of Japan. Communists like Katayama and Christian socialists like Kagawa fought violently or peaceably against these conditions, until at last the government undertook the greatest slum-clearing project in history. A generation ago, Lafcadio Hearn expressed a bitter judgment upon the modern regime in Japan. Under the new order of things, forms of social misery never before known in the history of the race are being developed. Some idea of this misery may be obtained from the fact that the number of poor people in Tokyo unable to pay their residence tax is upward of 50,000. Yet the amount of the tax is only about 20 sen, or 10 cents in American money.
Prior to the accumulation of wealth in the hands of the minority, there was never any such want in any part of Japan, except, of course, as a temporary consequence of war. The accumulation of wealth in the hands of the minority is no doubt a universal and apparently unfailing concomitant of civilization. Japanese employers believe that the wages which they pay are not too low in relation to the comparative inefficiency of Japanese labor and the low cost of living in Japan. Low wages, thinks Japan, are necessary for low costs. Low costs are necessary for the capture of foreign markets. Foreign markets are necessary for an industry dependent upon imported fuels and minerals. Industry is necessary for the support of a growing population in islands only 12% of whose soil permits cultivation. And industry is necessary to that wealth and armament without which Japan could not defend herself against the rapacious West. 3. The Cultural Revolution. Changes in dress, in manners, the Japanese character, morals and marriage in transition, religion, science, Japanese medicine, art and taste, language and education, naturalistic fiction, new forms of poetry. Have the people themselves been changed by their industrial revolution? Certain external innovations catch the eye. The lugubrious, bifurcate costume of the European man has captured and enclosed most urban males, but the women continue to clothe themselves in loose and colorful robes, bound at the waist with brocaded bands that meet in a spacious bow at the back. Women engaged in teaching or industry wear uniforms of Occidental cut. Both sexes, after working hours, relax into the traditional costumes. Shoes are replacing wooden clogs as roads improve, but a large proportion of both sexes still move about in bare and undeformed feet. In the greater cities one may find every variation and combination of native and European dress, as if to symbolize a transformation hurried and incomplete. Manners are still a model of diplomatic courtesy, though men adhere to their ancient custom of preceding women in entering or leaving a room, or in walking along the street. Language is deviously polite and rarely profane. A formal humility clothes a fierce self-respect, and etiquette graces the most sincere hostility. The Japanese character, like that of man everywhere, is a mosaic of contradictions. For life offers us diverse situations at diverse times, and demands of us alternately force and gentleness, levity and gravity, patience and courage, modesty and pride. Therefore, we must not be prejudiced against the Japanese because they are sentimental and realistic, sensitive and stoical, expressive and reticent, excitable and restrained, aboundingly cheerful, humorous and pleasure-loving, and inclined to picturesque suicide, lovingly kind, often to animals, sometimes to women, and occasionally cruel to animals and men. The typical Japanese has all the qualities of the warrior, pugnacity and courage, and an unrivaled readiness to die, and yet very often he has the soul of an artist, sensuous, impressionable, and almost instinctively possessed of taste. He is sober and unostentatious, frugal and industrious, curious and studious, loyal and patient, with an heroic capacity for details. He is cunning and supple, like most physically small persons. He has a nimble intelligence, not highly creative in the field of thought, but capable of quick comprehension, adaptation, and practical achievement. The spirit and vanity of a Frenchman, the courage and narrowness of a Briton, the hot temper and artistry of an Italian, the energy and commercialism of an American, the sensitiveness and shrewdness of a Jew, all these have come together to make the Japanese. Contact and conflict with the West have altered in some ways the moral life of Japan. The traditional honesty of its people largely continues, but the extension of the franchise and the keen competition of modern trade have brought to Japan a proportionate share of democratic venality, industrial ruthlessness, and financial legerdemain. Bushido survives here and there among the higher soldiery and offers a mild aristocratic check to commercial and political deviltry. Despite the law-abiding patience of the common people, assassination is frequent, not as a corrective of reactionary despotism, but usually as an encouragement to aggressive patriotism. The Black Dragon Society, led by the apparently untouchable Toyama, has dedicated itself for over 40 years to promoting among Japanese officials a policy of conquest in Korea and Manchuria, and in the pursuit of this purpose it has given assassination a popular role in the political machinery of Japan. The Far East has paralleled the West in that moral disturbance which accompanies every profound change in the economic basis of life. The eternal war of the generations, the revolt of over-eager youth against over-cautious age, has been intensified by the growth of individualist industry and the weakening of religious faith. The transit from country to city and the replacement of the family by the individual as the legal and responsible unit of economic and political society has undermined parental authority and subjected the customs and morals of centuries to the hasty judgment of adolescents. In the larger centers, the young rebel against marriages parentally arranged, and the new couples, instead of taking up their residence in the establishment of the bridegroom's father, tend increasingly to set up separate and independent homes, or apartments. The rapid industrialization of women has necessitated a loosening of the bonds that held them to domestic subservience. Divorce is as common as in America, and more convenient. It may be had by signing a registration book and paying a fee of 10 cents. Concubinage has been made illegal, but in practice it is still permitted to those who can afford to ignore the law. In Japan as elsewhere, the machine is the enemy of the priest. Spencer and Stuart Mill were imported along with English technology, and the reign of Confucius in Japanese philosophy came to a sudden end. The generation now at school, said Chamberlain in 1905, is distinctly Voltairean. By the same token, through its modern alliance with the machine, science prospered and won a characteristic devotion in Japan from some of the most brilliant investigators of our time. Japanese medicine, though dependent in most stages upon China or Korea, has made swift progress under European, especially German, example and stimulus. The work of Takamine in the discovery of adrenaline and the study of vitamins, of Kitasato in tetanus and pneumonia, and in the development of an antitoxin for diphtheria, and most famous and brilliant of all, of Noguchi in syphilis and yellow fever. These achievements indicate the rapidity with which the Japanese have ceased to be pupils and have become teachers of the world. Hideo Noguchi was born in 1876 in one of the lesser islands, and in a family so poor that his father deserted on learning that another child was due. The neglected boy fell into a brazier. His left hand was burned to a stump, and his right hand was injured almost to the point of uselessness. Shunned at school because of his scars and deformities, he was planning to kill himself when a surgeon came to the village, treated the right hand successfully, and so won Noguchi's gratitude that the lad there and then dedicated himself to medicine. "I will be a Napoleon to save instead of to kill," he announced. "I can already get along on 4 hours of sleep at night." Penniless, he worked in a pharmacy until he had persuaded its owner to advance him funds for the study of medicine. After graduating, he came to the United States and offered his services to the Medical Corps of the Army at Washington in return for his expenses. The Rockefeller Foundation for Medical Research gave him a laboratory, and Noguchi, literally single-handed, entered upon a fruitful career of experiment and research. He produced the first pure culture of the syphilitic germ, discovered the syphilitic nature of general paralysis and locomotor ataxia, and finally, in 1918, isolated the yellow fever parasite. Made famous and momentarily affluent, he went back to Japan, honored his old mother, and knelt in gratitude to the kindly pharmacist who had paid for his medical education. Then he went to Africa to study the yellow fever that was raging along the Gold Coast, was himself infected with it, and died in 1928 at the pitifully early age of 52. The development of science in Japan, as in the West, has been accompanied by a decay of the traditional arts. The overthrow of the old aristocracy destroyed a nursery of taste and left each generation to develop its own norms of excellence anew. The influx of foreign money seeking native wares led to rapid quantitative production and debased the standards of Japanese design. When the buyers turned to the quest for ancient works, the artisans became forgers, and the manufacture of antiques became in Japan, as in China, one of the most flourishing of modern arts. Cloisonné is probably the only branch of ceramics that has progressed in Japan since the coming of the West. The chaotic passage from handicraft to machinery, and the sudden eruption of foreign tastes and ways clothed in the gaudy prestige of victory and wealth, have unsettled the aesthetic sense of Japan and weakened the sureness of her taste. Perhaps, now that Japan has chosen the sword, she is destined to repeat the history of Rome, imitative in art, but masterly in administration and war. A flattery of Occidental modes has marked for a generation the intellectual life of the new empire. European words crowded into the language, newspapers were organized in Western style, and a system of public schools was established after American exemplars. Japan heroically resolved to make herself the most literate nation on earth, and it succeeded. In 1925, 99.4% of all Japanese children attended school, and in 1927, 93% of the people could read. Students took religiously to the new secular learning. Hundreds of them lost their health in their eagerness for knowledge, and the government was obliged to take active measures for the encouragement of athletics, gymnastics, and games of every kind, from jiu-jitsu to baseball. Education was removed from religious auspices and became more thoroughly secularized in Japan than in most European nations. 5 imperial universities were supported, and 41 other universities, only less imperial, gathered in thousands of zealous students. By 1931, the Imperial University of Tokyo had 8,064 students, and the University of Kyoto had 5,552. Japanese literature in the last quarter of the century lost itself in a series of imitative fashions. English liberalism, Russian realism, Nietzschean individualism, and American pragmatism swept the intelligentsia in turn until the spirit of nationalism reasserted itself and Japanese writers began to explore their native material in their native ways. A young woman, Ichiyo, before dying in 1896 at the age of 24, inaugurated a naturalistic movement in fiction by presenting vividly the misery and subjection of women in Japan. In 1906, the poet Tosan brought this movement to its height with a long novel, Hakai, or The Breaking of the Pledge, which told in poetic prose the story of a teacher who, having promised his father never to reveal the fact that he was of Eta, or slave origin, worked his way by ability and education to a high position, fell in love with a girl of refinement and social standing, and then, in a burst of honesty, confessed his origin, surrendered his sweetheart and his place, and left Japan forever. This novel contributed powerfully to the agitation that finally ended the historic disabilities of the Eta class. The tanka and the hoka were the last forms of Japanese culture to yield to the influence of the West. For 40 years after the Restoration, they continued to be the required modes of Japanese verse, and the poetic spirit lost itself in miracles of ingenuity and artifice. Then in 1897, Tosan, a young teacher of Sendai, sold to a publisher for $15 a volume of poems whose individual length constituted a revolution almost as startling as any that had shaken the fabric of the state. The public, tired of elegant epigrams, responded gratefully and made the publisher rich. Other poets followed the path that Tosan had explored, and the tanka and hoka surrendered at last their 1,000-year-old domination. Despite the new forms, the old imperial poetry contest still continues. Every year the emperor announces a theme and sets an example by inditing an ode to it. The empress follows him, and then 25,000 Japanese of every sort and condition send in their compositions to the Poetry Bureau at the Imperial Palace to be judged by the highest bards of the land. The 10 poems accounted best are read to the emperor and the empress and are printed in the New Year's issue of the Japanese press. It is an admirable custom, fit to turn the soul for a moment from commercialism and war, and proving that Japanese literature is still a vital part in the life of the most vital nation in the contemporary world. 4. The New Empire. The precarious bases of the new civilization, causes of Japanese imperialism, the 21 Demands, the Washington Conference, the Immigration Act of 1924, the invasion of Manchuria, the New Kingdom, Japan and Russia, Japan and Europe. Must America fight Japan? Despite its rapid growth in wealth and power, the new Japan rested upon precarious foundations. This book is concluded on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, Part 2, by Will Durant, concluded. Despite its rapid growth in wealth and power, the new Japan rested upon precarious foundations. Its population had mounted from 3 million in the days of Shotoku Taishi to some 17 million under Hideyoshi, some 30 million under Yoshimune, and over 55 million at the end of Meiji's reign, 1912. It had doubled in a century, and the mountain-ribbed islands, so sparsely arable, contained with difficulty their multiplying millions. An insular population half as great as that of the United States had to support itself on an area 1/20th as large. It could maintain itself only by manufactures, and yet Japan was tragically poor in the fuels and minerals indispensable to industry. Hydroelectric power lurked in the streams that flowed from the mountains to the sea, but the full development of this resource would add only 1/3 to the power already used, and could not be relied upon for the expanding needs of the future. Coal was found here and there in almost inaccessible veins in the islands of Kyushu and Hokkaido, and oil could be secured from Sakhalin. But iron, the very bone and sinew of industry, was almost completely absent from Japanese soil. Finally, the low standard of living to which the nature of the strong and the costliness of materials and power had condemned the masses of Japan made consumption lag more and more behind production. Every year, from factories ever better equipped, there poured forth a mounting surplus of goods, unpurchasable at home and crying out for markets abroad. Out of such conditions, imperialism is born, that is, the effort of an economic system to exercise control, through its agent, the government, over foreign regions upon which it is believed to depend for fuels, markets, materials, or dividends. Where could Japan find those opportunities and those materials? She could not look to Indochina, or India, or Australia, or the Philippines, for these had been preempted by Western powers, and their tariff walls favored their white masters against Japan. Clearly, China had been placed at Nippon's door as a providentially designed market for Japanese goods. And Manchuria, rich in coal and iron, rich in the wheat that the islands could not profitably grow, rich in human resources for industry, taxation, and war, Manchuria belonged by manifest destiny to Japan. By what right? By the same right whereby England had taken India and Australia, France, Indochina, Germany, Shantung, Russia, Port Arthur, and America, the Philippines, the right of the need of the strong. In the long run, no excuses would be necessary. All that was needed was power and an opportunity. In the eyes of a Darwinian world, success would sanction every means. Opportunity came generously, first with the Great War, then with the breakdown of European and American economic life. The war did not merely accelerate production in Japan, as in America, by giving to industry an ideal foreign market, a continent at war. At the same time, it absorbed and weakened Europe and left Japan with almost a free hand in the East. Therefore, she invaded Shantung in 1914, and a year later she presented to China those 21 demands which, if they had been enforced, would have made all China a gigantic colony of little Japan. Group 1 of the demands asked Chinese recognition of Japanese suzerainty in Shantung. Group 2 asked certain industrial privileges and an acknowledgment of Japan's special rights in Manchuria and eastern Mongolia. Group 3 proposed that the greatest of mining companies on the mainland should become a joint concern of China and Japan. Group 4, aimed at America's request for a coaling station near Fuchao, stipulated that no island, port, or harbor along the coast shall be ceded to any third power. Group 5 modestly suggested that the Chinese should hereafter employ Japanese advisers in their political, economic, and military affairs, that the police authority in the major cities of China should be jointly administered by Chinese and Japanese, that China should purchase at least 50% of all her munitions from Japan, and that Japan should be allowed to build 3 important railways in China, and that Japan should have the right freely to establish railways, mines, and harbors in the province of Fujian. The United States protested that some of these demands violated the territorial integrity of China and the principle of the open door. Japan withdrew Group 5, modified the remaining demands, and presented them to China with an ultimatum on May 7, 1915. China accepted them on the following day. A Chinese boycott of Japanese goods ensued, but Japan proceeded on the historically correct assumption that boycotts are sooner or later frustrated by the tendency of trade to follow the line of lowest costs. In 1917, the suave Viscount Ishii explained the Japanese position to the American people and persuaded Secretary of State Lansing to sign an agreement recognizing that Japan has special interests in China, particularly in the part to which her possessions are contiguous. In 1922, at the Washington Conference, Secretary of State Hughes prevailed upon the Japanese to acknowledge the principle of the open door in China and to be content with a navy 60% as large as England's or America's. At the close of the conference, Japan agreed to return to China that part of Shantung, Tsingtao, which she had taken from Germany during the war. The Anglo-Japanese alliance died a silent death, and America dreamed cozily of eternal peace. Out of this youthful confidence in the future came one of the gravest failures of American diplomacy. Finding the people of the Pacific Coast troubled by the influx of Japanese into California, President Theodore Roosevelt in 1907, with the good sense that hid behind his popular bluster, quietly negotiated with the Japanese government a gentleman's agreement by which Japan promised to forbid the emigration of her laborers to the United States. But the high birth rate of those already admitted continued to disturb the Western states, and several of them enacted laws preventing aliens from acquiring land. When in 1924 the American Congress decided to restrict immigration, it refused to apply to the races of Asia that principle of quotas on which the reduced immigration of European peoples was to be allowed. Instead, it forbade the entrance of Asiatics altogether. Approximately the same result would have been secured by applying the quota to all races without discrimination or name. and Secretary Hughes protested that the legislation would seem to be quite unnecessary even for the purpose for which it is devised. But hotheads interpreted as a threat the warning uttered by the Japanese ambassador of the grave consequences that might come from the act, and in a fever of resentment the immigration bill was passed. All Japan flared up at what appeared to be a deliberate insult. Meetings were held, speeches were made, and a patriot committed harakiri at the door of Viscount Inouye's home in order to express the national sense of shame. The Japanese leaders, knowing that the country had been weakened by the earthquake of 1923, held their peace and bided their time. In the natural course of events, America and Europe would someday be weakened in turn, and then Japan would seize her second opportunity and take her delayed revenge. When the greatest of all wars was followed by almost the greatest of all depressions, Japan saw a long-awaited chance to establish her mastery in the Far East. Announcing that her businessmen had been maltreated by the Chinese authorities in Manchuria, and secretly fearful that her railway and other investments there were threatened with ruin by the competition of the Chinese, Japan, in September 1931, allowed her army of its own initiative to advance into Manchuria. China, disordered with revolution, provincial separatism, and purchasable politicians, could make no unified resistance except to resort again to the boycott of Japanese goods. And when Japan, in alleged protest against boycott propaganda, invaded Shanghai in 1932, only a fraction of China rose to repel the invasion. The objections of the United States were cautiously approved of in principle by European powers too absorbed in their individual commercial interests to take decisive and united action against this dramatic termination of the white man's brief authority in the distant East. The League of Nations appointed a commission under the Earl of Lytton, which made an apparently thorough and impartial investigation and report, but Japan withdrew from the League on the same ground on which America, in 1935, refused to join in the World Court, that she did not care to be judged by a court of her enemies. The boycott reduced Japanese imports into China by 47% between August 1932 and May 1933. But meanwhile, Japanese trade was ousting Chinese commerce in the Philippines, the Malay States, and South Seas, and so soon as 1934, Japanese diplomats, with the aid of Chinese statesmen, persuaded China to write a tariff law favoring Japanese products as against those of the Western powers. In March 1932, Japanese authority installed Henry Puyi, inheritor of the Manchu throne in China, as chief executor of the new state of Manchukuo, and 2 years later it made him emperor under the name of Kang Te. The officials were either Japanese or complacent Chinese, but behind every Chinese official was a Japanese advisor. While the open door was technically maintained, ways were found to place Manchukuoan trade and resources in Japanese hands. Immigration from Japan failed to develop, but Japanese capital poured in abundantly. Railways were built for commercial and military purposes, highways were rapidly improved, and negotiations were begun for the purchase of the Chinese Eastern Railway from the Soviet. The Japanese army, victorious and competent, not only organized the new state but dictated the policy of the government at Tokyo. It conquered the province of Johor for Puyi, advanced almost to Peiping, retreated magnanimously, and bided its time. Meanwhile, Japanese representatives at Nanking strain every yen to win from the Chinese government an acceptance of Japanese leadership in every economic and political aspect of Chinese life. When China has been won, by conquest or by loans, Japan will be ready to deal with her ancient enemy, once the empire of all the Russias, now the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Up along Mongolia's caravan route through Kalgan and Urga, or across the Manchukuoan border into Chita, or at any one of 100 vulnerable points where the Trans-Siberian Railway, still for the most part single-tracked in the Far East, coils itself about the new state, the Japanese army may strike and cut the spinal cord that binds China, Vladivostok, and Transbaikalia with the Russian capital. Feverishly, heroically, Russia prepares for the irrepressible conflict. At Kuznetsk and Magnitogorsk she develops great coal mines and steel factories, capable of being transformed into giant munition plants, while at Vladivostok a host of submarines arranges to entertain a Japanese fleet, and hundreds of bombing planes have their eyes on Japan's centers of production and transport, and her cities of flimsy wood. Behind this ominous foreground stand the tamed and frustrated Western powers. America, chafing at the loss of Chinese markets, France, wondering how long she can hold Indochina, England, disturbed about Australia and India, and harassed by Japanese competition, not only in China but throughout her empire in the East. Nevertheless, France prefers to help finance Japan rather than to antagonize her, and canny Britain waits in unprecedented patience,
hoping that each of her great competitors in Asiatic trade will destroy the other and leave the world to England again. Every day the conflict of interest becomes more acute and approaches nearer to open strife. Japan insists that foreign companies selling oil to Japan shall maintain on her soil a reserve of oil sufficient to supply the islands for half a year in case of emergency. Manchukuo is closing her doors to non-Japanese oil. Japan, over the protests of Americans and over the veto of the Uruguayan president, has won permission from the legislature of Uruguay to build on the River Plate a free port for the duty-less entry or manufacture of Japanese goods. From that strategic center, the commercial and financial penetration of Latin America will proceed at a rate unequaled since Germany's rapid conquest of South American trade helped to bring on the Great War, and America's participation in it. As the memory of that war begins to fade, preparations for another become the order of the day. Must America fight Japan? Our economic system gives to the investing class so generous a share of the wealth created by science, management, and labor that too little is left to the mass of producers to enable them to buy back as much as they produce. A surplus of goods is created which cries out for the conquest of foreign markets as the only alternative to interrupting production, or spreading the power of consumption, at home. But this is even truer of the Japanese economic system than of our own. It too must conquer foreign markets, not only to maintain its centralized wealth, but to secure the fuels and raw materials indispensable to her industries. By the sardonic irony of history, that same Japan which America awoke from peaceful agriculture in 1853 and prodded into industry and trade, now turns all her power and subtlety to winning by underselling and to controlling by conquest or diplomacy precisely those Asiatic markets upon which America has fixed her hopes as potentially the richest outlet for her surplus goods. Usually in history, when two nations have contested for the same markets, the nation that has lost in the economic competition, if it is stronger in resources and armament, has made war upon its enemy. Written in 1934. Envoy. Our Oriental Heritage. We have passed in unwilling haste through 4,000 years of history and over the richest civilizations of the largest continent. It is impossible that we have understood these civilizations or done them justice, for how can one mind in one lifetime comprehend or appraise the heritage of a race? The institutions, customs, arts, and morals of a people represent the natural selection of its countless trial and error experiments, the accumulated and unformulable wisdom of all its generations, and neither the intelligence of a philosopher nor the intellect of a sophomore can suffice to compass them understandingly, much less to judge them with justice. Europe and America are the spoiled child and grandchild of Asia, and have never quite realized the wealth of their pre-classical inheritance. But if now we sum up those arts and ways which the West has derived from the East, or which to our current and limited knowledge appear first in the Orient, we shall find ourselves drawing up unconsciously an outline of civilization. The first element of civilization is labor, tillage, industry, transport, and trade. In Egypt and Asia we meet with the oldest known cultivation of the soil, the oldest irrigation systems, and the first production of those encouraging beverages without which, apparently, modern civilization could hardly exist: beer, wine, and tea. Handicrafts and engineering were as highly developed in Egypt before Moses as in Europe before Voltaire. Building with bricks has a history at least as old as Sargon I. The potter's wheel and the wagon wheel appear first in Elam, linen and glass in Egypt, silk and gunpowder in China. The horse rides out of Central Asia into Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Europe. Phoenician vessels circumnavigate Africa before the age of Pericles. The compass comes from China and produces a commercial revolution in Europe. Sumeria shows us the first business contracts, the first credit system, the first use of gold and silver as standards of value, and China first accomplishes the miracle of having paper accepted in place of silver or gold. The second element of civilization is government, the organization and protection of life in society through the clan and the family, law, and the state. The village community appears in India, and the city-state in Sumeria and Assyria. Egypt takes a census, levies an income tax, and maintains internal peace through many centuries with a model minimum of force. Ur-Engur and Hammurabi formulate great codes of law, and Darius organizes with imperial army and post one of the best administered empires in the annals of government. The third element of civilization is morality, customs and manners, conscience and charity. a law built into the spirit and generating at last that sense of right and wrong, that order and discipline of desire, without which a society disintegrates into individuals and falls forfeit to some coherent state. Courtesy came out of the ancient courts of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Persia. Even today the Far East might teach manners and dignity to the brusque and impatient West. Monogamy appeared in Egypt and began a long struggle to prove itself and survive in competition with the inequitable but eugenic polygamy of Asia. Out of Egypt came the first cry for social justice. Out of Judea the first plea for human brotherhood, the first formulation of the moral consciousness of mankind. The fourth element of civilization is religion, the use of man's supernatural beliefs for the consolation of suffering, the elevation of character, and the strengthening of social instincts and order. From Sumeria, Babylonia, and Judea, the most cherished myths and traditions of Europe were derived. In the soil of the Orient grew the stories of the creation and the flood, the fall and redemption of man, and out of many mother goddesses came at last the fairest flower of all poesy, as Heine called Mary, the Mother of God. Out of Palestine came monotheism, and the fairest songs of love and praise in literature, and the loneliest, lowliest, and most impressive figure in history. The fifth element in civilization is science. Clear seeing, exact recording, impartial testing, and the slow accumulation of a knowledge objective enough to generate prediction and control. Egypt develops arithmetic and geometry and establishes the calendar. Egyptian priests and physicians practice medicine, explore diseases enigmatically, perform 100 varieties of surgical operation, and anticipate something of the Hippocratic Oath. Babylonia studies the stars, charts the zodiac, and gives us our division of the month into 4 weeks, of the clock into 12 hours, of the hour into 60 minutes, of the minute into 60 seconds. India transmits through the Arabs her simple numerals and magical decimals, and teaches Europe the subtleties of hypnotism and the technique of vaccination. The sixth element of civilization is philosophy, the attempt of man to capture something of that total perspective which in his modest intervals he knows that only infinity can possess. The brave and hopeless inquiry into the first causes of things and their final significance, the consideration of truth and beauty, of virtue and justice, of ideal men and states. All this appears in the Orient a little sooner than in Europe. The Egyptians and the Babylonians ponder human nature and destiny, and the Jews write immortal comments on life and death, while Europe tarries in barbarism. The Hindus play with logic and epistemology at least as early as Parmenides and Zeno of Elea. The Upanishads delve into metaphysics, and Buddha propounds a very modern psychology some centuries before Socrates is born. And if India drowns philosophy in religion and fails to emancipate reason from hope, China resolutely secularizes her thought and produces, again before Socrates, a thinker whose sober wisdom needs hardly any change to be a guide to our contemporary life and an inspiration to those who would honorably govern states. The seventh element of civilization is letters, the transmission of language, the education of youth, the development of writing, the creation of poetry and drama, the stimulus of romance, and the written remembrance of things past. The oldest schools known to us are those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Even the oldest schools of government are Egyptian. Out of Asia, apparently, came writing. Out of Egypt, the alphabet, paper, and ink. Out of China, print. The Babylonians seem to have compiled the oldest grammars and dictionaries, and to have collected the first libraries. And it may well be that the universities of India preceded Plato's academy. The Assyrians polished chronicles into history, the Egyptians puffed up history into the epic, and the Far East gave to the modern world those delicate forms of poetry that rest all their excellence on subtle insights phrased in a moment's imagery. Nabonidus and Ashurbanipal, whose relics are exhumed by archaeologists, were archaeologists, and some of the fables that amuse our children go back to ancient India. The eighth element of civilization is art, the embellishment of life with pleasing color, rhythm, and form. In its simplest aspect, the adornment of the body, we find elegant clothing, exquisite jewelry, and scandalous cosmetics in the early ages of Egyptian, Sumerian, and Indian civilization. Fine furniture, graceful pottery, and excellent carving in ivory and wood fill the Egyptian tombs. Surely the Greeks must have learned something of their skill in sculpture and architecture, in painting and bas-relief, not only from Asia and Crete, but from the masterpieces that in their day still gleamed in the mirror of the Nile. From Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece took the models for her Doric and Ionic columns. From those same lands came to us not merely the column, but the arch, the vault, the clerestory, and the dome. and the ziggurats of the ancient Near East have had some share in molding the architecture of America today. Chinese painting and Japanese prints changed the tone and current of 19th century European art, and Chinese porcelain raised a new perfection for Europe to emulate. The somber splendor of the Gregorian chant goes back age by age to the plaintive songs of exiled Jews gathering timidly in scattered synagogues. These are some of the elements of civilization and a part of the legacy of the East to the West. Nevertheless, much was left for the classic world to add to this rich inheritance. Crete would build a civilization almost as ancient as Egypt's and would serve as a bridge to bind the cultures of Asia, Africa, and Greece. Greece would transform art by seeking not size but perfection. It would marry a feminine delicacy of form and finish to the masculine architecture and statuary of Egypt, and would provide the scene for the greatest age in the history of art. It would apply to all the realms of literature the creative exuberance of the free mind. It would contribute meandering epics, profound tragedies, hilarious comedies, and fascinating histories to the store of European letters. It would organize universities and establish for a brilliant interlude the secular independence of thought. It would develop beyond any precedent the mathematics and astronomy, the physics and medicine bequeathed it by Egypt and the East. It would originate the sciences of life and the naturalistic view of man. It would bring philosophy to consciousness and order, and would consider with unaided rationality all the problems of our life. It would emancipate the educated classes from ecclesiasticism and superstition, and would attempt a morality independent of supernatural aid. It would conceive man as a citizen rather than as a subject. It would give him political liberty, civil rights, and an unparalleled measure of mental and moral freedom. It would create democracy and invent the individual. Rome would take over this abounding culture, spread it throughout the Mediterranean world, protect it for half a millennium from barbarian assault, and then transmit it through Roman literature and the Latin languages to northern Europe. It would lift woman to a power and splendor and a mental emancipation which perhaps she had never known before. It would give Europe a new calendar and teach it the principles of political organization and social security. It would establish the rights of the individual in an orderly system of laws that would help to hold the continent together through centuries of poverty, chaos, and superstition. Meanwhile, the Near East and Egypt would blossom again under the stimulus of Greek and Roman trade and thought. Carthage would revive all the wealth and luxury of Sidon and Tyre. The Talmud would accumulate in the hands of dispersed but loyal Jews. Science and philosophy would flourish at Alexandria, and out of the mixture of European and Oriental cultures would come a religion destined in part to destroy, in part to preserve and augment the civilization of Greece and Rome. Everything was ready to produce the culminating epochs of classical antiquity: Athens under Pericles, Rome under Augustus, and Jerusalem in the age of Herod. The stage was set for the threefold drama of Plato, Caesar, and Christ. This concludes the reading of The Story of Civilization, Volume 1, Our Oriental Heritage, by Will Durant. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include The Life of Greece and Caesar and Christ. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. Will you please wind or rewind the tape as appropriate so the book will be in order for the next person to enjoy? Thank you.